tradition aren't worth fighting, have you? Yes, I suppose I have. Fighting centuries of tradition all the time rather wears one out. He chuckled. Wellesley gave me the impression he's gone a few rounds with you. We've had our fair share, she said with a sigh. He told you all about it, I suppose? No. He's trained too well to be that indiscreet. But he mentioned that you have a rather, how did he put it, American way of doing things. The ultimate insult, she said, sounding amused. Still, we're all right now, he and I. We've come to a sort of compromise about the way things are done. I tell him what I want. He advises me on how it's been done in the past, and I tell him thank you very much, now do it my way. Stuart gave a shout of laughter. That's your idea of compromise, is it? Well, yes, she admitted, laughing with him. I am the Duchess, after all. It's not easy, though. Running a large estate like this is an exhausting business. It is tiring. He slid a sideways glance at her. Which is why it's best to have a partner. Then I fear you shall be perpetually exhausted in future. Stuart laughed at the tart reply. You're so stubborn, Edie. But then, I've always known that. So, tell me, what's your plan for us tomorrow? I thought we'd go over the account books with Mr. Robson. It's necessary, she added, as he gave a groan. We shall meet with him if you insist, but I'd hardly call it necessary. You need to be ready to take things over again after I'm gone. He wondered if there was a hint of wistfulness in those last few words. He hoped so. I refuse to contemplate the possibility of your leaving me. I'd much rather think about the two of us running things together as man and wife. And you call me stubborn? He made a face. I fear ours is rather a situation of pot meeting kettle. Still, Edie, a meeting with the steward is what you want to do tomorrow, really? You did say I have my choice. Well, you could at least choose things that are fun, he grumbled. You didn't have fun today? What a shame. She looked away, but not before he caught the mischievous smile that curved the corners of her mouth. I did. Edie's enjoyment of the day, however, proved far too short-lived. Since yesterday, she'd willed herself to not think about their conversation in the garden and what he expected her to do. But as the house came into view, she could no longer avoid thinking about it. With each step closer to the house, her apprehension grew. She tried to tell herself his request was hardly something to get worked up about. He seemed to think her participation in these exercises would somehow inspire her to want him. That might work, she supposed, if she were a normal woman with a normal woman's desires, but she wasn't, and a few exercises and a bit of massage weren't going to change that. Massage. She'd have to massage him, touch him. Edie's uneasiness deepened. And though she tried to will it away by reminding herself of Stuart's assurance that she would be in complete control, that didn't help, for she knew how quickly and easily a woman's control could be taken away. Stuart wasn't Frederick, she reminded herself. Nothing like him at all. And yet, that perfectly reasonable point didn't reassure her. But then, if fear could be assuaged with reason, she'd have been free of fear a long time ago. By the time they reached the house, dread was like a stone in her stomach. And when they entered the library, she could no longer stand the suspense. All right, then, she said, and stopped, turning to face him. Let's get on with this. Show me what it is you want me to do. Her abruptness took him back a bit, she could tell. "Well, I can hardly show you in here." He pointed to the French doors along the wall, all of which were wide open to let in as much air as possible on the sultry summer afternoon. "We've no privacy here." Oh, God! He wanted privacy? She opened her mouth, but no words came out, for her throat seemed dry as dust. She gave a little cough. "I fail to see why privacy is needed," she managed at last. "Because I prefer not to reveal my weaknesses where anyone could walk in and see them, particularly servants." Edie bit her lip. She couldn't fault him for that. She knew all about wanting to hide pain and weakness. "I see. I'm glad you understand. So, do you prefer my bedroom or yours?" Appalled, Edie cast aside any inclination to empathy. "I am not going to your bedroom." "Very well. Yours it is, then. I shall see you there in 15 minutes. He turned away, ignoring her spluttering protest, and started for the door to the corridor. "Wear comfortable clothes," he added over his shoulder. She didn't move to follow. Instead, she glared at his retreating back. "The sooner these 10 days are over, the better," she muttered. "I agree." He paused in the doorway and turned to give her a provoking grin. "The sooner you kiss me, the sooner we can move on to things that are even more fun." Fun wasn't the word Edie would have used. At this moment, agony seemed a more appropriate description. She waited several minutes to be sure she wouldn't encounter him on the stairs, then went up to her own room and changed into a tea-gown of blue silk with a high neck and a wrapper of ecru lace. She might have to help him stretch and exercise, but wearing a tea-gown and a loosened corset were as comfortable as she intended to get. Her maid had barely done up the buttons at her back when there was a rap on her door. Edie took a deep breath, then nodded to Reeves. When the maid opened the door, however, the sight of Stuart almost had her order Reeves to close the door again. He had changed into a pair of loose-fitting gray flannel trousers, a plain linen shirt, and black smoking jacket. The shirt had no collar or stud. He wore no waistcoat, and the smoking jacket wasn't even properly tied. And the sight of him in this partial state of undress made her even more nervous than before. She didn't know if she could do this. He'd promised he would not make advances. But even if he kept his word, just the idea of being in such intimate circumstances with him, of touching him and massaging him seemed impossible. Her apprehension only increased when he came inside, pulled the door wide, and told her maid, "You may go down, Reeves, and have your tea. You shan't be needed for at least an hour." Edie watched her maid go out and close the door behind her, and the soft sound of the latch clicking into place seemed as loud as a gunshot. In the silence that followed, she could hear her own shallow breathing, and when he cast a long glance over her, Edie had to fight the impulse to bolt for the dressing room and lock the door. The air in the room seemed oppressive despite the open windows, and his first words did nothing to relieve the tension. "Are you wearing a corset?" She colored up at once, and he sighed, "Edie, I told you to wear comfortable clothes." "I am." She grasped a handful of blue silk and ecru lace. "This is a tea-gown. Even under a tea-gown, I don't see how a corset could be considered comfortable, but I suppose it's up to you." He kicked off his house slippers and crossed the room toward where she stood near the foot of the bed, reaching into the pocket of his smoking jacket. "Here," he said, pulling out a pocket watch and a small green glass bottle. "Hold these." "I appreciate the purpose of the liniment, of course," she said, as she took the items from his hands. "But what is the watch for?" "I'll explain in a moment," he said, as he untied the sash of his smoking jacket and slid it off his shoulders. "What are you doing?" she cried, a ridiculous question, since the answer was plain as day. "You can't undress in my room." He stilled. The garment caught behind him at the wrists. "I'm only taking off my jacket," he said, a frown of puzzlement creasing his brow at the violence of her reaction. "I can't really move about if I'm wearing it. I would have left it off altogether," he added as he took it up and draped it over the footboard, "but I didn't want to shock the servants. Wellesley would see me wandering the corridors in nothing but a shirt and trousers and keel over from the shock, to say nothing of the housemaids." Edie got a hold of herself with the reminder that this was no time to be missish. "Well, don't take off anything else," she muttered, and turned to put the liniment on her dressing table. "What do I have to do?" "I'll show you." He cupped his hand over the side of his right leg. "When the lioness sprang, she caught me here and here," he said, demonstrating with the tips of his fingers where the animal's teeth had gone into the front and back of his thigh. "The injury tore my hamstring and quadriceps muscles." "Ouch!" Edie grimaced. "The pain must have been excruciating." "The pain didn't last long. Not then, at least. The wound was bleeding pretty badly, and it only took a few minutes before I passed out from loss of blood. Luckily—" He broke off abruptly, and his hand formed a fist at his side. Edie looked up, and the frown on his face gave her a bit of a turn. "Stuart, are you all right?" "Sorry," he said, and pressed his fist to his mouth with a cough. "It's just that this is harder to talk about than I thought it would be." His brow cleared, and he lowered his hand. "Luckily, we'd driven the lions off by then, and my men managed to stop the bleeding. But that night, infection and fever set in." "You told me you nearly died. So it was the infection, rather than the wound itself, that almost killed you?" "Yes. For 3 days it was touch and go. On the third night, I was so far gone, my men were making preparations to bury me. I felt my life going. I knew I was dying, and I can't explain why I didn't. I just refused to do it. Sheer stubbornness on my part, I suppose. The fever finally broke, and when I was strong enough to be moved, 2 of my men took me back to Nairobi. I thought I was all right then, but in hospital I got another infection. Odd when you think about it, for I'd never caught anything before. I don't even have malaria, and in Africa that's saying something. Well, obviously, when you decided to get sick, you did it thoroughly." "Yes, I suppose I did," he said with a bit of a laugh. And though it sounded a bit forced, Edie was glad to hear it. "But the fever broke again, and I made it through all right. Thank heaven you didn't develop gangrene, or rabies, or—" She stopped, pressing a hand to her chest at all the ghastly possibilities. "God, Stuart!" The doctor was worried about both, but thankfully neither happened. I did have muscle damage, though. I was bedridden for 3 weeks, and even after I was on my feet, it was another 2 months before I could use my leg at all. And by then, atrophy had set in, and I was as wobbly as a newborn colt. Slowly, I got better. but the doctors said I'd probably never walk right again." She nodded, striving to keep her face from showing any twinge of pity, for she could tell he hated that. "And did Dr. Cahill agree with their assessment?" "Not completely, no. He's uncertain if my leg will ever be quite right, but he believes a regimen of walking and stretching the muscles of my leg will increase my mobility, break up the scar tissue, and help alleviate the pain. But I shall have to do this sort of regimen every day for the rest of my life." "I see." Edie fell silent, studying his face for a moment. It was the same dark, handsome face she'd seen at the Hanford ball, and yet it was different. It wasn't, she realized, a reckless face anymore. "Stuart, what happened to Jones?" He swallowed and looked away. "I'd rather not talk about that, Edie, if you don't mind." She nodded, for if anyone knew what it meant to not want to discuss painful subjects, it was she. "Right," she said, forcing a brisk note into her voice. "So what would you like me to do?" "Just stand there for a moment." Using the footboard, he lowered himself to the floor until he was in a prone position at her feet. It hurt, she could tell by his face, and she couldn't help thinking of the man she'd first met, a man who had moved through a crowded ballroom with the grace of a leopard. He must hate this, she thought, after the life he's led. "Hand me the watch." His request interrupted her thoughts, and Edie complied, banishing any melancholy about the man he had been. At least he was alive. "Dr. Cahill gave me 2 stretches to start with," he went on. "I'm to do 3 of each. But what is the watch for? I have to hold each stretch for 30 seconds and gradually increase the time to a full minute." He lifted his injured leg until it was perpendicular to the floor. "Come closer, Edie, and wrap your arm around my leg. Closer," he added, as she moved a step forward. "Your body should be flush against the back of my thigh." Edie complied, feeling terribly awkward. She'd never done any nursing in her life, and what she knew of that particular skill could fit in a thimble, and she was fully aware of his leg pressed against her torso. "Yes. Now, we're going to stretch my hamstring. Put your free hand on the ball of my foot and slowly press my toes toward my chest. I'll tell you when to stop." She started to do as he asked, but the moment she did, he inhaled sharply, and she slacked her hold, stricken. "Did I hurt you?" "No," he said. "It pulls, but it doesn't hurt. Do it again, only this time don't stop until I tell you." "There," he said as she complied. "Now, don't let go for 30 seconds, and keep your arm tight around my leg so my knee stays locked." Edie would never have thought a mere 30 seconds could seem so long. The room was warm, the air still, and their position shockingly intimate. She could feel the heat of Stuart's body all along hers, his heel beneath her breasts, his taut thigh against her abdomen, his hip against the side of her foot. This was beyond anything in her experience. With the exception of Frederick, she knew nothing of men, or intimacy either. "All right," Stuart said at last, and the sound of his voice thankfully pushed thoughts of Frederick out of her mind. Edie let her breath out in a rush of relief and lowered her arms to her sides. Stuart shook his leg a bit, then nodded. "Do it again, and go a bit farther this time." The second stretch was easier for her. The intimacy of it wasn't quite as shocking, and her apprehension eased. For him, though, it was harder. She discerned that by his breathing, for it was deeper, more force than before. "Do you want me to ease back?" she asked. He shook his head, and on the third stretch, he instructed her to take it even farther. "Are you certain? I don't want to hurt you." "You won't. I'm aware of how far I can push my body, believe me. Besides, even if it did hurt, I wouldn't mind." His gaze skimmed over her face, and his eyes seemed to darken to the color of smoke. "Not with the view I've got, anyway." Edie could feel the heat of his gaze as if she were standing by a fire. She stirred, but that move only made her more acutely aware of his leg pressed against her body, so she stilled and looked away. She was afraid suddenly, but it was an entirely different sort of fear than she was used to. "Not susceptible to my blatant attempts at flirtation, I see." When she didn't answer, he moved against her, and she let go of his leg. "Oh, very well. If you won't flirt back, I suppose I shall have to show you the next exercise." "That might be best." "I don't flirt." She didn't say she had no talent for it. He probably already knew that. He rolled onto his stomach. "Kneel down behind me," he said, as he turned his head to the side and bent his injured leg. "You're going to stretch my front thigh muscle," he said, as he held the watch beside his face to mark the time. "So you'll wrap your hand around my shin with your right hand and press my heel toward my bum." It was a good thing he wasn't able to see her face, she thought, as she complied with these instructions, for she knew she was blushing like mad. "How's this?" "Yes, but harder. Use your weight. Rest your left forearm on my spine and brace your shoulder against the back of my foot. Good. Now lean in." "More. A little more," he hissed as she hit the tension point. "Hold it there." This was a far more intimate exercise than the previous one. Even through a corset and 3 other layers of fabric, Edie was acutely aware of the tip of her breast touching his buttock and the side of her other breast pressed against his calf. Never had 30 seconds seemed so long. When he finally called the time, she was so relieved that she couldn't help a heavy sigh. He heard it. "Are you all right?" "Of course," she assured him at once, although she feared the breathless quality of her voice might not have made her reply very convincing. But if he noticed, he didn't tease her about it. "Good," he said. "Do it again." She did, and because she had to press harder this time, the 30 seconds seemed like 100. Everywhere his body touched hers, he felt scorching hot. Slowly, as the seconds ticked by, she became aware of other things. The slow, deep labor of his breathing, the hard muscle of his calf beneath her fingertips, the scent of sandalwood, his soap perhaps. Inexplicably, her body began to tingle. The third time, she was aware of all that and something more. She could feel tension rising within her own body. A thick, strange sort of tension she'd never felt in her life before. It unfolded inside her, warm and slow, but it also strengthened and deepened with each second that passed until it felt almost luscious. "Shall we, Edie?" She closed her eyes. She could feel the rise and fall of his body beneath her with each breath he took. Everything else in the world seemed faint and far away. "That's 30 seconds. His voice pulled her out of the strange daze she'd fallen into. She sank back on her knees, and only when he rolled over and sat up did she realize that her breathing was as hard and labored as his. The room was hot. The air was still. Her heart was thudding hard in her chest. He smiled, and it hurt, piercing her like an arrow. "I think I like that one," he said softly. She strove to catch her breath, but she didn't even know why she was breathing so hard. "Why are you doing this?" she whispered. He tilted his head, studying her. "Why do I have the feeling we're not talking about my leg?" "I understand why you want what you want," Edie went on, not even knowing what impelled her to pursue the topic. "But why with me?" He sat up straighter, drawing closer to her. "We've already discussed this. We're married, Edie." She felt a curious sense of disappointment at that answer, and she didn't even know why. What on earth had she been expecting him to say? "You could probably gain an annulment if you petitioned for one. After all, I'm refusing to give you your... Her throat felt suddenly dry as dust, but she forced the words out. "Your conjugal rights. They might grant an annulment to you because of that. I don't care if they would." His gaze roamed over her face. "I don't want an annulment, Edie." "And if it were granted," she went on as if he hadn't spoken, "you could remarry." "I like the wife I have, thank you." He touched her, his fingertips gliding over her cheek so softly that she couldn't seem to find the will to pull back. "You wouldn't," she thought, squeezing her eyes shut. "Not if you knew." "You could find someone much better suited to you than I am," she said, hearing a note of desperation enter her voice. "Someone much prettier." "Prettier?" he interrupted with a scoffing sound. "You think you're not pretty?" She swallowed painfully and opened her eyes. "We both know I'm not." His gaze roamed over her face for what seemed an eternity. "I don't know anything of the kind," he said at last. She hated this, hated his open, appraising stare, hating more how raw and vulnerable it made her feel. "Now who's lying?" she whispered, and looked away. We both remember that afternoon on the terrace. His palm cupped her cheek, and he brought her gaze back to his. "And although I can't be completely certain why it sticks in your memory, I'll tell you why it sticks in mine. I said something that afternoon that made you smile, and that was the first time you had ever, and I mean ever, smiled at me." "So?" The question was a tight, hard whisper, like the knot of fear inside her. She could hardly bear it, this light, tender caress, and yet she was free to yank his hand away if she chose. "Stand up," she thought. "Walk away." She didn't move. Her hands curled into fists at her sides. "What's your point?" "My point is that you're right." "About what?" She looked down, staring at his chin, trying to stare past him altogether, trying not to feel anything. "About you not being pretty," he mused, his fingertips tracing feather-light explorations across her cheeks, down her temples, and along her jaw. "Because when you smiled at me that day, I didn't think you were pretty at all." He paused, his fingertips stilled. "I thought you were beautiful." At those words, something fractured inside her. She caught back a sob. "I can't give you what you want, Stuart. You should find someone who can." "But what about you, Edie? What about what you want?" His thumb brushed back and forth across her lips, and it took all she had to force words out. "It doesn't seem to matter what I want. But it does matter." This light caress was almost unbearable. "Don't you want children?" Fear pushed up higher, up against her heart, and it hurt, like pushing a bruise. "No," she lied. "Why not?" He stopped caressing her mouth. He leaned closer, and she tried to turn away, but his hand slid into her hair, holding her still. "Oh, don't!" She jerked back, and the wrapper of her tea-gown caught on his cufflink, tearing the delicate lace. The sound was like a match to powder, igniting her into action. "I can't do this." She scrambled backward on her knees, trying to get to her feet and get away, but somehow her skirts had become pinned beneath his hip. "Let go!" she cried, any shred of reason dissolving into sheer panic. She tugged desperately at her skirts. "Let go! Let go! Let go!" He lifted his hips, freeing her, but by the time she managed to find her feet beneath the layers of lace, silk, and muslin and stand up, Stuart had also risen, levering himself up by use of the footboard. "Edie, wait!" He grasped her wrist as she started to turn away, and when she pulled, he didn't let her go. Instead, his grip tightened, and she froze, gripped by fear and shame and a sudden terrible sense of inevitability. Why run? What would be the point? She stared down at the torn lace of her wrapper. It was a small tear, only an inch or two, and yet she felt ripped apart, exposed, as if there were a scarlet A emblazoned on her chest. Her free hand lifted, and she watched it shake as she drew the edges of the wrapper together. My God! Stuart's voice seemed to come to her from a great distance away. But though his hoarse whisper was barely discernible over the roar in her ears, it was enough to tell her that he had realized the truth. His hand let go of her wrist as if she burned. My God! Of course! How dense I've been! His hand came up to touch her face. She flinched, and though his hand fell away, the fear inside her began forcing its way to the surface. She fought hard to hold it in, just as she had done so many times before, striving not to come apart. Her chest began to hurt from the effort it took to breathe. The scent of eau de cologne seemed to fill her nostrils and wrench her stomach. Shame washed over her, burning her skin like the lye soap she'd used 6 years ago to scrub it all away. Edie, look at me. She shook her head in refusal. But even as she did, she knew that unless she wanted to slip out in the middle of the night and run away, she'd have to look at him sometime. And she could run to the ends of the earth, and it still wouldn't matter, for she could never outrun what had happened to her. Steeling herself, she forced her gaze up. But the moment she saw his face, she felt her composure fracturing apart. She turned away, running for the door. She ran, not because of fear, but because the shocked, appalled look on Stuart's face was more than she could bear. Chapter 12. Stuart had felt many powerful emotions in his life. He'd been in the idiotic throes of first love and the dark depths of grief. He'd been awed by the breathtaking beauty of an African sunset and stopped in his tracks by the vibrancy of a girl's freckled face. He'd known lust, hunger, joy, and despair. He thought he'd known rage. Until now. Stuart stood in Edie's bedroom, and he knew all the angers he'd ever experienced before were nothing but petty irritations. Rage was different. Rage was this. his blood seething through his veins like lava, his head feeling as if it would split apart, blackness descending over his eyes and blotting out everything but Edie's shaking hand pulling her clothes together. In that tiny action, the truth had come to him like a lightning flash, shocking him into utter paralysis as Edie had run out. He couldn't follow her, even now. He couldn't move or even think, not with this rage erupting inside him. He could only feel. Standing here, in a prim and pretty English bedroom of lavender silks and velvets, he felt more savage, more primordial than any beast he'd ever encountered in the African bush. He wanted to kill the son of a bitch who'd done this to her. He wanted to hunt him, track him, bring him down and shred his flesh to his bones. He wanted to confront her father and demand why the hell he hadn't done something to avenge her. He wanted to flay himself for not seeing the truth before now. He wanted to get drunk, start a fight, put a hole through a wall, do anything but the one thing he knew he had to do. Stuart took a deep breath and rubbed his hands over his face, working to govern the violence inside himself. Rage would be of no help right now. He reached for his walking stick, took up his shoes, and returned to his own room. He dressed for dinner, and somehow, putting on a starched bib shirt, white waistcoat, black trousers, and black dinner jacket, helped him tamp down the rage inside. As he tied his white silk tie into a proper bow, as he fastened shirt studs and cufflinks, as he tucked a white pocket square into place, he was able to set aside the part of his soul that was raging beast and regain the part that was civilized man. Then, and only then, he went in search of his wife. He found her in the Roman garden, or, as she called it, the secret garden. She was sitting on the bench where they'd sat the day before, but as she caught sight of him emerging from between the tall clumps of fennel and spires of mullein, she jumped to her feet. "What do you want?" He stopped, studying her across the courtyard, considering how to proceed without causing her more pain or making things worse. He'd come out here to comfort her, but looking at her now, he suspected she would welcome comfort about as much as she would welcome having a tooth drawn. He took a deep breath. It wasn't just your heart he broke, was it? Her face twisted, and it was like a knife going into his chest. Stuart paused, working to force the words out. He violated you. She made no sound. She shed no tears. She didn't move or speak. She just looked at him, and no answer to his question was necessary. Her pain hung in the sultry summer air between them, and Stuart's rage drove even deeper, spread even wider. From the beginning, he'd sensed her pain. He just hadn't seen the true reason for it. Or maybe he just hadn't wanted to see. This wasn't a broken heart or a virgin's fear. This wasn't something simple. Still, he knew the truth now, and as horrific as it was, there was no going back. So what was he supposed to do with the knowledge? God, in a situation like this, what was any man supposed to do? "I want to kill him, Edie," he said, voicing his first impulse. "I want to board the next ship for New York, find that bastard and kill him." "You can't," she said dully. "I appreciate the gesture, but you can't. Here, a duke might perhaps get by with murder, but in New York, they've no such sentiment. They'd hang you. Besides, don't you think I thought of killing him? How many ways I plotted it. For a while. It was the only thing I lived for. But one gets past that. There was Joanna to think of, you see, and her future. I know I can't murder him, but there are other possibilities. What? A duel over my honor? She laughed, and it made him flinch. I met him for a rendezvous. I never dreamed... She stopped and shook her head. It doesn't matter. We were seen afterward. He refused to marry me. So by society's reckoning, I was a jumped-up slut. A slick little baggage who tried to trick a true gentleman into marriage and failed. There's no honor to fight over, especially not 6 years later. A duel is quite tempting, I confess, but it isn't what I'm thinking of. She shook her head. He's rich, he's powerful, he's quite untouchable. No man was untouchable, but Stuart didn't say so. Instead, he drew another deep breath, reminded himself of what was important right now, and once again pushed his rage back down. He'd have time for that another day. I can't begin to imagine what you endured, and I don't expect you to tell me about it, but good! The word was like a rifle shot. But if you ever want to... I shan't. Now please go away. She was like a wounded animal, he thought, looking at her. Fear and pain were in every line of her, in the taut stillness of her form, and in her watchful, wary stare. She wanted to be alone, to lick her wounds, and though she'd been that way all along, he couldn't let her stay that way. More than ever, she reminded him of a gazelle, and he decided that was the only way to approach her. Slowly, moving with infinite care, he took a step closer, then stopped as she caught up the folds of her skirts. He took another step, and she glanced around as if trying to determine which way to run. But the lush shrubbery all around rather hemmed her in, and when he took another step, she must have decided not to go crashing through it. Instead, she lifted her chin and faced him down. I would really like to be alone, if you don't mind. I do mind, he answered, continuing around the fountain toward her with slow, measured steps. By my estimation, I am still entitled to 30 minutes of your time today. You can't be serious. She stared at him, clearly aghast. You can't expect to continue with this now. I can, and I do. He watched her pale face go even whiter, but he could not withdraw. He could not leave her to this alone. She was his wife. Nothing has changed. Not for me. I have 8 days left, unless you intend to renege. She shifted her weight and cast another furtive glance around. You could, of course, he went on, as he began mounting the limestone steps. But that would mean you'd have to run away from me. He stopped in front of her. It was nearing dusk, the time of day when colors seemed most vivid and scents most potent. He could see the gold specks in her green eyes and the coppery glint in her red-blonde hair. He could smell the fragrance of the garden, and he could smell her fear. And running would be rather futile, don't you think? You know nothing about it, she said through clenched teeth. Nothing. But I do know about fear. I've faced it more than once. That's what one has to do with fear, by the way. Face it and defeat it, because you can't ever run far enough or fast enough to escape from it. A sob tore from her throat, but she caught it back, biting down on her lip. I also know about pain, he went on. I know about being wounded, but Edie, wounds do heal. There might be scar tissue left behind, but if you hold on long enough, even the deepest wound can heal. Her head came up. Those gold specks in her eyes flashed like sparks. So that's what you think? There was derision in her voice. You think you can heal me? I was rather hoping we could heal each other. You don't need me to heal your wounds. We both know you could hire a valet to help you, or you could be treated by the local doctor. You don't really need me at all. Don't I? It was his turn to look away. But as he stared past her shoulder to the intricate wrought iron plaque that hung on the limestone wall behind her, his mind flashed to the night he'd almost died. That's where you're wrong, Edie. I need you more than you could possibly know. I don't see why. It doesn't matter. Not right now. He forced himself to look at her again. I came out here to comfort you, not the other way around. She looked past him, staring at the fountain. That was kind of you. But I'm beyond needing comfort. Are you? He noted the blank impassivity of her face. Are you indeed? She stirred. We should go in. It's almost time for dinner. Not yet, he said, as she started to step around him. There's one thing I want to say. He lifted his left hand to cup her face. She leaned back, evading his touch, a forcible reminder of what was at stake. So he moved back a step and opened his hand in front of her, offering it. She looked at it, but didn't move to take it. You don't have to take my hand, he said. You don't have to kiss me or bed me or do anything else you don't want to do, Edie. There is only one thing I'm asking of you. She kept her gaze on his palm. What's that? She whispered. Give me a chance. He paused, ducking his head a bit so that he could look into her face. Give us a chance. I need that. And I think you need it too. He waited, and it seemed an eternity before she spoke. Tomorrow morning we'll meet with Mr. Robson to go over the books. 10 o'clock. She stepped around him, but she didn't move to go down the steps. Instead, she stopped. As to the other, she said over her shoulder, without looking at him. I'll try, Stuart. For the next 8 days, I'll try. That's all I can promise you. He watched her walk away, and he could only hope 8 days was enough to buy him a lifetime. Just now, it didn't seem the least bit likely. Of all the things Edie might have expected to feel should Stuart ever discover the truth, relief had never been one of them. If she'd ever paused to contemplate the awful prospect that he'd uncover her secret, she would have predicted the result to be a deepening of the emotions that already haunted her. But to feel relief that he knew? No, Edie never would have predicted that. And yet, in the wake of his discovery, she felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, and it was only then that she appreciated what a burden a secret could be when one carried it all alone. But that didn't make anything easier. Despite a sense of relief, Edie felt even more vulnerable and exposed than before, and for her, dinner was awkward and embarrassing. Joanna, however, saved the day by asking him about Africa, and throughout the meal they were regaled with descriptions of that continent's breathtaking scenery and exotic animals, and tales of life in the bush. Joanna and Mrs. Simmons listened with rapt attention, and, though another time Edie might have been equally fascinated, tonight she was too preoccupied to care much about stories of rhinos and elephants. That he still wanted to continue astonished her. He knew the truth now. Didn't he see that what he wanted was hopeless? And yet, even as she asked herself that question, she felt restive, uncertain. Was it hopeless? She glanced up from her dessert to study him across the dining table. The dining room was the only one in the house still lit by candles, and in their mellow glow, glimmers of the African sun could be seen in his dark brown hair and bronzed skin. Laugh lines creased the edges of his eyes and mouth as he told Joanna some tale about taking a dandified Italian count on safari. He looked splendidly handsome in his dinner jacket. But then, he was a handsome man. She'd always known that. If I'd been 5 feet tall with bad teeth and a potbelly, I don't think the proposition you made to me would have ever occurred to you. I think you were at least a little bit attracted to me the moment you first saw me. I know damn sure I was attracted to you. His words in her room at the Savoy came echoing back to her. And for the first time, Edie wondered if there might be some truth in them. Would she have thought up the idea of marrying him if he hadn't been so terribly attractive? As if he sensed her watching him, he looked across the table, and when she looked into those beautiful gray eyes, she felt the same strange, shivery feeling she'd felt the first time he'd ever looked at her. She'd been desperate to find a way to avoid going back home, but until Stuart, she hadn't seen a way. And then he'd looked at her, with that quizzical frown on his brow and slight smile on his lips, and she'd felt his attraction like the pull of a magnet. Preoccupied with all the other emotions swirling around in her that night, she hadn't admitted it or even realized it was there, and she'd always believed it was serendipity and nothing more. But now, looking at him across the dining table, she realized he was right. Amid her fear and panic, there had been attraction, too, lurking beneath, suppressed and unacknowledged. And like the girl in the garden at Hanford House had done, she looked at him now and wondered what her life might have been like if she'd met him first, before Saratoga, when she'd been innocent, unsullied, whole. The room suddenly felt suffocating. Edie looked away and set down her fork. "Forgive me," she said, and stood up, bringing conversation to a halt, and Stuart to his feet. "If you don't mind, I'm going to my room. I've a bit of a headache." "Would you like a Beecham's powder sent up?" he asked. "I have some." "No, that's quite all right. I just want to go to bed. Good night, everyone." She escaped the dining room and went upstairs, but even her bedroom wasn't much of a sanctuary. Not now. Not since he'd been there. Edie leaned back against her closed bedroom door and stared at the floor where he'd touched her face and told her she was beautiful when she smiled, where he'd learned her secret and her shame. "Nothing has changed, Edie. Not for me." How could that be? How could he want her now? But he did. He wanted her because he thought she could be a normal woman with a normal woman's desires. She lifted her hand, her fingers touching her face as Stuart had touched her. and she wondered for a moment if it was possible. But then she thought of what would come after he touched her face and called her beautiful, of the invasion of his body into hers, and hope vanished like a candle blown out. Saratoga had happened. There was no going back. The following morning, they met with Mr. Robson as planned. From Stuart's point of view, it was a wholly unnecessary meeting, for his steward had been forwarding quarterly reports for all the ducal properties to his club in Nairobi during his entire absence. But he didn't tell Edie that, for after the tumult of yesterday, she probably needed someone to be a buffer, and the dry, business-like Scotsman was as good a buffer as any. When she asked Robson to inform him of the current conditions of the various estates, Stuart ignored the steward's slightly puzzled expression and gave the other man an encouraging nod. As Robson enumerated the various renovations made to the various ducal properties, he listened to everything he already knew with full attention. It wasn't until the 2 hours were up that she ended the meeting. She then mumbled something about luncheon with the other members of the Sales of Work Committee and a pressing need to pay calls on ladies of the county, and dashed off. He appreciated that she felt the need to put some distance between them. And truth be told, he needed it too. He'd known from the first that Edie wasn't like any other woman he'd met. In coming home, he'd known she would not welcome the idea of a real marriage between them. And in making that wager, he'd known winning a kiss from her wouldn't be easy. He'd also thought he knew the reasons behind all that, but now he appreciated that he hadn't had a clue. The truth, when it came, had shocked and enraged him. The initial shock had now passed, and his rage had been pushed down to a rolling simmer deep in his guts. But now he had to deal with something far more difficult, something all his vast but shallow experience with women had never taught him. He would need to evoke pleasure in a woman whose only experience with love-making was brutality. He would need to bring her desire to life after another man had tried to kill it. As he pondered the question of how to go about it, he felt hopelessly at sea. It was probably the first time in his entire adult life that he was with a woman he had no clue how to seduce. It scared the hell out of him. And what if he failed? What if no matter what he did or tried to do, it wasn't enough? Every woman deserved the pleasures of lovemaking. Not only the physical release, but also the tenderness, the intimacy, and the sheer fun of it. And it was a man's office to see that she received them. If he failed, Edie might never know those things. Everything in him rebelled against that notion. She was his wife. She deserved those pleasures, by God, and it was up to him that she had them. But how? All he had to do was win a kiss, but he knew if he pushed too hard or too fast, she'd flee, their wager be damned. And if he succeeded in winning their bet, there was no guarantee she'd keep to the terms afterward. Could he blame her if she didn't? Even if she stayed, could he make her happy? The horrific thing that had happened to her was like a wall between them. What if he couldn't breach it? What if she decided one day she couldn't stick it and she left him? Stuart forced his mind away from hypothetical scenarios and back to reality. He had to win a kiss. That was his only goal. As for the rest, he'd have to worry about that when he got there. Chapter 13. If Edie thought leaving Highcliffe for the afternoon would enable her to escape from Stuart, she was sadly mistaken. Ladies of the county expressed great delight at the Duke's return, commented on how happy she must be, and assured her that she need have no further worry about fulfilling her duty, for now that the Duke had come home, there was sure to be a son and heir in the nursery before long. Edie, feeling hemmed in on all sides, finally gave up making calls and returned to the house, where she found it vitally important to forego tea and sort through the storage rooms in the attics with Mrs. Gates instead. But she could not avoid being alone with him forever. At 5 o'clock, one of the housemaids came up and informed her that His Grace had finished his tea and was waiting for her on the terrace so that they might take their evening walk together. She went down to join him with a feeling of dread. But much to her relief, he did not refer to the mortifying events of the day before. As they took Snuffles for a stroll through the gardens, she kept their conversation on safe, neutral ground. The fine, hot weather, the news in the village, and the condition of the herbaceous borders, and he seemed content with these mundane topics. Afterward, she went to her room and changed into the same sort of loose-fitting tea gown she'd worn the day before, and just as she had the day before, she kept her corset on. Stuart might be right that it would be easier for her to assist him if she didn't wear one, but to her mind, the more barriers between them, the better. Not that it seemed to make much difference, for by the time he tapped on her door a few minutes later, she was as jumpy as a cat on hot bricks. When she opened the door, the sight of him in his smoking jacket was a forcible reminder of the intimacy the day before and the painful revelations that had followed. When he closed the door behind him, the turn of the key in the lock drove her to the other side of the room. When he slid off his shoes and shrugged out of his smoking jacket, she busied herself with straightening the bottles on her dressing table, but that only made things worse, for the green glass bottle of liniment was among them, and she could not for the life of her imagine ever being at ease enough in his company to apply it. When he asked if she was ready to begin, she rose from the dressing table and crossed to where he stood, but she couldn't quite meet his gaze. He noticed it at once. "Edie, you don't need to be nervous." "I'm not nervous," she denied, and the moment she said it, she grimaced at how horribly unconvincing she sounded. "All right, yes," she admitted. "I am." "So am I, if that makes you feel better." He laid down, rolled onto his back, and stretched his leg toward the ceiling. "After all," he added as she wrapped her arm around his thigh, "you have all the power here." Since she never would have chosen to be in this position, with his leg pressed against her body and heat spreading through her own, she didn't feel like she had any power at all. "How so?" He spread his arms wide. "I'm at your mercy. If I misbehave, you can make me pay for it." She didn't see how, since they both knew he could easily overpower her any time he wished, but she didn't explore the point, and they completed all the stretches without any further conversation. The intimacy of assisting him was even more acute than the day before, however, and she was quite relieved when they were finished. "Is it starting to help?" she asked, as she stood up and moved a bit farther away. "The walking and the stretching?" "I think it is." He wriggled his leg experimentally, then stood up, testing his weight on it a bit. "Yes, I really think it is," he said after a moment. "It's a bit sore, but I expect that liniment Cahill gave me will help. Where did you put it?" She froze, and all her mortification of the day before came roaring back tenfold. "I can't, Stuart," she blurted out, rubbing her hands down the sides of her gown. "I can't do that part." He didn't seem surprised. He nodded. "You don't have to, Edie, if you don't want to." His quiet acceptance of her refusal impelled her to reiterate her point. "I want to help you," she said, and crossed to the dressing table to retrieve the bottle. "I do, but after yesterday, you must see that there are some things I can't bear. Here," she added, shoving the bottle at him. He took the bottle from her outstretched hand. "Edie, I know you want me to do it," she said, her cheeks growing hot. "And of course I know why. I mean, I'm not some young green girl." For some strange reason, that made him smile. "But it's a step too far, Stuart. It's too... She looked away, working to force the last word out. "Intimate. Edie, stop." He put the bottle in his pocket and took a step closer, putting his hands on her arms. "You don't have to justify anything to me." He ducked his head so he could look into her averted face, and he said, "You know, I think this finally gives me the opportunity I've been waiting for." "Opportunity?" she echoed, and the words sounded faint to her ears. "Yes, there's something I feel I need to say, but I haven't known quite how to bring it up, and this only underscores the fact that I must. Before I leave you to change for dinner, might we sit and talk for a moment?" She would have preferred to bring this interlude to an end, but she gave a reluctant nod. She gestured to the two plum velvet chairs flanking the fireplace, but when she took one, he did not take the other. Instead, he crossed to her dressing table and pulled out the cushioned stool tucked beneath it. Carrying it by one of its wooden legs, he brought it across to where she sat and placed it directly before her. His knee brushed hers as he sat down in front of her, but it would be silly to object, since they had been in much closer proximity only a few minutes earlier. With that thought, the room seemed even warmer than before, and she wished that the open windows offered some sort of breeze. She shifted a bit sideways and folded her hands primly in her lap. "What is it you wanted to discuss?" "Any time there are confidences between people, it's always awkward afterward." He stretched out his right leg beside her chair, set aside his stick, and leaned forward, crossing his forearms over his left knee. "Please believe that I don't want to make things harder for you, or cause you any further embarrassment or pain, but there is one thing about what was revealed yesterday that I need to address." She glanced past him to the door, feeling a bit desperate. "I'd rather you didn't, I'm sure. And I wouldn't if I didn't feel it was absolutely necessary. It's damned difficult, though." He fell silent, pressing a fist to his mouth, and he looked away for a long moment. She waited, hands clenching more tightly in her lap with each moment, wishing he would just say it, whatever it was. At last, he stirred, lowered his hand, and looked at her again. "Edie, I have the feeling that you were wholly innocent when this happened to you, that you had no experience at all, am I right?" "Oh, God!" Edie's hands came apart to grip the arms of her chair. "Why are you asking me this?" she whispered harshly, turning her face aside. "Because if that's so, then there's something you may not know, something you need to know. Among all animals, humans included, there are rules. Whether it's a pride of lions or a colony of monkeys or a man and a woman alone together, one of the most basic rules of any society is that the female always has the right to refuse the male's advances." Edie wriggled in her chair, so uncomfortable that she could hardly breathe. "I really don't want to talk about this, please." "I know you don't, and I'm sorry to cause you distress, but it's important we get this quite clear. Edie, please look at me." She forced herself to comply. His face was grave, and when she looked in his eyes, the tenderness she saw there was almost her undoing. But as difficult as it was to hold his gaze, she did. "I dare say you don't believe that that particular rule exists," he went on. "Some men break it, obviously." He grimaced at that, and he paused long enough to draw a deep breath. "But I want you to know that between us, Edie, it is inviolable." "That's an easy thing for a man to say, Stuart," she choked. "I realize that," he said gently. "But we both know my intent is to seduce you, and despite what I learned yesterday, that hasn't changed. It's only fair to warn you that I will make advances. I might pick up your hand, for instance." He leaned forward, reaching for her hand, slowly, giving her plenty of time to snatch it back if she chose. Edie didn't move. He lifted her hand in his, holding her fingertips in a loose grip. "You can pull away if you want to." The pad of his thumb brushed back and forth across her knuckles. "Do you want to?" The caress was feather light, and yet it made her tingle, with apprehension and something more. "You're only holding my hand," she said, trying to sound indifferent. "It seems harmless enough." "True, but I might turn it over." Slowly he did so, and his thumb brushed her palm. It tickled, and she gave a start of surprise. He stopped, and she knew he was waiting for her to make a choice. She didn't move. "I might." He paused. Cradling her hand in his, he lifted it. His eyes met hers as he pressed her hand to his cheek. "I might kiss it." He turned his head, still holding her gaze, and pressed a kiss into her palm. She felt it through her entire body, a sensation that was not fear at all. She gave a gasp of surprise and jerked her hand away, but even after she had pulled away, she could still feel the warmth of his lips against her palm. Resisting the impulse to tuck her hands behind her, she forced herself to say something. "I don't suppose—" She paused, striving to put an acerbic note into her voice. "I don't suppose you could just resist the temptation to make these advances." The question, when it came out, was a breathless rush, not nearly as biting as she'd have wished. "I'm afraid not," he answered, and though his voice was grave, there was a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. "I knew that's what you'd say," she muttered. "The stakes are high, Edie, and I'm playing this game to win." His smile vanished. "But if there's anything I ever do or try to do that you don't like or don't want, you don't have to justify your objection. All you ever have to do is say no." That was too much to bear. "I did say no," she cried, her hands balling into fists, her control threatening to splinter apart. "I said it to him. I said it over and over and over." Stuart's mouth tightened, and for a moment she could see her pain in his face, pain and anger. Anger, she realized, that was on her behalf. "I'm sure you did. But I am not him." He reached out, fingers gliding along her cheek, to push back a stray lock of her hair. "Always, Edie, always try to remember that. I am not him." With that, he looked away, glancing at the clock on her mantel. "I see that I have used a quarter-hour more than my entitled time today," he said, shoving back the stool and reaching for his walking stick. "You can dock me for it tomorrow if you like." he said, his voice light. "Although I rather hope you don't, for I'm sure you have some very exciting plans for us tomorrow." She drew a deep, steadying breath and stood up, grateful for his offhand teasing, for it helped her regain her composure. "I do, actually. Very exciting plans. A few rounds of whist with some of the county's elderly spinsters," he guessed as he rose to his feet. "Or evensong, perhaps." "Neither of those. Not tomorrow, at least. We are going into the village to do some shopping. Joanna and I need to visit Miss Mays." "The milliner?" he groaned. "Tell me you're joking." "My outing, my choice. You set these rules, remember?" "There are limits, Edie," he grumbled. "The vicar, Mr. Robson, and now Miss Mays. We might stop by the draper's shop as well. Worse and worse. Still, these blatant attempts to bore me to death shan't succeed, for no matter what we do, I don't find you the least bit boring. I enjoy your company, even if it's only for a visit to the milliners and the drapers. But," he added, as he turned away and started toward the door, "just so you know, I might have to snatch a kiss from you along the way to liven things up." Edie's heart gave a hard thud of alarm in her chest at that possibility, but she realized in horror that right alongside it she also felt a tiny but unmistakable dash of anticipation. The idea that she might be looking forward to the possibility of being kissed by him was so startling and so muddle-headed that he had already crossed a room and opened the door before she managed to think of a suitable reply. "Even if you did kiss me," she said, mustering her dignity, "it wouldn't count." "True." He paused in the doorway and grinned at her over his shoulder. "Unless you kiss me back." "It still wouldn't count." He merely laughed, slipped out the door, and closed it behind him. The following afternoon, they went to Miss May's millinery establishment, but Edie only forced Stuart to endure 20 minutes of hat shopping before she purchased the packet of feathers she needed, and they departed the shop. Joanna begged to be allowed to peruse the paintings and sketching supplies available at Fraser's Emporium, and Edie agreed, sending Mrs. Simmons in to accompany her. "So Joanna likes to muck about with paints, does she?" Stuart asked, as the girl and her governess disappeared into the shop. "She adores it," Edie told him. "She's quite good, too, even with oils. Whenever we're in London, she wants to visit the museums and the art galleries. The Royal Exhibition is near her birthday, so I always take her to it. She loves painting." "Does she indeed?" He frowned, looking thoughtful as he glanced into the window of Fraser's. "That knowledge might prove useful," he murmured. "Oh, how so?" He returned his attention to her. "Oh, Christmas, you know, and her birthday." He pointed toward the door. "Don't you want to go inside?" No, I have another shop to visit. We'll call for her on the way back." "Whitcomb's," he guessed, as they continued on up the high street. "I suppose that's where we're headed." She laughed. "The Drapers? No, I won't subject you to that. Not after you've been such a sport about going to Miss May's." "That's a fortunate thing for both of us, then. Since you are not making me endure contemplation of buttons and pins, I won't continue conjuring plans for revenge. Have you been making such plans, then?" "I have, but don't expect me to tell you what they are. I intend to hold them in reserve in case you decide to drag me along to one of your charity committee meetings." "I would never do that." She made a face at him, thinking of the call she'd made the day before, and all the delight his return from Africa had evoked among the ladies of the county. "With you at our meeting, we'd never accomplish anything. The women would be far too occupied fluttering around you to do any work. If they did, would it make you jealous? No, she countered at once. I'm the only woman on the committee under 60. Ah, but what if that weren't the case? He slanted her a wicked look. If all the women were young and beautiful, what then? The jolt of jealousy was so unexpected and so violent, it caught her completely by surprise, and she almost tripped on the sidewalk. It was suddenly incumbent upon her to pretend great interest in Havisham's confectionery shop, and she stopped, turning toward the window. She leaned close to the glass, cupping her hands on either side of her face, as if to keep off the glare. But it was really to hide her expression, for she feared what she felt was written all over her face. He leaned close to her ear, tilting his head to duck beneath the brim of her hat. Keeping mum on that score, are you? No need, she murmured, working to sound as prim and indifferent as possible. I told you when we married. She paused, swallowed, and said the rest. You could bed any woman you wanted, and I wouldn't care. Edie, he said, his voice softly chiding. Come on, toss a chap a crumb of encouragement, will you? He nuzzled her ear, right there on High Street. Just a crumb. Tell me that the idea of another woman makes you a tiny bit jealous. Her face was hot, flushed, and she wanted to press her cheek against the glass. Maybe, she whispered, admitting the wretched truth. Just a tiny bit. He laughed, a low, soft laugh against her ear, and seemingly satisfied, he pulled back. Do you want something from Havisham's? He asked. I'm not sure, she lied, trying to concentrate on the rows of petit fours and tea cakes lined up in display cases, and not on the fact that though he was standing a full foot away, she could still feel the brush of his lips against her ear. Like sweets, do you? He made it sound so terribly naughty. Some sweets, yes, she said, and straightened away from the window. I think I will go in. I see they have chocolates, and Joanna loves those. Then I shall leave you for a few minutes. I need to go across to the telegraph office for a bit. I shan't be long. You wish to send a telegram? Several, actually. He didn't explain. If you'll forgive me. She watched him point across the street, and she shook her head. He didn't owe her explanations of his correspondence. Of course. She was glad for the separation. By the time he returned to fetch her, enough time had passed for her cheeks to cool and her poise to return. No chocolates? He asked, noting her lack of a pastry box as she stepped out onto the sidewalk. Not today. She turned and resumed walking up the high street. I'm having them delivered. So, where are we going next? He asked, falling in step beside her. Or do you intend to keep me in suspense? We're already there, she said, and stopped again, 2 shops down from Havisham's, pointing at the bright blue door beside her. I want to visit Bell's antique shop. Antique's my eye. Stuart made a disparaging sound as he moved around her to open the door. Nothing in Bell's is older than the reign of George II. Edie couldn't help but giggle at that, causing him to pause with his hand on the knob. What's so amusing? He asked. Stuart, any object from the reign of George II is older than my country. He grinned back at her. True enough, he said, and opened the door. Inside the shop, Edie wandered over to the jewelry, thinking she might find a brooch or buckle to suit the hat she was making over. But she'd barely leaned over one of the glass cases before Stuart called to her from another part of the room. Edie, come look at this. She glanced in the direction of his voice, but whatever he was looking at was obscured from her view by a lacquer red oriental cabinet. She circled around it, and as she moved to stand beside him, she saw that what had captivated his attention was a large music box made of walnut, with burled veneers, brass handles, and a mother-of-pearl inlay on the top. Displayed on a matching table, it was a beautiful piece. Mr. Bell, always quick to discern an interested customer, came bustling over. "It's a Paillard music box, Your Grace. Swiss mechanism, of course, with a 20-key organ and 3 cylinders. Given that level of sophistication, it must be a fairly recent manufacture. Oh, yes, it's quite new. It belonged to Mrs. Mullins of Prior's Lodge. She had it delivered from Zurich only last year, but she died shortly afterward. Her daughter lives abroad and didn't want it, so her solicitors asked me to sell it for her." "Mrs. Mullins died?" Stuart looked up, momentarily diverted. "I say, that's a shame." Yes, but she was 90, you know." "Quite so." He ran his hands over the lid. "May I?" "Certainly." Stuart opened it, and as he did, Mr. Bell pointed to a small knob on the side. "One turns that to begin the music. Allow me to demonstrate." He did so, and at once the melody of a waltz began to play. Edie was watching Stuart, and she saw a smile curve his mouth. "Strauss," he murmured. "Too bad it's Vienna blood. I prefer Voices of Spring." He looked at her, and Edie's mind flashed back to the ballroom doorway at Hanford House, his beautiful grey eyes looking at her, Strauss's Voices of Spring waltz playing, and destiny drawing her to him like a magnet. "You remember," she murmured. Mr. Bell gave a tiny cough. "There's a cylinder for Voices of Spring," he said, and opened the drawer of the table beneath the box. "Here." Stuart didn't bother to look. Instead, he waved a hand in Mr. Bell's direction, and his eyes remained locked with hers as the shopkeeper tactfully disappeared. "I remember everything about that night, Edie." "Me too." She colored up at once, but she couldn't look away. Instead, she smiled a little. "Your tie was undone." He smiled back. "Was it? I'm not surprised, though I dare say I shocked everyone in the ballroom by appearing in such a state of undress." His smile faded. "You know, when I first saw you that night, I thought of asking you to dance with me, but I didn't know you, or anyone standing near you, and I didn't see much point in obtaining an introduction anyway, since I was intending to leave in a few days. But now I wish I'd done it, Edie. By God, I wish I'd hauled you into my arms right then and there and pulled you out onto the ballroom floor, proprieties be damned." He looked down at his walking stick. "I wish I had known I'd never dance again. I'd have liked my last dance to be with you." Edie's heart twisted in her breast. She felt his pain, and it hurt her, too. She studied his bent head for a moment, then she said, "I appreciate the romantic sentiment, but you'd have regretted it straight away. I can't dance." "What?" He looked up and made a sound of disbelief. "Stuff! Every girl can dance." "I can't. I'm awful. Because I'm so tall, it makes it awkward for my partners. And," she added with an apologetic grimace, "I always want to lead." He laughed, and, to her relief, that seemed to shatter his sudden melancholy. "Now that," he said, "I can believe." Whenever I danced, the results were always painfully embarrassing for the poor man in question. Smashed toes, twisted ankles, wounded pride. If so, it serves him right. No man who dances well ever allows his partner to lead. He paused, and his lashes lowered. Not on the ballroom floor, anyway. He glanced over her, and her body warmed with each place his heated gaze touched her. By the time he met her eyes again, she felt as if she must be melting into a puddle right there in front of him. If he perceived how she felt, he didn't show it. Instead, he turned and put the lid down gently on the music box. That surprised her. "Don't you want to buy it?" she asked. No. He didn't look at her, but his voice floated back to her as he walked away. Some chances don't come twice. Chapter 14. They had tea on the terrace when they returned, and afterward Stuart expressed the desire to tour some of the cottages, so they took Snuffles and headed in that direction for their evening walk. They passed the rose garden on their way back to the house, and Stuart's steps slowed beside a pillar rose of deep lavender with a few late blossoms on it. "That's a pretty rose," he commented, and stopped. Caught by surprise, Edie stopped beside him, giving him a dubious look as he cupped one of the blossoms and inhaled the scent. He glanced at her, caught her expression, and laughed. "You look as if I just declared the sky a lovely shade of green," he said, and let go of the flower. "I've never thought of you as the sort of man who would care much about roses." "No? But then you don't really know me well enough yet to judge, do you? What's this rose called, by the way?" "I haven't decided what to call it yet." "You grafted this?" The question was uttered in a tone of such innocence, Edie was instantly suspicious. "I did." She studied him through narrowed eyes. "Why do I have the distinct impression you already knew that?" He grinned. "You're too clever for me. Very well, I shall admit the truth. I had a long conversation with Blake after we met with Robson yesterday." "Did you?" "Yes. I told you I'd soon have the servants on my side," he added, his grin widening. "Blake, you'll be sorry to hear, told me all about your love of rose gardening and was eager to show me your latest creation. Perhaps another day you'll show me the other roses you've grafted." She gave a sniff and looked away. "As if you care two straws about my roses. But I do care. I'm interested because it's something you love, and I want to know more about the things you love. Most of the things I love would bore you, I suspect. Would they? What makes you say so?" "Grafting roses," she countered. "Would you ever find that interesting?" "I don't know. I might." She shook her head, not able to credit it. "You've traveled all over Africa. You've seen elephants, rhinos, lions." She broke off, mindful of his injury. "The point is, rose gardening would be very small beer after that to a man like you." "A man like me." He fell silent, looking down at Snuffles, who was burrowing between two boxwoods of the hedge that lined the path. "You mean the man I was, I think," he added after a moment. "I'm sorry," Edie said, stricken, remembering their conversation in Mr. Bell's shop earlier. "I don't mean to remind you of painful things." "Why shouldn't we talk of it?" He shrugged as if it didn't matter. "I'm not the same man I was, and no denying it. And I don't just mean because of this," he added, gesturing to his leg. "I was a restless sort of chap, that's true, and I took to safari work like a duck to water. I loved wondering what was over the next hill, and I loved finding out. But what I never understood until this happened to me was that if one's always going to new places, one never stops long enough to see the beauty in the old places. He glanced around. Highcliffe, for instance. I took it for granted all my life, but never realized how much I loved it here. Now I'm much more appreciative of it than when I went away. Edie considered that. I suppose, she said after a moment, that if one has faced the possibility of death, one's perspective about everything is bound to be altered as a result. Yes, that, too. But there's an even simpler aspect to it than that. My injury slowed me down. I couldn't go dashing off anywhere I wanted at the drop of a hat. I was forced to bring my life down to a much slower pace. You must have hated that. I did at first. It was like hell. But after a bit, I began to see things I'd never bothered noticing before. I used to be the sort who had to be hit over the head with something to truly notice it. He paused. That's why I noticed you. Well, it's hard not to notice a girl who is 6 feet tall, she said, laughing, trying to make light of that particular flaw. And it becomes impossible not to notice her when she chases you out to the garden and proposes marriage to you. No, no, he said, shaking his head. That's not what I mean at all. He moved closer, close enough that the ruffled jabot of her tea-gown brushed his chest. For one thing, you're not taller than I am, he murmured, and his finger brushed beneath her chin, lifting her face. See? Edie went still beneath the light touch, but she couldn't pull back. She couldn't look away as his gray eyes darkened to that smoky color. As for the other, shall I tell you why I noticed you? He didn't wait for an answer. You were looking at me, staring, really, and your gaze was so fierce, so intent, and I couldn't imagine why. She forced herself to say something. How terribly rude of me. It was riveting. I felt as if I'd just been pinned with an arrow. He laughed a little. Cupid's arrow, possibly. She frowned a little, uncertain. Are you flirting with me? His gaze roamed over her face, an open, unnerving stare, and she wanted suddenly to look away, but she didn't. No, Edie. I am a bit of a flirt, I know. I always have been. But in this case I'm quite serious. When I first saw you, I felt as if I'd just run straight into something wholly outside my experience. You weren't like any girl I'd ever seen before. The way you looked at me wasn't coquettish, not a bit, but it wasn't uninterested either. I didn't know what it was. I'm still not completely certain how to define it even now. She had no intention of helping him on that score. There was no way she'd admit that her first sight of him had been equally shattering. Not Cupid's arrow, but riveting just the same. Anyway, he went on, I loved Africa because it appealed to the man I was then. It's a continent of enormities. Elephants, stretches of plain as far as the eye can see, sunsets that are so stunning it's as if the sky's on fire. But I'm not that man anymore. Nowadays, I'm much more appreciative of things like a walk in the garden and a pretty rose. He dropped his walking stick to the grass and plucked one of the roses off the pillar. Then, ignoring her protest, he untied her bonnet and pulled it off. Hold this, he ordered, shoving the bonnet into her hands. He ran a hand over the short stem to be sure there were no thorns on it. Then he leaned sideways, tucked the stem into her hair behind her ear, and straightened to admire his handiwork. "There now," he murmured. "That's a sight any man can appreciate." "You'd say something like that to any woman you wanted to seduce. This is more than seduction. This is courtship." "I wouldn't know the difference," she said with a little laugh, looking down at her hat. "I've never had either." He didn't reply, and when she looked up again, she found him watching her in a way that made her catch her breath. "You deserve both, Edie," he said, "and I intend to see that you have them." It was all very well to talk to Edie about courtship, but later, in her room with her arms wrapped around his leg, Stuart couldn't help thinking seduction much more appealing. The first time she'd stretched his leg, the pain had been severe enough to hold his desire in check, and her subsequent revelation shocking enough to keep it at bay. But now, even knowing the ghastly thing that had happened to her wasn't enough to stop arousal from stirring in him when she touched him. He kept reminding himself of what she'd been forced to endure at another man's hands, but his masculine imagination proved stubbornly resistant to such gentlemanlike considerations. He'd been given a glimmer of hope yesterday in kissing her hand, and another earlier today by her admission that the idea of him with another woman made her jealous. 2 indications she wasn't as indifferent to him as she might like to appear. But, nonetheless, reality had to proceed much more slowly than his imagination, and he tried to remember that he was only torturing himself with speculations about taking off her clothes or kissing her beautiful skin, for such things were probably a long way off. But that didn't help much either, and he could only conclude he was a glutton for self-punishment. By the midst of the second exercise, with her body behind his and her weight pressing him to the floor, he was contemplating how delicious it would be if he could somehow reverse this position, and he knew this had to stop or he'd go mad. She certainly wasn't having any fantasies about taking off his clothes or kissing him, and that was really the crux of the problem. He just didn't know what to do about it. How did a man seduce a woman under these circumstances? How did he make her want what had only brought her pain? "You're very quiet," she commented as she sat back. "Am I?" He stretched out his leg, stirred it a bit to shake out the taut muscle, then bent it again so she could begin the third stretch to his quadriceps, and reached for his watch. "Yes." She leaned in, her forearm pressing against his back, her hand around his calf, her breast against his... God, he really needed to stop thinking about these things. "Is something wrong?" she asked. "Are you in very much pain today?" "Not precisely." Blinking, he tried to focus his attention on the watch in his hand, but each second that ticked by seemed like an hour. "I'm just not in much of a mood for conversation," he said, and in those rueful words he wondered if he'd just found a way forward. When he'd taken her hand the other day and kissed it, he knew she'd felt pleasure in it, but she'd snatched her hand back at once, too hampered by apprehensions to allow the pleasure to continue. Words were far less threatening and could be just as seductive. Not flattery or pretty compliments, no, but something else entirely. 30 seconds, he told her, and when she sat back, he set his watch aside and rolled over. "I'm not talking much, because the things I'm thinking right now are things I'm not sure I can discuss with you." He paused, his gaze roaming over her, and he watched her body tense and her hands flatten on the floor as if to push her up, the gazelle readying to flee. For instance, he murmured, I'm thinking about how much I like it when you wear white. Oh! It was a hushed sound of surprise, mingled perhaps with the hint of relief. Her hand lifted self-consciously to the high ruffled collar of a tea-gown, the same one she'd been wearing the other day on the terrace. Dressmakers tell me it's a good color for me. They say it flatters my skin and my hair. I dare say it does, but that's not quite the reason I like it. He sat up, and she tensed, rising on her knees as if to stand, but he merely leaned back to rest his weight on his arms, and she relaxed again, easing back on her heels. He waited, and after a moment, her curiosity got the better of her. Is white your favorite color, then? She asked. No, actually. Blue's always been my favorite color. But I like white now, too. I have done, ever since that day 5 years ago when we sat on the terrace together. She stirred, stirring his hopes. You do like to bring up that day. It's a favorite memory of mine. You were wearing white, and I liked it because it evoked images in my mind. Images of you naked in my bed. Sheets, as you know, are white. Color bloomed in her cheeks. Her hand tightened at the ruffled collar of her gown. Her thumb rubbed the blue cameo at her throat. You shouldn't say these things, she whispered. It's unseemly. It's honest. It embarrasses me. Yes, I know. He sat up, but he didn't touch her. Nonetheless, I'm afraid that's not enough of a deterrent for me, Edie, because when I say things like that, I'm hoping it arouses you, and I want you to be aroused. The rosy tint in her cheeks deepened, giving him a hint it might be working. Her pale pink lips parted, but she didn't speak, and he took advantage of her silence. I was imagining you amid those white sheets, with your red gold hair all around your shoulders, and that gorgeous smile on your face, and it took my breath away. And I looked at these pretty gold freckles. He paused to brush his fingertip ever so lightly over her nose and cheek. Don't tease me about my freckles, she choked, and pushed his hand down. I'm not. I looked at them, and I wondered if you had them everywhere. And I started reckoning up how long it would take me to kiss them all. It was a topic I contemplated many times while I was away. She went utterly still, but her breathing had quickened, and he knew he'd hit at last on something that might bring the gazelle close enough to catch. And the other day, when you came out on the terrace in this, he fingered the soft folds of lawn spread out over the carpet around her. The sun was out, and I fancied I saw the outline of your body underneath. Oh, just the faintest trace. The curve of your hip, your long, long legs. But it was more than enough to set my imagination to work. He paused, his own breathing none too steady, as he looked back up and met her eyes. So you see, that's why I like it when you wear white. Goodness! She looked away, a hand pressed to the base of her throat. And I had on 3 petticoats. He could discern that she was aroused by the things he'd said, but she was also hotly embarrassed, and he decided it was best to pull back. The dance of romance always had some push and pull. Yes, well, we men have vivid imaginations, he said in a joking sort of way. Why do you think we like to watch ladies play tennis? She made a choked sound, smothered laughter. Oh, dear! If the ladies learned this masculine secret, I fear none of us would dare to wear white outdoors again. Well, don't give it away, Edie, or I shall be resented by all of mankind. It wouldn't affect me, of course, for in my case the damage is done. Those images of your long, lovely legs are engraved on my brain, and there's no getting rid of them now." With that, he glanced at the clock. "Ah, my 2 hours are up, I see. We'd best change, or we'll be late down to dinner, and Wellesley will cluck like a hen." He grasped the footboard, stood up, and held out his hand to help her to her feet. When she rose, he kept her hand in his long enough to press a quick kiss to it, but he also let it go straight away, deciding it was best not to push his luck. Anticipation was part of this game, and as he'd told her yesterday, he was playing to win. Chapter 15. With only Edie, Joanna, and Mrs. Simmons in residence, dinner at Highcliffe was usually a simple 5-course affair, unless Edie was entertaining guests. Since Stuart's arrival, however, Mrs. Bigelow and Wellesley had been pressing her for more elaborate menus. Preoccupied with other concerns about her husband's return, Edie hadn't had time to address the issue. That night, the cook and the butler apparently decided to take matters into their own hands. Canapés, soup, fish, lamb cutlets, and a dish of baked mushrooms came and went, and when the butler brought in a joint of beef and a dish of potatoes dauphin, Edie felt impelled to inquire further on the subject. "Heavens! Mrs. Bigelow is quite ambitious tonight, Wellesley. How many courses has she prepared?" 10, Your Grace." 10? For 4 people? Mrs. Bigelow felt, and I concurred, Your Grace, that the return of His Grace required a joint, game, a second vegetable, a more elaborate dessert, and fruit with a strong cheese in addition to the usual fare. "I see." She looked across the table at her husband, who merely grinned back at her. "Far be it from me to question what a duke needs in the way of sustenance," she murmured. But the minute Wellesley went to bring another wine, she looked at Stuart. "Did you ask for all that food? And usurp your duty to select the menu, Duchess? Never. But I'm not complaining. There's something to be said for a 10-course meal after years of eating mainly out of tins and packets. Well, I hope Mrs. Bigelow finds good use for the leftover food. 10 courses, indeed." "I don't think we've ever had 10 courses before," Joanna said, sounding rather awed. "Not by ourselves. How lovely!" Despite her enthusiasm, Joanna was yawning profusely by the time dessert arrived, the consequence of eating far too much rich food, and Edie decided enough was enough. The dessert plates had barely been cleared away before she stood up. "I think we'll go through," she announced, "and leave Stuart to his port and cigar." The other 3 rose as well, but Stuart refused the masculine custom of after-dinner port in the dining room with a laugh. "No, Edie, being back in civilized society is all very well, but I shall go through with you and have my port in the drawing-room. I don't smoke, and have no desire to sit in here and drink an isolated ducal splendor. Wellesley, would you have Mrs. Bigelow send fruit to the drawing-room and take the port through with it?" If she had given such unorthodox instructions to Wellesley, he'd have at least cocked an eyebrow and looked disapproving. But in Stuart's case, he simply bowed, murmured, "Very good, Your Grace," and glided from the room to follow instructions, the footman in tow. Edie made a sound of exasperation. "Really, that man is the end-all," she muttered to Stuart as they walked through to the drawing-room. "He never questions anything you say," she added accusingly. "Of course not, Edie. I'm the Duke." It occurred to her that if she ever did go off her trolley and decided to live with her husband forever, the question of Wellesley would become quite an exasperating state of affairs. "And I'm the Duchess, but that never seems to cut any ice with Wellesley." Stuart merely laughed. You seem to get your way with him in the end. But it's always such a battle. That's only because you're American. Sadly, Wellesley is a snob of the highest degree. If we were in the States, I'd have sacked him ages ago. But we're not in the States, so you can't. Wellesley is as much a part of Highcliffe as the walls. A fact in which you seem to take great delight, she said, noting his gleeful expression. A bit like the vicar, darling, he countered wickedly, grinning back at her. It's the way things are. He paused outside the drawing-room and turned to Joanna and Mrs. Simmons. Whist, ladies? There are 4 of us. Joanna shook her head with another enormous yawn. I'm terribly tired. I think I'll just go up to bed. Good night, everyone. I believe I shall accompany you, Joanna, Mrs. Simmons said, and bowed to Stuart. Good night, Your Grace. Edie felt a stab of desperation. You don't have to go up just because Joanna does, you know, she assured the governess. You are more than welcome to stay. I'm sure His Grace won't mind. We can play piquet with 3 people. Mrs. Simmons showed no desire to cooperate with that plan. Thank you, but I believe this would be an excellent time for me to write some letters. I am quite far behind on my correspondence of late, and my family, I fear, is feeling neglected as a result, if you don't mind. Edie plastered on a smile and refrained from a desperate impulse to point out that there was stationery right here in the drawing-room. Of course. Good night. Good night, Your Grace. With the departure of her sister and the governess, she felt off balance, partly in light of his torrid confession earlier in her room. Even now, just thinking about it, she felt a blush creeping into her face. Perhaps I'll go up too. It's 11 o'clock. Why don't you stay down here with me for a bit? We could talk, or read. He gestured to the gaming table nearby. Or we could play a game. That depends, she said wryly, on what sort of game you had in mind. Did you arrange this? Joanna and Mrs. Simmons going off and leaving us alone? Upon my honor, I didn't. And if you prefer to go to bed, I won't press you. But I would like you to stay. She took a deep breath. Do you intend to make advances? Well, I'd like to, he admitted, flashing her a provoking grin. But only if you give me an opening. I shan't. Then you don't have anything to worry about, do you? He moved to the gaming table and pulled open a drawer. Cards? He asked, holding up a deck. Or backgammon? Or chess? She considered which offered her the best chance of winning. Chess. His grimace seemed reassuring. All right, he said, as he dropped the cards back in the drawer and shut it. But you've already told me you play very well, so I may not prove enough of a challenge for you. I don't play chess often myself. All the better for me, then, she said, and took the chair he pulled out for her. He moved to sit opposite her at the small table, and they opened the drawers to pull out chess pieces and place them on the inlaid chessboard. But when she started arranging the white pieces in front of herself, he stopped her. No, we have to pick colors, he said, took up a pawn of each, and hid them behind his back. A gentleman usually lets a lady go first, she reminded. Usually. He held out his clenched fists. But I didn't think you'd need that sort of advantage. I don't, she assured, and pointed to one of his hands. But when he opened his fist to reveal a white pawn, she couldn't help grinning. Still, it's nice to have it just the same. Joanna warned me you were ruthless at games, he said, as they arranged their chess pieces. She says you never let her win, even when she was a little girl. I shan't let you in either, just because you're a man, she warned, and made her first move, sliding her queen's pawn forward. I should hope not. He pushed out a pawn of his own. Because I intend to claim a kiss when I win, but being a man of honor, I can't claim it if I haven't rightly earned it. His words and the low intensity of his voice caused her to look up, and when she did, she knew he meant what he said. His lashes lowered to her mouth, and her lips began to tingle. Her insides quivered. She wanted to think of something clever to say in reply, but she couldn't think of a thing. Wellesley, thank heaven, chose to enter the room just then, and she was spared any need to reply. "Your port, Your Grace," Wellesley announced, gliding into the room with a laden tray. "And the fruit." "Excellent." He nodded to a table nearby. "Put it there, but move the table within reach, will you? And pour us both some port, unless the Duchess prefers something else." "No, port is lovely, thank you, Wellesley." The butler poured out 2 glasses, though Edie suspected he was itching to point out that port was usually reserved for the gentlemen, and that ladies were supposed to drink Madeira or sherry. "Will there be anything else, Your Grace?" "No, thank you, Wellesley," he said, and returned his attention to the board. "You may go. If we need anything, we'll ring." "Yes, Your Grace." He bowed and moved to depart. "And close the door behind you," Stuart called after him, just as he reached the doorway. "Was that necessary?" she asked, as the butler obeyed, and the door clicked shut behind him. "I thought it best to have privacy." She moved her knight. "You mean you're hoping privacy is needed?" He grinned back at her, unrepentant. "Well, yes, that too." "You could have objected." That, she realized in chagrin, was an irrefutable point. She hastily invented a reason for her acquiescence. "I don't know what you'll take it into your head to say or do. You might take up my hand again, or something else. So it's best if the servants aren't here. They might be embarrassed by such displays." "Oh, I see. It's the servants you're worried about." He moved another pawn. "I'm glad to know that I can ravish you in private with no fear of embarrassing you." "No, you can't!" she cried, catching too late the smile lurking at the corners of his mouth. She gave a sigh of exasperation. "That isn't what I meant, and you know it. Stop teasing me." "But, Edie, this is important. I don't know which of my advances would be welcomed and which would be spurned, so I'm testing the waters at every opportunity. I don't know why when I shall spurn them all." "Ah, but will you?" "I know you're not indifferent to me, or you would have told Wellesley to leave the door open. And you admitted just this morning that the idea of another woman being with me made you jealous." Oh, God, he would bring that up. She stared down at the chessboard, feeling hot and prickly all over again. It was too late to take back the humiliating admission now, but she couldn't help correcting him. "I said a little bit jealous." "I stand corrected." "And anyway, that seems like very flimsy evidence to me." "Possibly, but I know what happened between us on that terrace 5 years ago, and I know what you felt then, because I saw it in your face. You have a vivid imagination." "Well, yes." His smile widened. "I believe I admitted as much this afternoon." She stirred, her body growing hotter at his reminder of their conversation earlier in the day. "But," he added, "I don't need imagination to know when a woman is truly indifferent to me and when she's not." She wanted to present him with nothing but indifference, because then maybe he would give up trying to win her over. But she couldn't seem to keep it up. He kept slipping past her defenses in ways he hadn't been able to do 5 years earlier, and she didn't know quite why. She wanted to be cold, because then he might agree with her that separation was the only thing to do. But coldness was a hard thing to summon when he talked about what he imagined when she wore a white dress. "You know far too much about women, if you ask me," she muttered. "My fair share," he admitted. "I was quite the ladies' man back in my salad days." She didn't tell him her friend Leonie had mentioned all the hearts he'd broken when he went to Africa the first time, nor the fact that she'd had no trouble believing it. Gray eyes that glinted with humor, the lean symmetry of his face, his brilliant smile, his strong body, his quick wit, and most of all, his instinctive understanding of what appealed to women. All of those must have made women swoon in what he called his salad days. She returned her attention to the board and tried to concentrate on the game. "Sadly," he went on, "that does me no good at all with you, since you ruthlessly cut me down to size at every opportunity." She didn't reply. Instead, she moved her knight and took his bishop. "That rather proves my point," he murmured. "Still, I can be ruthless too," he added, as he moved his rook and knocked down her bishop. "Check." Edie gave a huff of vexation as he pulled her bishop off the board. "You said you don't play well." "I said I don't play often. I didn't say I don't play well." She made a face. "If you are so accomplished at the game, then why do you insist on trying to distract me?" "Because it's a fundamental strategy of chess?" He propped his elbow on the table and his chin in his hand. "In all seriousness, I'm not trying to distract you because I want to win a chess game. I want to know more about you." Edie didn't reply, and her silence caused him to give an aggrieved sigh. "Really, Edie, you are exasperatingly circumspect. I don't want to just sit and push chess pieces around with you. I want to know what interests you, and what you like, and what makes you laugh. I want—" He paused, waiting until her curiosity got the better of her, and she looked up. "Edie, I want to know what pleases you." As she heard those words and looked into his eyes, she felt a faint answering thrill. "What if we do this?" He leaned forward and slowly eased his hand over hers. "What if I tell you what I like, and you tell me if you like it too?" His hand was warm over the back of hers. She thought of the day before, when he'd kissed her palm, and this afternoon, when he talked about how she looked in white, and a melting sensation that had become quite familiar to her during the past few days started coming over her again. But then she reminded herself of his deeper desires and what was at stake, and she snuffed out that answering thrill. "I think I already have a fair idea of what you would like," she said tartly, and withdrew her hand. "And what's that?" He waited, watching her, dark brows lifted in inquiry, as if he didn't know what she meant when they both knew he did. As if he actually expected her to answer. As if she could articulate descriptions of masculine lust. She flushed and looked away. "We shouldn't talk of these things." "Why not? Any marriage worth its salt has to have honesty. So let's not dance around the point you're trying to make. Say it straight out. What do you think I would like?" A flash of the summer house at Saratoga ran through her mind, and instead of pushing it away as she usually did, she used it now, used it like a shield. "You would like," she said in a hard voice, "to fornicate with me." There was a moment of silence before he replied. "When you say things about him," he said, his voice equally hard, "look at me. Look into my eyes. That way, you'll start to recognize the difference." She straightened in her chair and turned her head to meet his gaze head-on. She saw anger there, glinting in the silvery depths of his eyes. "Am I wrong, then?" "You are, actually. Quite wrong. I don't want to fornicate with you. I want to make love with you." He paused, and the anger in his eyes faded, melting away and becoming something else, something warm. "There's a world of difference between the two, Edie, and that's the quandary I face. How do I make you understand the difference?" She looked back at him helplessly, her shield slipping. "I don't know, Stuart. I know you're afraid. I know you've had pain." He paused, making a fist and pressing it to his mouth as if striving for control. "I'd take it away if I could," he said after a moment, and lowered his hand. "But I can't. So all I can do is try to find ways to make you feel the other side of it, the side that is good and right and beautiful. That's what I want." She felt hope stirring, a faint spark in a long, cold darkness. She reached for her port and took a hefty swallow. "You want what I can't give you." "I don't think so. But I can see why you would believe otherwise. I admit," he added as she didn't reply, "that I want to kiss you and touch you and ravish you. Of course I do. I want to pleasure you. I know you don't believe there is pleasure in the act of love, but there is, Edie. Sweet, sweet pleasure. I want you to have that with me. I want it more than anything in the world." His voice, low and resonant, beckoned to things inside her that she hadn't even known existed. Tongues of heat curled in her belly, and her fingers clenched around the pawn in her hand as she worked to extinguish it. "You're being very torrid today. First talking of how I look in white, and now this. Do you intend to make love to me with words, then?" "Until I can make love to you with my body, yes. What other choice do I have?" He seemed to have a special talent for asking questions she didn't know how to answer. "Which brings us back," he said lightly, "to where we were, and talking about what I like and what you like, and where we might find some common ground." He plucked a peach from the bowl on the tea table beside him and reached for the fruit knife. "For example, I like peaches. Do you?" It was such an innocuous question, and yet she felt a strange reluctance to reply, for she sensed he was playing a game, and she didn't know the rules. "I think you already know I love peaches," she said at last, giving him a wry look. "You probably talked to Mrs. Bigelow in the kitchens, or asked Reeves or Joanna, and that's why Wellesley brought us peaches tonight instead of raspberries or blackberries." He grinned. "I already warned you that I'd involve them in my nefarious plans, but that doesn't alter the fact that I adore peaches, too." Propping his elbows on the gaming table, he sank the blade into the flesh of the fruit and carved out a wedge. "Would you like a bite?" In any other context, she would take the words at face value. But there was mischief in his expression, and it made her cautious. But she was also curious. Curiosity won. "All right," she said, holding out her hand. "Yes." But he didn't pass it to her. Instead, he shifted the knife to join the peach in his left hand and lifted the wedge of fruit in his right, carrying it to her mouth. She looked down at the peach slice in front of her face for a moment, then back up at him. "I'm not a child. No need to feed it to me." She tried to take the piece from his fingers, but he pulled it back. But I would like to feed it to you, he said. How would that be? Silly. You wouldn't like it. Why would I? He chuckled, and she had no idea what he was laughing about. So much you don't know, Edie. I look forward to a lifetime of bringing you up to snuff on erotic things. She didn't bother to point out that she had no intention of giving him a lifetime of erotic things or anything else. Still, arguing with him about that topic was a waste of breath, so she merely offered an unimpressed sniff. It's a piece of fruit. I don't see what's erotic about it. Only one way to find out. He once again held up the peach slice, and this time she opened her mouth. The fruit slid between her lips, slick, wet, and sweet. She chewed and swallowed as he lowered his hand and carved another piece. This time he didn't feed it to her, but held it out to her instead. Careful, he warned, as she reached to take it off the knife. She heeded his advice, sliding the fruit off the blade, but when she moved to eat it, his next words stopped her. Aren't you going to share? She paused, the peach slice halfway to her mouth, and as their eyes met across the table, she realized what he meant, and her stomach gave a nervous dip. Slowly, feeling terribly self-conscious, she held the fruit to his mouth. He ate it off her fingers. Then he fed another piece to her. Only this time, he allowed his fingertips to linger against her mouth. Her heart stopped, then started again as he pulled away. He was watching her, smiling a little, and she felt compelled to say something, anything. This reminds me a bit of when I was a girl and I first learned to skate on ice, she blurted out. His brows drew together, giving him that amused, quizzical expression he'd worn at the Hanford ball. I'm not sure I see the similarities, he said, as he carved out another wedge of the peach and held it out to her. She slid it off the knife. It makes me feel the exact same way. Oh, how does it make you feel? Nervous, she admitted. Excited? She paused, grasping for adjectives. Happy, she whispered. That pleased him. His eyes creased at the edges with a faint smile. Good. And, she added, as she lifted the piece of fruit to his mouth, it also makes me feel sure I'll fall, and it'll hurt. I won't let you fall. He took the fruit into his mouth, pulling her fingers with it, suckling her fingertips. Pleasure flooded through her like a dark, hot wave. It was too much, and she cried out, shocked. Jerking back, she lurched to her feet, knocking over her chair in the process. He stood up at once, setting aside the knife and the peach. Edie, it's late, she cut in, desperate to end this game he'd started, cursing herself for ever wanting to know what could possibly be erotic about fruit. My gazelle bounding away again, he murmured. He started around the table. Edie, tell me what's wrong. Nothing, she lied, striving for calm when her senses were in tumult. Your hands are shaking. Are they? She turned away, mortified, reaching for a napkin. Heavens! I didn't mean to frighten you or offend you. You didn't. She was panicky, not because of him, but because of what he made her feel. It was crazy and wild and terrifying, and she didn't understand it. She'd never felt anything like it before. Sorry to act like such a rabbit. It's just that I'm not accustomed to being touched or have my hand kissed. Not that kissing her hand was what he'd done, precisely. I don't like to be touched. I touched you yesterday, he reminded softly. I kissed your hand then, remember? How could she forget? That kiss was still pressed into her palm like a brand. Without looking at him, she dipped a corner of her napkin in her water bowl and dabbed at the sticky traces of peach juice on her chin and her fingers, but she feared it wasn't going to be as easy to remove the memory of his touch. It startled me, that's all. I didn't expect— What? He prompted when she fell silent. You didn't expect to be aroused by it? She shifted her weight, hot and uncomfortable, her fingers tightening around the linen in her hands. No, but I'll bet you knew I would be, she mumbled. There's nothing wrong with feeling desire, Edie. Is that what this was? She set down her napkin and didn't ask that question. I'm sorry, she said instead, but I fear we shall have to finish our game another night. I'm going to bed. Of course. He reached for his stick. I'll walk up with you. No, please, don't trouble yourself. It's no trouble, he said, moving with her toward the door. After all, it's not as if we're at opposite ends of the house. Our rooms are side by side. And you're right, it is late. Probably best to seek our beds. They stopped beside the closed door, and he reached out to open it for her, but he paused, hand on the knob. Speaking of how late it is, he whispered, what are the odds the hall boy's asleep on duty? Shall we see? Slowly, quietly, he opened the door and peeked through the opening, then looked over at her with a nod. Really, Duchess, such laxity among the household staff is quite shocking, he whispered, as if in disapproval. Wellesley would be appalled if he knew. This teasing side of him was something she was beginning to understand. When she was uncomfortable or embarrassed, he would often tease or joke with her. It was an effective technique, she had to admit, for she could feel her apprehension fading. Well, don't tell Wellesley, she whispered back. The poor boy's probably exhausted. It's after midnight. Tattle to Wellesley? I wouldn't dream of it. He's got far too high an opinion of himself as it is. Still, we can't just tiptoe past the boy and have the housemaids find him in the morning. With that, he eased the door closed, then opened it again, making a great deal of noise in the process. The hall boy jumped up from his chair at once, blinking sleepily and trying not to show it. Your Graces! Edie pressed her lips together, for she feared smiling at such a moment would embarrass the boy and give the show away. She ducked her head and stepped through the doorway without looking at him. We're off to bed, Jimmy, Stuart told him as he followed her toward the stairs. Put out the lights down here, will you? Yes, Your Grace. Familiarizing yourself with the names of the staff, I see, she commented as they started up the stairs to the second floor. I suppose even the hall boys and kitchen maids are on your side by now. Sally, the scullery maid, suggested I visit Mrs. McGillicuddy. The village witch? Whatever for? A love potion, of course, to soften you toward me. Lovely, she groaned. The entire staff thinks you're the poor, spurned husband, and I'm the unforgiving wife? No, I believe they think I've got my work cut out, winning you over because I've been gone so long. She thought he was probably sugarcoating things a bit, but she didn't pursue the point as they turned down the corridor toward their rooms. At her door, she turned to say good night, but he spoke before she did. So what exciting thing do you have planned for us tomorrow? I'm glad you mentioned that. I would like to take Joanna to the wash for a picnic. She likes to paint there, and she probably won't have any more chances before... Edie paused, trying to ignore a forlorn little pang around her heart. Before we leave, Edie, even if you do leave, which I'm not accepting for a moment, by the way, you and Joanna are always welcome to come back. Joanna can still go to Willowbank. It's a fine school. You could live—" He paused and took a deep breath. "You could live in London. Bring her here for holidays." The ache in her chest deepened. "I don't think that would be a good idea, Stuart. It would be hard on her and painful for me." "Would it be painful? Then why go?" "Tonight's rather proof of why, don't you think?" "No. What I think tonight proved is that you are a vibrant woman, capable of deep passions despite what happened to you. You are also my wife. You will always be my wife, and even a legal separation won't undo that. No matter what happens between us, you are free to come and go from Highcliffe any time you please. This is your home. As far as I'm concerned, it will always be your home." She didn't point out how impossible it would be for her to come and go from a place she loved when she would no longer be part of it. "Yes, well," she said, desperate to change the subject. "Going to the wash is an all-day excursion, so we'll miss our usual walk in the grounds, I'm afraid. By the time we finish dinner, it will be dark, and there's only a new moon tonight, making it too dim to see our way. But we can still do your exercises after dinner. Would that be all right?" "That depends. Am I invited on this picnic?" "Of course. I thought to make my 2-hour session part of it." "Yes, but those 2 hours are compulsory. What I want to know is if you want me to come. Is that something you would like?" She shrugged, trying to seem offhand about it. "It might be nice. Joanna likes you, and you do have excellent taste in picnic baskets. I accept your invitation then, and since you have such faith in my talents with picnic luncheons, I shall arrange the menu with Mrs. Bigelow." He smiled, his gaze roaming over her face. He lifted his left hand as if to touch her, but then let it fall. She took a deep breath. "Right then. I shall see you tomorrow. We'll start at 9 o'clock. Don't go in yet. Stay a moment longer." When she hesitated, he spoke again. "Hands behind my back, I promise." He set aside his stick and clasped his hands behind him, but the move only brought his upper body closer to her. "Since we've been talking tonight of what we like, there's one more thing I'd like before we part." Edie's heart thumped hard against her ribs. Her fingers clenched around the doorknob beside her hip, so tightly they ached, but she didn't open the door to duck inside. "And what is that?" "I should like to kiss you good night." Her heart thumped again, harder and more painful this time. Anticipation added to apprehension and alarm and everything else she'd been feeling today. "We didn't finish our chess game. You can't claim a kiss for it." He chuckled. "Perhaps not. But I'd like to kiss you anyway." He paused, then said softly, "Would that be all right?" She stopped in the midst of her automatic refusal, then reconsidered for no reason at all, and amended her answer. "I don't know." "Shall we find out?" He bent his head, moving in infinitesimal increments, giving her plenty of time to turn her face away or refuse him. She didn't move. She didn't say no. "If you kiss me," she whispered instead, "it doesn't count." "I know," he said, and pressed his lips to hers. Edie froze at the contact, her back against the door, the knot of fear inside her hot and tight, pressing her chest. Her eyes wide open, she watched his close, saw his lashes come down, opulent, coffee-brown lashes against bronzed skin. With his mouth on hers, she inhaled through her nose and caught the scent of sandalwood soap. Stuart, she thought. And the hard, tight knot inside her opened a little, like a fist unclenching. Her hand lost its death grip on the doorknob and fell to her side. Panic eased back far enough for a new and different awareness to take its place. The kiss was strangely light. No force in it, no pushing, no demands, just a warm caress against her lips. She closed her eyes, and her other senses came at once to the fore. Only their mouths were touching, but she could feel the warmth of his body like an imprint, almost as if he were pressed fully against her. Beneath the sandalwood, she detected other scents, earthier, deeper scents that were uniquely him. She heard the rustle of her silk dress and the hard thud of her own heartbeat as she stirred against the door. His tongue touched the closed crease of her mouth. At once, she brought her hands up between them, an instinctive reflex, her palms flattening against his chest to push him away. He stilled and drew back a little. The heavy satin of his waistcoat was smooth against her palms. Beneath it, she could feel the rise and fall of his breathing and the strength in his hard muscles. "I'd like to kiss you again, Edie," he said, his lips brushing hers as he spoke. "Would you like it?" She felt suspended, caught between forces of equal power and impossibility. She hung there for what seemed an eternity while he waited, unmoving, his breath warm against her face. She didn't know if she would like it, but she knew she did not want to be afraid of it. She nodded, a stiff, quick little jerk of her head. He smiled against her mouth, tilted his head, and kissed her again. Pleasure rippled through her limbs, bringing heat. His tongue touched her lips again, and she realized what he wanted. She opened her mouth. He tasted lush, like peaches and port. And when his tongue touched hers, she heard a moan come from her own throat, a moan that was not a protest of any kind. It wasn't like any sound she'd ever made. He stirred in response, and for a brief moment he pressed closer, but when she stiffened he eased back, pulling her lower lip between both of his. He sucked gently, as if her lower lip were a piece of candy, and as he did, it evoked what she'd felt when he sucked her fingertips, as if he were pulling sensation from every part of her body, up her legs, along her spine, across her belly. She moaned again, and overwhelmed by sensation, she arched up closer to him. But then her hips brushed against his hard arousal, and she was jolted back to reality. She tore her mouth from his and shook her head violently, flattening back against the door, pushing him. "Stop!" she gasped. "Oh, stop!" He pulled back at once, straightening away from her. His breathing was hot and quick, but so was hers, mingling together in the quiet corridor. His eyes were smoky in the dim light, and when they looked into hers, she saw the desire in their depths. She stared back at him, wordless, all her senses in tumult. Her lips tingled. She felt giddy and terrified and glad and miserable all at once. She couldn't seem to catch her breath. "Good night, Edie," he said. He leaned forward, pressed a kiss to her forehead, and turned away. Taking up his stick, he started down the corridor to his own rooms. She didn't turn to watch him go. She pressed her fingers to her tingling mouth and closed her eyes, listening to his footsteps and the tap of his stick as he walked away. She heard his door open, but by the time she turned her head to look at him, he was already gone. The door clicked softly behind him. Edie didn't go into her own room. Instead, she stood there for a while, her fingers pressed to her lips, and she wondered if all a man's kisses were supposed to feel like that. Chapter 16. Had anyone ever asked Stuart to name all the girls he'd kissed in his lifetime, he could have offered a reckoning of some sort, but he'd kissed a great many, so the accuracy of such a list would probably be open to question. And had he been asked to provide details of any of those kisses, he'd have described each one the same way. A lovely prelude to better things. Kissing Edie, however, was something he knew he was going to remember for the rest of his life. The first brush of her lips, so seemingly chaste, and yet it had sent arousal pulsing through him in an instant. His hands behind his back, so damnably frustrating, and yet so erotic, it had made him dizzy. The taste of her, so sweet, making him fear that without her kisses and accompaniment, peaches and port would never be quite the same again. He'd known he wasn't kissing a virgin in the literal sense, but he knew it was his kiss that had awakened carnality inside her for the very first time. She, who had experienced only the sordid side, was now coming to know the blissful side because of him. That had been his first goal all along, and an obsession from the moment he'd learned of the brutality committed on her. But now that that goal had been achieved, he was a bit awestruck in consequence. Rather as he'd felt the first time he'd ever seen an African sunset or watched a gazelle run across the plain. As he lay in his bed afterward and stared up at the ceiling, each breath he took recalled the scent of her hair and skin. Each time he licked his lips, he tasted peaches and port. Each time he closed his eyes, he saw her face, lips puffy from his kisses, and her eyes wide with astonishment, and each time he formed the picture, it caught him up and held him tight, and he knew. This was what fate had been trying to show him 5 years ago. He hadn't expected anything like this. He'd come back thinking simply to make a life with the woman he'd married, and during the voyage home, he'd harbored hope that it would be a happy union, with sweet love-making and the children that usually came along with that. But that was as far as he'd allowed his expectations to go. Oh, he'd been wildly attracted to her from the first, no doubt about that, but his attraction hadn't been allowed to deepen, and he'd been away 1/2 a decade without any real knowledge of what he'd been missing. Now he knew, and it was so shattering that he didn't sleep a wink. By morning, his mind had carved every exquisite detail of that kiss into his memory. His body ached with unsated lust, and he began to fear that even his heart might be in jeopardy. He wasn't quite sure if the next 6 days would drive him to the brink of heaven or the brink of hell, but he had the feeling he might come to both before it was all said and done. They went to the wash the following day, as Edie had arranged, and Stuart was glad Joanna and Mrs. Simmons were with them, for he badly needed their presence to regain his equilibrium. An irony, that. Both he and Edie had assumed Joanna would be her shield against him, not the other way around. But he knew a kiss wasn't enough to make Edie fall into his arms, not by a long way, and even if that blessed event did happen in the next 5 days, his desire for her might remain unsated for much longer than that. Stuart knew he would need all the control he could muster. Nothing like the added presence of a 15-year-old girl and an elderly governess for making a man remember his propers. They set out blankets and a canopy on a nice stretch of grass along the cliffs above the shore, and Stuart was grateful for that, too. being out in the open like this, there was little privacy for stealing kisses. Although they could not be observed by anyone on the beach below, the grassy knolls around them offered little protection from the eyes of anyone coming down to the shore from the fields or the village. These were Margrave lands, but the locals were free to come any time for fishing, bathing, or boating, and though Stuart didn't care much if people saw him kissing his wife on his own lands, he suspected Edie would never relax enough in such a situation to give him the chance to try. Still, if he thought he could get through an entire day with her without having his resolve tested, he was mistaken. They had just finished lunch, and Joanna, who had spent most of the morning painting, decided she wanted to spend her afternoon in a different way. "I want to go down to the shore and look for shells," she announced. "Can we go?" "May we go?" Edie and Mrs. Simmons corrected her in unison, causing Joanna to heave a long-suffering sigh. "May we go, then?" she asked, and when Edie nodded, Joanna jumped to her feet and turned to him. "Stuart, you'll come too, won't you?" But he shook his head. "I'm afraid not, Petal. Walking on sand's rather a rough go for me." "Oh, sorry." She flashed him an apologetic smile. "I forgot about that. Well, if you can't come, then Edie should definitely stay and keep you company." Stuart almost smiled at the conspiratorial wink she flashed in his direction, but he wasn't sure he appreciated the matchmaking assistance. He was still trying to resist temptation, after all. Still, Edie was bound to go off with her sister anyway, so he supposed what tempted him wouldn't matter. His wife, however, surprised him there. "You're right, Joanna. I believe I will stay behind with Stuart. Mrs. Simmons, you'll go with her. And take Snuffles, too," she added. "Of course," the governess said, and moved to rise from the blanket. Stuart set his wine on the tray beside him and stood up, offering the governess his hand to help her up. He waited until she and her charge had taken the dog, wandered down the hill, and disappeared over one of the sandy knolls that lined the shore before he settled back down on the blanket opposite his wife. "So, here we are." He leaned back, resting his weight on his arms, and he made a great show of looking around. "All alone." She took a sip of wine. From beneath the brim of her wide straw hat, she glanced toward Edward, who stood white-gloved and at attention nearby, then past him to where Roberts was lounging by the landau. "But we're not alone." At that moment, Stuart proved his utter lack of willpower when it came to his wife. "Edward," he called, without taking his eyes from her face. The footman stepped forward at once. "Your Grace?" "Why don't you and Roberts go for a walk?" he suggested, smiling as he watched a hint of pink come into Edie's cheeks. "Take an hour, no, 2, and see a bit of the countryside. It's a fine day, and you don't have many chances for an afternoon off." "Yes, Your Grace. Thank you, Your Grace." Edie stirred, looking a bit uneasy as the footman and driver wandered down toward the beach and vanished from sight. "You didn't need to send them away. In staying behind with you, I didn't mean to imply anything by it. I simply thought we might talk a bit, that's all. Yes, well, I'm rather an optimistic fellow." He moved a couple inches closer to her, his left leg sliding along hers. The move pushed her willow-green skirt up along her ankle, and even though it revealed nothing to his gaze but a bit more of her shoe, that didn't stop him from conjuring a picture of slim, pretty ankles beneath beige leather. "I'm hoping for more than conversation." She looked down at the glass of wine in her hand. "You presume a great deal." "I said I'm hoping for more, Edie," he said gently. "I don't presume that I shall obtain it." Still, you are very sure of yourself when it comes to women." That made him laugh. He couldn't help it. She blinked, seemingly taken aback. "What's so amusing?" "I'm never sure of myself with you," he confessed. "Oh, I put on a good show, I dare say. A man has his pride, after all. But I haven't ever been sure of myself with you, not after you shredded me to bits at Hanford House and declared you didn't find me the least bit attractive. There," he added, making a wry face as he reached for his glass and took a swallow of wine. "Does that make you feel better?" "Not really, no. For even if I believed you, which I don't, it would still put you miles ahead of me. I've no experience of men at all. At least," she added with a grimace, "no good experience." He swallowed hard at the reminder, but she spoke again before he could reply. "I didn't mean to bring that up." She gave a sigh. "My point is that I never feel as if we're on an equal footing." "That's because we're not." He sat up, set aside his glass, and spread his arms wide. "I'm completely at your mercy." "You see, that's just what I mean," she murmured. "You always say such charming things." "I only say them if they are true, Edie." She looked away, shaking her head. "That's absurd. I don't see how you're at my mercy at all." He would have been happy to explain how, and in precise detail, but she looked at him and spoke again before he had the chance. "Stuart, may I ask you something?" The sudden intensity in her voice surprised him. "Of course," he answered, unable to imagine what she was going to ask. With Edie, it could be anything. "Did you—" She paused and took a swallow of wine as if she needed it. "Did you have many women when you were in Africa?" Her jealous streak peeking through again made him smile. As he'd told her last night, if she was jealous, she wasn't indifferent, and that made all the difference in the world. She perceived the reason for his smile at once, and she jerked her chin and looked away again. "Never mind," she said. "It's not my business." "But it is your business. You're my wife. Still, we had an agreement about other women." She took another gulp of wine, then set it aside, and began brushing grains of sand off of her skirt instead. "So I don't really have the right to ask about it." He studied her bent head, and his amusement faded as he considered her question and realized what needed to be said. "You have the right to ask me anything you like," he told her. "Any time you like, on any subject, and I'll answer you. You may not always like the answer, but it will always be the truth. If you really want me to answer that question, I will." He waited, and after a moment her curiosity impelled her to look at him again. "Did you?" she whispered. "No, Edie. I didn't have any women in Africa. That's not to say I was celibate," he added at once to make things clear. "I wasn't. I had women, yes, but not in Africa. That's because—" He broke off, suddenly feeling deuced awkward, but he'd promised her the truth. "Syphilis is very common in Africa. I didn't want to catch it." Pink washed into her cheeks. "Oh. It was usually easier to avoid feminine company altogether, but when things got desperate, I'd go to Paris." "So you had a lover in Paris, then?" She gave a diffident little shrug, as if it didn't matter when he knew it did. "No, Edie, no. No lovers, no mistresses, nothing of that kind. Only courtesans, and none of them meant anything to me. It was just basic need, physical release." He stopped, grimacing. This conversation was becoming more awkward by the moment. She bit her lip and was silent for several seconds, and he had no idea what she was thinking. "It seems an awfully long way to go for a courtesan," she said at last. He took a deep breath and told her why. "If a man wants that sort of thing, Paris is the best place to go. It's easier to obtain condoms and find women who are—" He stopped again, and this time it was his turn to look away. "God," he muttered, and rubbed his hands over his face, forcing a laugh. "This isn't the sort of thing a man usually discusses with his wife." "No, I suppose not." He decided to steer the conversation to aspects of Paris's appeal that were easier to talk about. "But it wasn't just about women. I also had friends there. Troubridge was living in Paris then, sharing a house with Jack Featherstone. They've both been great friends of mine since Eton days. We'd carouse around, gamble, drink, and, yes, chase skirts." He paused, then added, "You may not believe this, but whenever I was in Paris, I thought about coming all the way home, but I could never see the point of it, not as things stood." "No," she agreed. "There wouldn't have been any point. And thank you for being honest with me about the other women. I appreciate that it's a difficult subject." He felt impelled to lighten the mood. "Yes, well, next thing I know you'll be asking me what a condom is, and I shall really be in the suds." "Oh, heavens, no." She waved that aside with one hand. "I already know what a condom is." "You do?" That took him aback. "Dash it, Edie. You didn't even know what a lesbian was until I told you. How in the hell do you know what a condom is?" "I'm a married woman, Stuart. Married women talk about these things." "I see." "My friends told me all about condoms ages ago. One or two even suggested I might need some and offered to obtain them for me. With you away and all that, they thought I might want male companionship." "Indeed?" He began to feel a bit nettled. "Who are these friends? I'm not sure you should associate with them, Edie, really. Did they have any specific males in mind for this companionship?" He could hear the testy note in his own voice. She heard it too, and she pounced on it at once. "Now you're the one who's jealous." "I'm not," he denied at once. "You are!" She laughed as if astonished. "You really are!" "All right, yes, a bit, there," he added, as she laughed again. "Satisfied? Feel you've gotten a bit of your own back now? That we're on more equal footing?" "Yes," she confessed, her smile the radiant one he liked so much. "I do, rather." "Good. Now that I've answered your questions, there's something I want to know." He eased closer to her on the blanket, and her smile faded away, but he decided that the sacrifice was worth it when he was close enough that his knee brushed her hip and his body was beginning to burn. "I want to know if these friends of yours told you the truly important things, such as how luscious love-making can be if it's done properly." The pink in her cheeks deepened. She looked down, apparently still too shy about this subject to hold his gaze. To his surprise, however, she answered his question. "From the way they talked, I could tell they all thought it was nice." "Nice?" he echoed in disbelief. "That's all they said?" "Most of them seemed to think it was a very pleasant thing." "Rather like a hot water bottle, in fact," he murmured. She didn't seem to perceive the hint of sarcasm. "Some of them said it was deuced good fun." I didn't see how any of that could be so, but I never said anything. "And now, after last night, do you think you might be starting to appreciate their point of view?" "Last night?" she murmured, clearly trying to pretend she didn't know what he meant, but she still did not look at him. Instead, she pretended a vast interest in brushing bits of grass off her skirt. "Did something happen last night?" "And you say you don't flirt. Edie, you are flirting with me right now." He bent his knee, deliberately rubbing it against her hip, savoring his own awakening lust, playing with fire. "Tell me more of what your friends told you about lovemaking, for I refuse to believe nice, pleasant, and fun were their only descriptions." He leaned in until his forehead touched the wide brim of her hat. "Did they tell you what bliss it is to be kissed and caressed?" Only the lower half of her face was visible, so he couldn't look into her eyes, but he saw her lips part, quivering just a little, and that was encouragement enough. He pressed on, teasing her as he tortured himself. "Did they tell you that you can lift a man to ecstasy or drive him down to despair? That you can transform him to a beggar or make him feel like a king?" He ducked his head beneath her hat to look in her eyes. "You could do all of that to me, Edie, if you wanted to. That's why I'm at your mercy." He heard her catch her breath. In her face was all the wariness he was used to, but along with it, there was something else, something he'd never seen in her face before. A dawning awareness, perhaps, of her own power. "Now I've done it." He eased across her body, his wrist brushing her hip, his fingers weaving into the grass at the edge of the blanket. "I shall be putty in your hands from now on, I fear." The lust he'd been trying to keep in check all day was overtaking him now, thick and hot, but he no longer cared about stopping it. He knew he had to kiss her again, right here, right now. He leaned closer. "Edie!" The voice calling her name had both of them turning their heads as Joanna came over the nearby knoll of grass and sand, an enormous piece of gnarled driftwood in her hands. "Look what I found! Won't this be smashing for a still life?" Stuart groaned and sat back. "School, Edie," he muttered. "The girl needs to go to school." The sun was setting by the time they packed up the picnic things and drove back to Highcliffe. Joanna talked 19 to the dozen during the ride, which to Edie was a blessing, for she was in no frame of mind to make ordinary conversation. All sorts of emotions were tumbling around inside her, bewildering, contradictory emotions. There was fear, of course. That was always with her. Something she'd accepted and learned to live with a long time ago. But right beside it, other emotions were pushing up, fighting for space and light and air. Things like excitement and desire, longing and hope, agony and uncertainty. Things that made fear seem almost comfortable, like a broken-in pair of leather shoes or a perfectly fitted glove. Fear, at least, was familiar. She could feel Stuart watching her, taking occasional sideways glances at her profile, but thankfully he didn't ask her any questions about her pensive mood. He didn't speak to her at all, except in polite inquiries about whether or not she was comfortable and if she'd prefer the top of the landau up instead of down. Beyond that, he talked mainly with Joanna, chaffing her about the huge chunk of driftwood taking up all the floor space in the landau and shamelessly praising the 2 watercolor landscapes she'd done of the coastline that morning. It was nearly dark by the time they reached the house. Snuffles was sent below stairs for a bath, and everyone went to their rooms to change for dinner. But if Edie thought her bedroom would prove any kind of haven, she was mistaken. As she stood in front of the long cheval mirror watching Reeves lace her into a corset, Stuart's words of earlier in the day echoed back to her. You can transform him to a beggar, or make him feel like a king. She didn't see it. She tried, studying her reflection in the glass, but she knew hers was not the face to launch 1,000 ships or topple a kingdom. She could only conclude that Stuart was either flattering her to turn her sweet, or he was blind, because all she saw when she looked in the mirror was a plain woman with a mop of curly red blonde hair, a stubborn jaw, and a pale face sprinkled with freckles. I wondered if you had them everywhere, and I started reckoning up how long it would take me to kiss them all. She touched her fingertips to her breastbone, tracing the faint gold dots. It would take lots of time, Stuart, she thought, and lots of kisses. Just like that, and heat began spreading through her body. Her body? Well, that was a whole other issue, wasn't it? Edie sighed, and the flush of desire died away in the wake of cold realities. In the woman in the mirror, she saw the girl who had towered over her dance partners, been mercilessly teased about her freckles and her overbite, and who had possessed one of the most unimpressive bosoms in New York. The curve of your hip, your long, long legs. Perhaps, she thought wistfully, she did have rather nice legs. But that was hardly enough to lift a man to ecstasy or drive him down to despair. What, she wondered, could Stuart possibly see in her that she did not? She wasn't sure she wanted to know. It was, she thought painfully, rather similar to the question she'd asked herself after Saratoga. What was it in her that had transformed Frederick Van Housen from gentleman to animal? What had driven him to shove her down onto a splintered wooden table, rip her drawers apart, cover her body with his, so heavy on top of her she couldn't breathe, and... Her sharp intake of breath caused Reeves to stop lacing. "Too tight, Your Grace?" She pasted a smile on her face. "Perhaps a bit," she lied. "I'm sorry, Your Grace. It's just an evening gown does have to be tighter." She finished off the lacing at Edie's tailbone, tied and tucked the laces, then helped her into her corset cover, an evening petticoat, and turned toward the bed where she had laid out Edie's pale pink tea gown earlier in the day. "I'll go fetch an evening gown, then. If you're sure," she added, pausing, pale pink silk draped over one arm. "You don't often wear an evening gown at home. I prefer one tonight." She didn't explain her reasons. The Duchess didn't have to explain anything, ever. Except, perhaps, to the Duke. Reeves nodded, seeming pleased. "Which one shall I bring? The one in royal blue silk is ever so nice, or perhaps the Nile green, or the purple?" "No." Edie shook her head at these choices. "Bring the brown one." "Oh, no, Your Grace, no!" Reeves groaned. "Not the brown one." Edie turned in surprise, for her maid was staunchly proper, and had never once had the impertinence to contradict her. "Reeves, what on earth—" The maid flushed at once, looking contrite. "Begging your pardon, Your Grace, it's just that the brown is—" She paused, sighed, and gave a gulp. "A bit dull. Matronly." "Yes, exactly." Edie nodded, for dull and matronly made her feel much safer. Perhaps some might even describe it as dowdy. "Wouldn't you prefer something prettier? The royal blue is ever so nice with your hair, and it's got a lower bit of neckline to it." Edie made a rueful face, studying her reflection. "As if that even matters on me." "We could add a bit of padding." Reeves glanced at the clock. "We have plenty of time." Edie looked past her own reflection to that of the maid. "And why," she asked, her voice suddenly brittle to her own ears, "would we want to do that?" "Well?" Reeves paused. "It's just that the Duke is home now," she said after a moment. "And I'm sure he would be wanting a fetching sight across the table after being in the wilds so long. And... She studied Edie's reflected face, sighed, and gave up. "I'll fetch the brown." Reeves vanished into the dressing room, and Edie returned her attention to the mirror. "Padding, indeed," she muttered under her breath, smoothing down her corset cover over her small bosom. "I haven't worn padding since I was 18. The girl before Saratoga had willingly worn padding and bust improvers under her clothes. She'd rubbed cherry juice on her pale cheeks and mouth, too, and dared to dream that a certain gentleman from the other end of Madison Avenue might fall in love with her. But then Saratoga had happened, killing all of those girlish dreams and romantic ideas, snuffing out passion before she'd even had the chance to discover what it was. It was too late now, wasn't it? Edie bit her lip, staring at her reflection, seeing Stuart's face in her mind, his eyes daring her to discover the bliss of being kissed and caressed. What did she want? That would have been an easy question to answer a week ago. She would have answered that she wanted what she had, that her life was perfect. She'd never dared to ask if there was anything missing. She could hear his voice, assuring her she was a passionate woman. Was she? She certainly felt stirred up since his return. If passion was to be in a constant state of agonizing uncertainty, to be caught between fear and excitement, then Stuart was right. If passion was muddled wits, exhilaration, and stark terror, then yes, she supposed she was passionate. If he could create this much havoc in her in a week, what would happen if she gave him a lifetime? She thought of his face, graver now than when she'd first seen it across a ballroom. A bit older, a bit battered and careworn, perhaps, but still so devastatingly handsome, with eyes like silver smoke. A man who, by his own admission, had had many women, who knew just why peaches were erotic, and what words to say to make a plain girl's heart twist in her breast. How many other feminine hearts had twisted just like hers? Probably too many to count. Granted, they were married. But what did that mean? Could a man like Stuart really stick with a woman like her? Could he really want her, love her, be faithful? Heavens, she thought, appalled. She was piling up romantic expectations faster than an 18-year-old girl. Was that what she wanted? To feel as she had then? To be the girl before Saratoga? To wipe it out as if it had never happened? Was that even possible? Edie pressed her hands to her flushed cheeks, dismayed. Where was the self-assured Duchess who ran 5 households on her own, raised a young sister, managed 12 immense charities, and gave some of the most popular afternoon-at-homes of the London season? She thought she'd become a confident, independent woman, but she now realized that all she'd done was place herself inside a safe cocoon where nothing could question her assurance, test her confidence, or threaten her independence. No man to hold her down, degrade her, force her. That was true. But also no man to kiss her mouth so tenderly it made her heart sing. Edie pressed her fingers to her lips and stared at her reflection. She didn't need to make up her mind about a lifetime. As long as she didn't kiss him, She had 5 days before that decision had to be made. In the meantime, perhaps all she had to do was enjoy being a woman and let him do all the kissing. The maid came out of the dressing room, and Edie turned. "I've changed my mind. Bring the blue." Reeves, that sober-faced, middle-aged model of the perfect lady's maid, gave a delighted jump and grinned like a girl. "I'll do your hair up with the tongs, too, shall I? That would take the frizz from the sea air out of it." "Oh, all right," she called, as the maid disappeared into the dressing room. "But I'm still not wearing any padding in my bosom." Edie returned her attention to the mirror and pushed a few frizzy curls off her forehead. No need to take things that far. Chapter 17. When Edie came down, Stuart was the only one in the drawing room. He was sipping a glass of sherry and studying the watercolors Joanna had done earlier in the day, which were laid out on a table by the piano. He looked up as she came in and smiled at once. "How pretty you look." She stopped by the door and ducked her head, suddenly self-conscious. "It was Reeves's doing," she said, and fiddled with the shimmery blue skirt. She seemed to think a duke home from the wilds of Africa deserved a wife in a pretty dress to look at across the table. He laughed. "I wholeheartedly concur. We ought to give that woman a raise." A thought struck her, and she looked up again, suspicious. "You didn't put her up to it, did you?" "To what? You in a pretty dress with a delightfully low neckline?" He grinned. "No, but deuce take it, I wish I had." "On second thought," he added, tilting his head to study her as she crossed the room toward him, "perhaps not. I fear that neckline shall prove far too distracting for my peace of mind. If Reeves had gotten her way, I might believe you about that." She gave him a wry look as she paused beside him. "She suggested I should put padding in it." "Did she?" He took a sip of sherry and turned toward her. "Whatever for?" "To entice you, of course." His gaze slid downward, then back up. "You don't need any padding to do that, Edie." "Well, I told her no anyway, so there we are." She gestured to the table and veered the conversation onto ground far safer than her bosom. "You're looking at Joanna's pictures, I see." "If you want to entice me, Edie," he murmured, "I can tell you far more effective ways than padding your bosom." A tingle of excitement ran through her, up her legs, along her spine, and up to the back of her neck, a heady sensation. She quivered inside, but not with fear. Instead, she felt as if there were 100 butterflies fluttering inside her stomach. Desperate, she forced herself to say something. "I shouldn't wish to be a tease. To lead you on." He smiled. "That's my lookout, not yours." She considered that, doubtful. "There are some men who would disagree." His smile vanished. "Then they are worthless curs, not men." She looked into his eyes, saw the tenderness there, and a sudden sob of gladness pushed up against her chest. She caught it back. How absurd, she thought wildly, to want to cry at such a moment. "Yes," she managed. "They are." He drew a breath and gestured to the glass in his hand. "I'm having sherry. Would you care for one?" She grasped at the change of subject and the offer of a drink at once, feeling in need of both right now. "Yes, thank you." She returned her attention to the paintings as he poured a sherry for her. "Your sister has great talent," he said as he brought it to her. "She does." Edie took the glass he offered and gestured to the wall. "You've seen her painting of your butterfly?" "Yes, of course. I think she's shown me every one of her paintings by now. It will be interesting to see how she'll paint that piece of driftwood we hauled home today. It will be something brilliant. I speak as her very proud sister, of course. No, I think you speak as a very discerning critic of art." They both laughed as they turned to study the watercolors. "Willowbank is a fine school for arts, Edie," he said after a moment. "No doubt that's why you chose it. She ought to go." Edie stared at one of the paintings, noting the exquisite lines of sand and grass and a skewed angle of the sky that made it uniquely Joanna. "She doesn't want to go." "But she needs to go. You know that as well as I do. You were ready to send her off, and I realize I'm the reason you haven't done so." "No, you were just the excuse." She sighed. "The truth is, I just haven't wanted to send her away. I've put it off far too long, I know, but we've never been separated, except for that month after you and I were married, and Daddy took her to Paris, and I hate the idea of having her out of my sight. If anything were to happen, they will chaperone her every minute, Edie." I know, and you're right. The day you arrived home from Africa, I'd finally worked up the nerve to send her, but then when she jumped off the train and came home, it was such a relief to put the whole thing off again and keep her with me a bit longer. You'll miss her terribly, no doubt. But that's what school holidays are for. As he spoke, Edie realized that it wasn't just about missing Joanna or her need to watch over her sister that lay at the heart of her reluctance to send her away. It was also the idea of being alone here at Highcliffe that had always made it so hard. Joanna's absence would have brought home to her the loneliness of her life. The loneliness of being an independent woman who ran charities and built gardens to keep herself busy, who knew that unless she constantly entertained guests, she would have to eat her meals in the ducal dining room alone and picnic at the Walsh by herself. Everything was different now, of course. Regardless of what happened in the next 5 days, she would never live alone at Highcliffe. She might be living alone elsewhere, but not here. I don't know if I want her to go to Willowbank. I don't know where I'll be living, and I want to be near her. Until things are settled with us, I don't think I should commit her to a particular school." He was silent for a moment. Then he nodded and gave a little cough. "Yes, of course. Still, Willowbank's in Kent, so it's easy to reach from London. Europe, too, if you chose to live there." He spoke slowly, his frequent pauses making it seem as if he had difficulty with getting the words out. He looked away. "If you were to go back to New York," he said, his voice a tight whisper, "that might be different. It's so far away." He would miss her, she thought. He wanted a real wife, children, all that, of course. He wanted her, too, she knew that. But the idea that he might desire her company, that he would miss her if she was gone, was a sudden and startling realization. "I was never going back to New York," she blurted out. "That was just a bluff to throw you off if I decided to run away." "What?" He turned his head to stare at her, clearly astonished. "Quite a convincing bluff," he murmured after a moment, studying her face. "You bought passage, if I recall." She shrugged. "Yes, well, a bluff ought to be convincing, and I could afford it." You are the most surprising woman, Edie. Every time I think I know what you're about, you confound me again. I was panicked. I didn't know what you intended, if you were going to force me or drag me home, or... Now she seemed to be the one who had difficulty saying things. She drew a deep breath. But I would never go back to New York. Never. I couldn't. I would see him, see that smirk on his face. She broke off abruptly, watching his mouth tighten to a thin, grim line. He will pay, Edie. I promise you, he will pay. She smiled a little. Again, it's very gallant of you to offer vengeance on my behalf, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done. It's over. Is it? There might be... He stopped abruptly and shook his head. Never mind. How did we move on to this ghastly topic? We were discussing Joanna and her art. He took a deep breath. As I was saying, Willowbank is very conveniently located and just the right school for her talents. If you are not intending to return to New York, then it is still the best school for her, at least in England. And no matter what happens between us, there is no reason why you can't remain in England. You don't have to go running off to France or Italy to escape me. I know that now, and I would prefer to stay in England. It's home to me now. As for Joanna, she paused and took a deep breath. You're right, of course. I'll break it to her after dinner. She started to turn away, but his voice stopped her. Don't do it yet. Rather than order her to go, it might be best if she wants to go, don't you think? He grinned. That way she won't leap off the train at the last minute, or refuse to write you, or smoke cigarettes, cause trouble, and get herself sent down. Edie laughed. That's right. You overheard our conversation about it all on the train platform. I'd forgotten about that. Do you agree? Of course, but she's adamantly opposed to going. How on earth shall you persuade her? Leave that to me. My campaign begins over dinner. If Edie had any doubts about Stuart's ability to change Joanna's mind about school, by the end of dinner, those doubts were gone. Females, she ought to know by now, were wax in his hands. He started his campaign by mentioning to Mrs. Simmons his tour of Italy when he was 21. Mrs. Simmons, a great lover of art, had also been to Italy, and through the first 6 courses of the meal, the two of them discussed the exquisite paintings within the Vatican's Sistine Chapel, Venice's picturesque canals, Florence's Ponte Vecchio and Pitti Palace, and the breathtaking beauty of the Tuscan countryside. Joanna listened with avid interest and asked dozens of questions, but since Willowbank was in Kent, not Italy, Edie saw no point to this Italian tour. Until dessert. Oh, I would love to go to Italy. Joanna fell back in her chair with a dreamy sigh. Indeed? Stuart turned to the girl in surprise. I never would have thought you'd want to go there, Joanna. Are you joking? The girl stared at him as if he were the most hopelessly dim-witted person in the world. It would be like a dream come true. Think of the landscapes I could paint there. How could you ever think I wouldn't want to go to Italy? Because you don't want to go to Willowbank, of course. Stuart paused, frowning as if confounded. Therefore, I assumed you had no interest in going to Italy either. Joanna wasn't the only one who looked at him in bewilderment. Mrs. Simmons looked equally confused, and even Edie, who knew his intentions, was baffled as well. "What does Willowbank have to do with Italy?" Joanna asked. "It hardly matters, since you're not going." He paused for a sip of wine. "But Mrs. Calloway is intending to take a group of her most talented second-year pupils to Italy next autumn." "What?" Joanna was aghast. She was not the only one. "I didn't know of any such tour," Edie said, and looked at Mrs. Simmons. "Did you?" "No, indeed," the governess answered. "Mrs. Calloway is a great admirer of the masters, of course, and all the girls at Willowbank learn to study their techniques, but I know nothing of this Italian business." "She's wanted to do it for several years, apparently," Stuart told them, "but they've been in need of a sponsor. She heard I was home, and she wrote to me asking if I'd do it. Apparently she feels that a duke would lend a certain cachet to the whole thing, and since Joanna was going there, she thought I might be amenable to the idea. I shall be happy to sponsor their trip, of course." "But you can't!" Joanna cried, her fork clattering to her plate. "You can't sponsor other girls going to Italy and not me." "Joanna," Edie reproved, "there is no need to rattle the silver and be impertinent." "It's all right, Edie," Stuart said. "It's bound to be a bit shattering to know other girls will be taking her place on a trip to Italy." He turned to Joanna. "Petal, I'm sorry you won't be going, but I see no reason to deprive other talented young ladies of their chance to paint the Tuscan countryside and study the works of Michelangelo because you don't want to do so." He took another sip of wine and resumed eating his blackberry tart and cream. But... Joanna's voice stuttered into silence, and Edie almost felt sorry for her. Not since she was a little girl had Joanna looked so much like she wanted to cry. Edie continued eating dessert, but she watched Joanna out of the corner of her eye, and when she saw the girl bite down on her lip, just the same way she did when she was in a state of agonizing indecision, she knew Joanna was wavering, and she wasn't surprised when the girl turned to her. "Edie, is it too late for me to go to Willowbank?" "No." Edie looked across at Stuart, who leaned back with his wine, giving her a wink over his glass. "Of course it's not too late." The August lilies were blooming. Edie knew that because the luscious scent of the flowers wafted through the open French doors as she and the others walked down the corridor toward the music room after dinner, and she almost regretted that their day at the wash had prevented her from taking the usual evening walk with Stuart. The garden smelled lovely. Stuart seemed to read her thoughts. "Lovely night," he commented. "Perfect for a stroll." "Yes," she agreed, smiling at him over her shoulder as she walked through the doorway of the music room. "Such a pity it's not a full moon." But the moment she entered the music room, Edie realized that if they wanted to go for a walk in the grounds, no moonlight would be necessary. Through the French doors, she could see lanterns, dozens of them, their lights flickering in a line along the terrace and forming a serpentine trail through the gardens beyond. She stopped just inside the door with a cry of amazement. "Stuart!" He stopped behind her. "Who needs a full moon?" he murmured. "I instructed Wellesley to arrange it all before we left this morning. Do you like it?" "Like it?" She laughed, delighted, and once again looked at him over her shoulder. "It's wonderful!" He didn't smile, but he didn't have to for her to know she'd pleased him. She saw it in his eyes. "What's wonderful?" Joanna asked behind them. "And why are you two blocking the doorway?" Edie moved into the room, allowing Joanna and Mrs. Simmons to also see what he'd done, Then she started out to the terrace with Stuart beside her. "Ooh," Joanna breathed, following them outside. "It looks magical, doesn't it? Like something out of a fairy story." "Yes, it does." Edie laughed again and looked at Stuart. "Now we can go for our walk after all." He gestured to the stone steps nearby. "Shall we, Edie?" he asked. And the soft question and the look in his eyes as he asked it made her catch her breath. "Yes," she said, and moved toward him. "Let's go." "Can I come too?" Joanna asked. "No," she and Stuart answered at the same time, and she knew both of them had the same reason for refusing Joanna's request. Leaving the girls staring wistfully after them, they started down the lantern-lit path. "We forgot Snuffles," Stuart commented as they entered the rose garden. "He's still below stairs somewhere." "He can miss his walk this once." She looked around. Joanna's right. The lanterns do make everything look magical. "Poor girl," he said, laughing. "Did you see her face when we said she couldn't come with us? She looked like a wounded puppy." "The other was worse," Edie reminded, "when she learned she wouldn't be going to Italy because she wasn't going to Willowbank. Really, Stuart," she added, trying to sound severe and failing completely. "Mrs. Calloway taking pupils to Italy, indeed! And don't tell me she wrote to you, for I shan't believe it." "She didn't." He gave her a sideways smile. "But don't you dare give me away." "I won't. But what do you intend to do about Italy?" "It's obvious, isn't it? They'll have to go." "All that to persuade my sister that she wants to go away to school? You are so outlandish." "But you like it, Edie. Admit it, you like it." "I suppose I do. Perhaps it's because I never do anything outlandish that I like it when you do." They entered the secret garden, and she found her accusation of his outlandishness proved yet again, for lanterns had been placed all around the fountain, giving the white marble statue of 3 sisters and the water that poured over them a magical glow. "You see," she said, laughing, "this is just what I mean. I suppose you told Wellesley to have the footman place the lights just where they would illuminate the fountain perfectly." "I did." He stopped beside the fountain. When she stopped beside him, he turned toward her and reached out to touch a fold of her skirt, rubbing shimmery blue silk between his fingers. "I like this dress," he said. "Or rather, I like you in this dress." "Indeed?" "Yes, indeed." "Did you wear blue because it's my favorite color?" "Say yes," he added when she hesitated, smiling a little. "Throw me a crumb." She laughed. "All right." "Yes," she admitted. "I did." His smile faded, and he let go of the silk. He lifted his hand to the exposed skin above the low neckline of her dress, but he didn't touch her. Instead, he paused, fingertips a hair's breadth from her skin. He looked into her eyes. "I'm thinking right now how much I want to touch you." He paused. "If I do, would that be all right?" She considered, nodded. "Yes." The pad of his index finger touched the side of her neck. She drew in her breath sharply and let it out slowly as his fingertip glided down the column of her throat. She strove to stay perfectly still, but her heart began to race before he'd even reached her collarbone. His fingertip nestled there, in the indent at the center of her collarbone, and he began tracing tiny circles in that spot, around and around at the base of her throat. She stopped, forgetting entirely what she'd meant to say, for the gentle, musing caress of his finger was spreading heat throughout her body and robbing her of her wits. She felt her knees going weak, and when his free arm slid around her waist, she welcomed it, for he kept her on her feet. "I'm going to kiss you." He didn't ask if it would be all right. He didn't wait for an answer. He just did it, capturing her lips with his in a lush, open-mouthed kiss. Tender, yes, but deeper, fuller, with something new in it, an urgency that took her by surprise. But she didn't stop him. And when his arm tightened, pulling her closer, she came without resistance. He felt her yield, and she knew it excited him. His body stirred against hers. Her hand lifted, curled at the back of his neck, raked through his hair. Her tongue met his, willing and hot, and for a brief, shining moment it was glorious. He made a stifled sound, and with no warning he grabbed her arms and pushed her back, away from him. His hands fell to his sides. Breathing hard, they stared at each other. "I didn't tell you to stop," she panted, working to clear her dazed senses. "Why did you?" "I did it out of self-preservation," he said between ragged breaths, and rubbed his hands over his face. "Much more of that, and it would have been absolute torture for me to stop." He paused and looked into her eyes. "But even then, I would have stopped, Edie. I would have." She nodded. "I believe you, Stuart." "Best if we go back," he said, and bent to reach for his walking stick. She realized she hadn't even noticed when he dropped it. Neither of them spoke as they walked back to the house. Edie couldn't, for she was too dazed, too overwhelmed by his kiss and her own response to it, to make conversation. She could only think he felt the same. She also knew he was in a state of arousal. She'd felt it when his body pressed against hers. She wasn't afraid of it exactly, but she couldn't imagine what would happen when they were in her bedroom and she was helping him with his leg. Would he kiss her again? She wondered wildly. How could he not? Would he try to make love to her? What would she do if he did? When they reached her room, she opened the door, but when she stepped across the threshold, he didn't follow her. Surprised, she stopped and turned in the doorway. "Stuart, I think it might be best if we forego exercises tonight." She felt a hint of relief, and yet, right alongside it, she also felt a stab of disappointment that their evening was coming to such an abrupt end. She worked not to let either emotion show on her face. "Of course. If you're sure." "I am. It's late, and I have to leave first thing in the morning." "Leave?" she echoed in dismay. "Yes. I think I'll take the milk train. It departs quite early." She shook her head in bewilderment. "But where are you going?" He seemed surprised by the question. "Kent, of course. Now that I've managed to convince Joanna to go to Willowbank, I have to go rushing down ahead of her and see Mrs. Calloway. Somehow, I have to persuade that good lady, whom I have never met in my life, to take a group of schoolgirls to Italy at our expense, and to lead all the girls to believe it was her idea." Edie lifted a hand to her throat where he'd touched her earlier, and she felt sure he'd have no trouble with the task of cajoling Mrs. Calloway. Even the redoubtable, no-nonsense headmistress of a girls' school wouldn't be immune to his charm. She certainly wasn't. "I'm sure you'll find a way to talk her into it," she said faintly. "I hope so, or I shall really be in the suds with Joanna." "When will you be back?" "Day after tomorrow, I expect. I shall stop in London on the way down. I want to see Dr. Cahill and hear his opinion on how my leg is getting on, and I have some other business to conduct. So I'll stay at my club that night, and go on to Kent early in the morning to see Mrs. Calloway. I'll be back here about tea-time, I should think. So you want me to wait to send Joanna off until after you've returned? Yes. I would like to say goodbye to her before she goes, if that's all right. Of course. She paused, cleared her throat. Well, good night then. He smiled a little and leaned closer to her, his lashes lowering. She knew what that meant, and this time she met him halfway. The moment his lips touched hers, all the heady feelings he'd aroused earlier in the garden came rushing back, but she barely had time to savor them before he was pulling away. Good night, Edie. It took her a moment to open her eyes, and when she did, he was already turning away. She almost reached out to touch him, hoping it might make him linger. Though she managed to check the impulse, it still left her standing in the doorway of her room in dazed astonishment. And as she watched him walk down the corridor to his own room, she wondered suddenly if she might be in danger of losing the bet they'd made. After all, had anyone told her a week ago that she'd be standing here in a state of arousal, dejected because her husband had not come into her bedroom, frustrated because his good-night kiss had been far too short, and unutterably depressed because he was leaving her for 2 whole days, she'd have called that person crazy. Stuart knew that sometimes in the game of love, strategic retreat was in order. Usually that meant a deliberate act designed to make the other person more eager. In his case, however, it was more a matter of distance, enabling him to regain his equilibrium. It meant giving up 2 of his precious 10 days, but he had no choice. He needed distance and time away because he needed to regain his control. He'd almost lost his head in the garden, not to mention outside her room with a bedroom door wide open, and he didn't want to risk temptations of that sort. He couldn't, not with Edie. He had to keep his head. To stand there in the garden with her, her mouth beneath his, open and willing, had been so sweet, and she'd come into his arms without resistance. But every instinct he had told him she wasn't ready. Not for what he wanted. He ached with lust. He burned with it. He'd wanted to pull up the skirts of that glistening blue gown and take her down into the grass last night, right there in the garden. And it had been like ripping himself in half to push her away. And then, standing at her bedroom door, with her invitation to come inside, hanging in the air, had been like an invitation straight into hell. To have her hands on him in any way at that point would have been akin to torture and possibly damnation as well, for even he wasn't completely sure what he'd have done after that. No, best all around that he'd managed to resist, even if it was the hardest thing he'd ever done. And he'd seized on the excuse to go to Kent like a lifeline, and London too. As he'd told her, he had business to do there. Business that would help him to remember his priorities. His needs were not a priority, and with his body in such a hopeless state, he needed something useful to occupy his mind. Because he'd taken the milk train, he arrived in London by mid-morning. He stopped at his club, and as he'd expected, he found letters waiting for him there, from Troubridge, Featherstone, and his other 2 closest friends, Viscount Somerton and the Earl of Heywood. They had all received the telegrams he'd sent off the day he went shopping with Edie in the High Street, and they all agreed to his request for a reunion in town to welcome him home. All he needed to do was name the day, and all 4 promised to be there. A 5th letter was also waiting for him in response to another of his telegrams, a letter he hadn't expected quite yet, and one that made him think perhaps Pinkertons deserved their reputation as the finest detective agency in the world. They were certainly efficient. In reply, he sent a boy across town at once with a request for an immediate appointment. Then he went upstairs for a bathe and a shave, and to have the laundry at White's press the morning suit he'd brought with him. Suitably attired for town, he went down to the dining room to have lunch while he waited for a response to his inquiry. It came by 1:30, and by 2, a hansom cab was depositing him outside Pinkerton's London offices. He was ushered at once into the luxuriously appointed office of Mr. Duncan Ashe, leading detective of the agency. Your Grace. Ashe, a tall fellow of about his own age, with russet brown hair and an agreeable clean-shaven face, gestured to the comfortable leather chair opposite his desk. Please sit down. Thank you. He availed himself of the invitation. And thank you for making time for me today. I'm sure you are quite a busy man. Not at all. We are honored to have your Grace as a client, and we are happy to assist you at any time. He smiled. Rank did have its privileges. You indicated in your letter to me that you have some of the information I requested. Yes, some. It's only been 2 days, so anything I have from our London offices had to be conveyed by telegram. He paused. The expense for cables back and forth shall be quite high, I fear. Stuart waved that trifle aside. It doesn't matter. Money is no object. I took the liberty of assuming that from the urgent wording of your telegram. I've supplemented what we've been given by our New York agency with information we've been able to gather from newspapers archived here in London. Scandal sheets, mostly, both British and American. It's not much, as I said, but I expect to have a complete dossier for you by next week. In the meantime, I thought you would wish to hear what we have thus far. I am all ears. Ashe opened a file on the desk in front of him. Frederick Van Housen, born in New York City, 31 years of age, the only child, actually, of Albert and Lydia Van Housen. Educated at Harvard. There was some scandal involving him there, something illegal, but he wasn't prosecuted. Father got it hushed up, apparently. I don't have details, but I can probably obtain them, if you like. I do like. Find out all you can. Go on. He is unmarried. He was engaged for a brief period last year to Miss Susan Avermore, also from a prominent New York family, but the marriage didn't come off. Some say it's because he expected Miss Avermore to bring an income from her father with her when they married, and her father refused flat out, but we haven't had time to verify that. His parents have a home on Madison Avenue, but he no longer lives with them. He has a brownstone of his own just off Central Park. He also owns a summer home in Newport. Van Housen is quite the sportsman. Plays tennis and golf, sails yachts, owns racehorses. Racehorses? Stuart frowned, thinking back to the other day, and Edie's short-clipped answer about her father's racehorses. Your Grace? He shook his head. Sorry, I was wool-gathering. The Van Housen family is one of the wealthiest and oldest families in America. Knickerbockers, Your Grace, if you are familiar with the term. I am. So, he murmured, Van Housen fancies himself an aristocrat, does he? They all do. That's how other Americans regard them. Rather the same way men of my class here in England regard a man such as you. Not that a Knickerbocker is anything to a duke, of course, he rushed on, looking a bit abashed. Stuart smiled in reassurance. I take no offense, Ashe. Go on. The detective turned a page. The father owns a shipping company and is very successful, very wealthy. Van Housen had an enormous sum settled on him by his father when he came of age, but American men are also expected to take up a profession and earn their living. In fact, there's enormous pressure to do so. Ah, so he's had to cut his own jib, has he? Stuart murmured. How's that working out for him? Not so well. He tried for the bar and failed. He turned his hand to business investment and speculated with his money, but lost a lot of it. The racehorses, for example, have cost him dear. He leans toward riskier investments that promise higher profits. So he's a gambler, Stuart considered, and intemperate, eager to make his mark in the world and do it quickly. A man who cares what people think of him. He seemed so, certainly. That boded well. Stuart leaned back, one knuckle pressed to his lips as he stared past the detective toward the wall, past the painting of the Thames that hung there, trying to see all the way to New York and into the mind of the man he intended to destroy. He's the sort of man who wants power. He doesn't have it, but he thinks he's entitled to it by birthright. He's incapable of earning what he wants, so he wants what he hasn't earned. The sort of man who, if he wants something, thinks it's all right just to take it. Possibly. As yet, I can't say. I can. Stuart met the other man's eyes across the desk. I can. He considered a moment. Any other scandals, Ash? Anything involving women? The detective hesitated, toying with a pencil on his desk. Other than your wife, you mean? You may include my wife, and you've no need to worry about sparing my feelings on the subject. If you're asking for this information about her former lover because you think they might still be lovers, and you want to find grounds for divorce, I can't help you. Pinkerton's doesn't do that sort of thing. We have certain ethical lines we do not cross. I can assure you I have no intention of ever divorcing my wife, and I already know the truth of the incident with Van Housen that ruined her reputation, but I wish to hear the gossip as well, for reasons of my own. You won't be violating your code of ethics. Satisfied? Ash nodded. The Duchess accepted. We don't have anything on other women yet. The incident involving her, Miss Edith Ann Jewell, as she was then, occurred at Saratoga. Saratoga Springs, New York. Yes, they hold race meetings there. It was 6 years ago, during the week of the Travers Stakes. The Travers is a bit like our Epsom Derby. I know what it is. Go on. Your father-in-law and Van Housen both had horses running in the Travers Stakes that year. The gossip is that Miss Jewell cornered Van Housen in an abandoned summer house near the course. Both of them were seen going in, him first, and then her a bit later. He came out about 15 minutes after she arrived. 15 minutes? Was that all? God, the bastard must have jumped her practically the moment she walked in the door. Stuart rubbed a hand over his face. He would destroy this man, reduce him to tattered bits of flotsam. Go on. She came out a bit later. Ash paused. Go on, Stuart repeated in a hard voice. Her clothes were quite rumpled. Her hat was askew, making it seem... His voice trailed off, and he gave a delicate cough. Word got round straight away, of course, and it became a huge scandal. Her father demanded honour be satisfied, but Van Housen flatly refused to marry her. She was very new money, not of his class, and his claim was that he was an innocent party and that she was trying to compromise him and jump into his class by trapping him into marriage. His story was the one believed. It doesn't matter now, of course. Only because she's married to me. Stuart straightened in his chair. So what have we got? A man who is greedy, overindulged, eager for power, thoughtless, unscrupulous, a bit of a gambler, and clearly a cad. That would seem an accurate summary based on what we know. Stuart smiled, pleased with the many possibilities such a profile afforded him, but then he'd known there would be possibilities. A man who'd violate a woman against her will was bound to give his enemies ammunition to work with. And though Van Housen might not know it, Stuart was definitely his enemy. "Excellent work, Ash. I am impressed. Thank you, Your Grace. But I need more. Much, much more. We'll meet again when you have that dossier you're working up, but I'm certain even that won't be enough. I want to know everything there is about this man, about his parents, his friends, his business associates, his mistresses, everything. Keep digging until you've turned his entire life inside out, from the time of his birth to this very moment." He stood up, bringing the other man to his feet as well. "Employ as many men as you need. Spare no expense. I want every detail you can find, down to what material he prefers for his underclothes and what he eats for breakfast." "Yes, Your Grace." With that, Stuart departed to return to his club, stopping along the way only long enough to send another telegram, this one to Edie's father. When he arrived back at White's, he walked straight into the bar and ordered a drink. He needed it. Chapter 18. Stuart was gone 2 days. He arrived home around tea-time, just as he'd told her he would. Though she was engaged in a battle of croquet with Joanna, she kept watching for him, hoping he'd come out to greet them upon his return. He did, and when she spied him coming across the lawn toward her, gladness rose in her like a bird soaring skyward. Snuffles spied him at the same time and bounded across the grass to greet him. It took everything Edie had to move at a slower pace, and when they met halfway across the grass, she gripped her mallet hard, fighting the urge to toss it aside, fling her arms around his neck and kiss his mouth. "You're back," she said. He straightened from petting the terrier and smiled at her. "Miss me?" "Like mad." She didn't say it. Instead, she shrugged. "A little. Only a little." He shook his head and sighed. "Heartless Edie. Still, you are wearing white today, so I can't complain." She reached up one hand, fingering her high collar. "Just my shirtwaist," she felt impelled to point out. "My skirt isn't white." His gaze lowered, then lifted. "That's a pity." As always when he said things like that, her heart gave a hard thump in her breast, and she grabbed for a neutral subject. "It's very hot." "Yes," he agreed. "It is." A perfectly ordinary thing to say, and yet the way he said it sent a warmth in her spreading through her body that had nothing to do with the weather. "Stuart!" Joanna's joyful greeting saved her from having to think of a reply. Her sister stopped beside her, breathing hard from having run across the lawn. Joanna had none of her painful shyness with him. "You're back!" "Hello, Petal." He grinned at her as he glanced at Edie. "I hope you missed me." She grinned back at him. "That depends. Do you know how to play croquet?" "I do. But are you any good?" "I was, actually, but I haven't played in years." "Either way, you'll surely be better than me, so you must come and help me. Edie's beaten me 3 times already, and I'm about to lose again because I've got a tricky shot to make and I don't think I can do it. You can take my shot for me." "No, he can't," Edie protested, indignant. "That would be cheating." Edie, Stuart chided, laughing. "You are so ruthless at games." "She is," Joanna put in before she could answer. "I don't know why I even play with her, and she's very good. Please help me, Stuart." "I will, but it shall have to be another time. I'm going up to change while you and your sister finish your game. Then I want tea on the terrace. I've been in a hot, crowded train all afternoon." "After that, will you play?" "Not today. After tea, I want to spend some time with your sister." He glanced at Edie. "Alone." "Oh, very well," Joanna grumbled. Perfect chance to win for a change, she added under her breath as she turned away, and it doesn't come off. I'll never beat her. Really, Edie, he whispered as Joanna stalked off to make her shot. 4 games in a row. Be a sport and let her win one. She looked at him, saw his cajoling smile, and gave in. Oh, all right. You must be softening me up, she added, making it sound like an accusation. God, I hope so. He ducked his head beneath her straw hat and planted a quick kiss on her lips. I certainly hope so. After tea, they went for their usual walk. Instead of going through the gardens, however, Stuart expressed the desire to tour the home farm, so they went that way, across the lawn and down the lane. She couldn't help noting as they walked that his pace was slower today. Does your leg hurt? She asked. A bit, he admitted. Trains are so cramped, it's difficult, and I didn't have you to stretch me out these 2 days. We can do that before dinner. Love to, he said at once, and again she felt an absurd burst of joy. How was London? She asked. Did you see the doctor? I did. He's glad I seem to be improving, and he's given me some additional stretching exercises to add to my regimen. I also saw Mrs. Calloway, and she is delighted by the idea of a trip to Italy next year. Edie's joy dimmed a little at the reminder of Joanna's impending departure. I'll miss her too, Edie, he said, correctly interpreting her sudden silence. That didn't make her feel better, but she nodded. I know, Stuart. Suddenly, he stopped walking. I say, look where we are. Edie came to a halt as well, looking around. We're by the hen houses. Yes, exactly. He glanced around and grabbed her hand. Come on. She laughed, allowing him to pull her and Snuffles along. You want to see the chickens? The dog will love that. He gave her a look as if she were hopelessly dense. Not the chickens, darling. The feathers. The feathers? What on earth for? He didn't explain. As he led her and Snuffles past the hen houses, the dog barked and growled, causing the hens in the fenced pen to flutter in alarm and vanish into the coop. We're frightening the hens, she told him. If there are no eggs tomorrow, I'm telling Mrs. Bigelow that it's your fault. Stuart was not dissuaded by that. He led her around the corner of the hen houses to the feather house several dozen yards beyond, where he took Snuffles's lead from her fingers and tied the dog firmly to a nearby fence post. Then he opened the door of the feather house, pulled her inside, and closed the door behind them. She blinked, for though the building had windows, the interior was dim after the bright sunshine outside, and it took several minutes for her eyes to adjust. So why are we in here? She asked, glancing around at the wood-slatted pens where feathers were stored after being cleaned and dried. He didn't answer. Instead, he tossed his walking stick into one of the pens, turned around, and leaned back against the wooden slats behind him. Resting his hands on either side of the top slat, he lifted himself to perch on the edge. He grinned at her. You're looking at me as if I've lost my wits. Well, she began. His grin widened. Oh, come on. Don't tell me you've never wanted to. She frowned, bewildered. Never wanted to what? Instead of answering, he leaned back and fell straight into the feathers behind him. She laughed as tiny feathers and bits of down floated up toward the ceiling, and she leaned forward to look into his grinning face. That's why you wanted to come in here? Of course. My friends and I used to play here. Old Treves would grumble about it, with us mussing about in his feathers, but he never told on us. Not once. He laughed, looking up into her dubious face. "I can tell you did not grow up in the country, Edie." "No, I grew up in a very large house in the middle of Manhattan, with all the conveniences of modern life. Our feather beds and pillows came from a store." "So you've never played in feathers? You were deprived of one of childhood's greatest joys." She glanced at the sides of the 3-foot-high enclosure. "Will you be able to get back out?" "Hell's bells, I didn't even think about that." He laughed. "Ah, well, I'll worry about that later." He slid backwards so that his entire body was in the pen. "Well, come on," he urged. "What are you waiting for?" She pulled off her hat and tossed it aside. Then she turned around, lifted herself onto the edge, and with a glance over her shoulder to make sure he was out of her way, she fell backward. She was laughing even before she landed next to him in a poof of white. "Fun, isn't it?" he asked. She nodded, staring up at the wood ceiling, the floor of the loft above. "So you weren't allowed to play in here?" "God, no. These feathers are for pillows and mattresses for the house, not for play. My father would have taken a crop to me if he'd known." "A crop?" She turned her head and looked at him. "How awful! Your father must have been a tyrant." "He was, rather. But—" Stuart paused and shrugged. "He bothered so little about us it didn't matter. We almost never saw him." His cavalier attitude about it rather startled her. She thought of his mother and her cold haughtiness, and she didn't know what to say. "That's a shame," she said at last. "My parents were very attentive to me and my sister. Until my mother died, anyway. That changed my father, I think. Without my mother, he didn't know what to do with 2 daughters. He was a bit lost." Stuart turned on his side, rubbing his head to dislodge any bits of down from his short hair. Then he propped his weight on his elbow and rested his cheek on his hand, looking at her. "So you had to be both mother and sister for Joanna?" "Yes, exactly. I was 17 when my mother died. Joanna was only 8. I felt I had to take over." "I understand. Nadine and I have exactly the same age difference. When my father died, though, my sister was already 16. But if she'd been a little girl, I would have been like father to her as well as brother. I almost wish that had been the case. I might have been able to save her from being completely scatterbrained." "I doubt it. I hate to say mean things about your family, Stuart, but your sister isn't the brightest candle in the chandelier." "No," he agreed, laughing. "She isn't, is she?" "So you and your friends played in here?" She snuggled deeper, liking the feel of the feathers beneath her. "What did you do?" "Oh, feather fights, of course. Didn't you have pillow fights with your girlfriends?" "Well, yes, but we never had loose feathers like this." "Then it doesn't count." "What? Why not?" she demanded, feeling a bit indignant. "Really, Edie, if you don't hit your opponent hard enough to break the pillow open and have the feathers flying everywhere, it is not a true pillow fight." She watched as he picked up a handful of down. "Stuart," she warned. But he didn't throw them at her. Instead, he plucked out one small feather and tossed the others aside. Reaching over, he touched the feather beneath her chin. She shook her head, laughing. "You're ticklish," he accused, sounding far too delighted by the fact. "No, I'm not." But even as she denied it, she laughed harder, squeezing her eyes shut, wriggling as he brushed the feather along her jaw. "Edie, I never knew this about you," he teased. "I think things between us just got a bit more equal." She felt his hand curve around her waist. "No, don't!" she shrieked, still laughing. "Don't tickle me." He didn't. For no reason at all, he stilled. And when she opened her eyes, he was staring at her, his face grave, his eyes dark and smoky. She swallowed hard. "What are you thinking?" she whispered. But even as she asked the question, she already knew the answer. "I'm thinking it's not in the sheets," he murmured, as he pulled a bit of white fluff from her hair. "But it'll do." He bent his head and kissed her. It was more like the kiss he'd given her the other night in the garden, rather than the sweet kisses outside her bedroom door. Familiar with his kisses now, her body responded almost at once, relaxing, easing, warming to him. He explored her mouth, his tongue caressing hers, then pulling back, coaxing her to reciprocate. He finally broke the kiss, but she had time for just one gasp of air before he kissed her again. The kiss deepened, and the warmth in her deepened too, growing hotter, centering in her breasts, low in her abdomen, between her legs. She groaned against his mouth. He broke the kiss again, and she felt him easing back as if to withdraw. This time, instead of letting him go, she curled her fingers around the armholes of his waistcoat to keep him there. She did not want these kisses to end, not yet. "Edie?" She knew the question he was asking, and she opened her eyes. "You told me it was bliss to be kissed and caressed, didn't you?" she whispered. "Here's your chance to prove it." He smiled a little. He looked down at his hand where it rested lightly on her waist. Slowly, his palms slid upward over her ribs and across her breast. She inhaled sharply, and he stilled. Then he looked into her eyes. A question. She nodded. His palms seemed to burn through the 4 layers of clothing she wore, straight to her bare skin, and yet she shivered. His gaze still locked with hers, he cupped his hand, then flattened it, and cupped it again, shaping her small breast even within the stiff confines of her corset, and her body responded, her hips stirring against the feathers, her leg bending, then straightening, her back arching to press her breast closer to his hand. She felt strange, restless, as if every part of her body needed to move. He didn't linger, though. His hand moved on, gliding up to the collar of her shirtwaist. His fingers stirred between the frills and found a button. She felt it come undone. Slowly, he moved down, undoing buttons. By the time he reached her waist, she was quivering inside. She watched his hand as he pulled back the placket, his tan skin so dark against her white shirtwaist and pale pink corset, so blatantly masculine against silk and lace. His hand slid away, and she watched as he bent his head, pressing a kiss to the top of her breast, just above her corset cover. She gasped, her body arching again. Her hands lifted from the feathers to cradle his head and touch his dark hair as he pressed kisses to her breast, her collarbone, and her bared shoulder. Her breath was coming faster now, bringing to her senses the scent of sandalwood as his tongue touched her and tasted her. Once again, his palms shaped her breast, and she couldn't stop her body from arching into the caress. She wanted more of this. His fingertips curled over the edge of her corset, shoving beneath all her undergarments, the back of his hand scorching her bare skin. He worked his hand down within the tight confines of the garment, over her breast, far enough for his fingertips to touch her nipple. It was electric, sending sharp sensation throughout her body. It was too much to bear, and she cried out, her hips jerking. He eased back, his hands sliding out and away. He kissed her lips, her cheeks, her jaw, her ear. His hand glided down her hip. Then he began pulling her skirt up. She felt a jolt of panic. "Stuart!" He stilled. "Do you want me to stop?" he asked. His breathing was quick, ragged, but gently he kissed her ear, so gently. She swallowed, shoving panic down. This was Stuart, she reminded herself. Stuart! As long as she could see him, it would be all right. Looking into his eyes, she would remember the difference. "No. Don't stop," she managed. "But look at me. Look at me when you touch me." He lifted his head as his hand worked beneath layers of skirt and petticoat to her drawers. But even though she could see his face, even looking into his beautiful eyes, when he moved to slide his hand between her thighs, she seized up, that knot of fear pressing her chest. She went rigid and squeezed her legs together. He stopped, waiting. She felt again that suspension between fear and desire, that impossible conundrum. Her courage started slipping. "Say my name," he told her. "Stuart." Her legs opened a little as she said it. His hand eased between. "Stuart." A soft moan this time, making him smile, and her legs relaxed a bit more. He shaped her inner thigh, the calluses on his palm catching on delicate nainsook as he slid his hand higher. He reached the apex of her legs, found the opening in her drawers, and then he turned his hand. His fingertips touched her most intimate place, and she cried out, "Stuart!" Fear transmuted into something else, something that made her cry out again, something that was not fear at all, but pleasure. He moved his finger, sliding it over her, caressing her in tiny circles, an exquisite tease that made her shiver and moan and close her eyes. This was what he meant about the bliss, she thought. It was this. He deepened the caress, sliding his finger between the folds of her feminine opening, easing inside her. She cried out against remembered invasion, pulled up onto her elbows and opened her eyes, fearing pain, instinct preparing her to fight. But there was no pain. She looked into Stuart's face, so close to hers. His eyes were closed now, but she could still look into his face as he caressed her. With each slide of his finger, her body jerked in response. Every breath became a pant. The pleasure became hunger, then raw need. It built in her, rolling in her body, deeper, heavier, stronger, and then, without warning, it broke apart inside of her, a wash of sensations so lovely that it made her sob his name. He kissed her hard, taking her sobbing cry into his mouth. His fingers continued to caress her, and each quick, luscious stroke renewed the pleasure until she felt that exquisite explosion come again. She'd been wrong, she realized as she fell back, panting into the feathers. It was this that was the bliss. Her eyes closed again. "Stuart." It was a sigh, all she could say. There were no other words. He heard her sigh his name, barely, over the thudding of his heart, but he knew it would whisper to him in dreams for the rest of his days, and nothing would ever be the same for him now. "I know, darling," he said, and kissed her again. "I know." He wished he could do it all again, bring her to the peak, watch her climax, hear that soft, whispered sigh. But he knew he did not have time for it now. His control was slipping irretrievably away. His body was on fire, and need was clawing at him. He wanted her so badly, his hand was shaking as he unfastened the buttons of his trousers. He said her name and kissed her mouth as he worked his trousers down, and by the time they were around his knees, he felt as randy and desperate as a 14-year-old boy. But he knew he couldn't take her like that, and he pulled her toward him onto her side, watching her eyes open. Their gazes locked. He pressed his hips closer to hers, and when the tip of his penis touched her, she sucked in her breath. "It'll be all right," he promised her. "It won't hurt." He slid his penis between her thighs, easing through the opening in her drawers, and watched her eyes widen in alarm. Her nostrils flared in fear, her lips parted, quivering. "Say my name," he said. "Stuart." He nudged forward, pushing deeper. "Oh, God," he groaned, and closed his eyes, pleasure shuddering through his body. He knew he ought to ask if he should stop, but he didn't. All the primal needs he'd been fighting so hard to contain surged up within him. He slid his hand to her buttock for leverage and eased a little more into her. She sucked in her breath, a shuddering gasp, and he prayed like hell she didn't decide to say stop. He waited, rigid, but she didn't say it. Instead, she wriggled her hips as if trying to draw him deeper. He sucked in his breath. "Oh, God, Edie! Oh, God!" That was all he could manage, and then he just couldn't wait any more. He rolled her on her back, moving with her, gathering her to him as he pressed kisses to her face, her hair, her cheek, anywhere he could. Though his blood was roaring in his ears, he heard her say his name. She did not say stop. She did not say no. He thrust into her, entering her fully. She cried out, and so did he, an exchange of names. He thrust again. He was in her to the hilt. They were as close as two people could be, and yet he wanted her closer. His arms tightened beneath her back. He buried his face against the side of her neck, and he moved in her, each thrust quicker, harder, taking him higher and higher until he reached the peak. He came in a wave of pure sensation, a climax so strong that it flooded every cell in his body with pleasure. It was so luscious and so sweet he tried to hang on to it, thrusting into her again, then again. But at last he collapsed on top of her, panting against her neck. Edie. Her name seemed to echo in the hush of afternoon. And then he frowned, with a sudden keen awareness that something was terribly wrong. A feeling he hadn't had in 6 months shimmered through him, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. With dread in his guts, he lifted his head to look into her face, and what he saw confirmed his worst fear. Her eyes were tight shut, her face pinched and wet with tears. He watched another slide between her closed lids and down her cheek, and it burned his chest like acid thrown on his heart. "Is it over?" she whispered, without opening her eyes. The question shredded him to ribbons, and he felt an utter dog. "Edie," he said, and kissed her tear. She flinched, not much, but enough that it made him flinch too. Her hands were on his shoulders, and she pushed to dislodge him. He didn't move. "Edie, open your eyes. Look at me." She complied, but there was a blankness in her tear-streaked face that was more wrenching than her tears. She was looking straight at him, and she didn't see him. "Please, get off me," she whispered, pushing at him again. "Please, please, I can't breathe." There was panic in her voice. He heard it, and helpless, sick with dismay, he rolled away from her and onto his back, staring up at the wooden ceiling of the feather house. Only a short while ago, they'd been laughing together, and now... Oh, God! He rubbed his hands over his face, fearing ruin. He wondered if she'd said no and he hadn't heard it. He wondered if she'd cried out "stop" and he'd imagined it was his name. Stuart buttoned his trousers. Guilt pressed him down into the feathers, and he wanted to keep going all the way down into the pit of hell, to burn. He'd made her cry. He wanted to cut his heart out. Anguished, he closed his eyes, listening in agony to the rustle of fabric as she adjusted her linen and pulled down her skirts. Then she was crawling away, moving toward the side of the pen, and he knew they couldn't leave it like this. "Edie, wait," he said, and sat up. "Don't go!" The anguish he felt must have been in his voice, because she paused by the side of the pen. "It's not your fault, Stuart," she said over her shoulder, but she didn't look at him as she said it. "It's not your fault. She paused and drew a deep, shaky breath. "I never told you to stop." That seemed no consolation, not when he could see the mark of tears on her cheek. She turned and climbed out of the pen, moving awkwardly in her skirts as she slid down the other side. She picked up her hat, but he spoke before she could depart. "Edie, wait! Please, look at me!" She squared her shoulders as if it would be difficult, lifted her face, and turned, looking into his eyes. "I'm all right, Stuart," she said. "I'll be all right." It was the qualification, the subtle change of wording in her second reassurance that hurt him the most, piercing straight through him like an arrow, and he could only watch helplessly as the woman he wanted more than life itself turned her back and walked away. Chapter 19. Stuart lingered in the feathers long after she was gone, wishing he could go back, do it all again a different way. But he couldn't. At last, he climbed out of the pen, brushed down from his clothes, and left the feather house. Edie was long gone, of course, and she'd taken Snuffles with her, so he walked back to the house alone. His pace was slow, not because of the pain in his leg, but because of the dread in his guts and the ache in his heart and the guilt that lay heavy on his soul. He entered the house, but he paused by the stairs, looking up the curved wrought iron and marble staircase, knowing he had to go up, see Edie, talk to her. This had to be faced, discussed, dealt with, though what that meant he didn't quite know. Hold her, though he doubted she'd let him. Comfort her, though he had no idea how. At this moment, navigating the Congo or facing a snarling lioness seemed far less daunting. If he made her cry again, he feared it would annihilate him. "Your Grace?" He turned, almost relieved by the postponement, however brief, of going upstairs. He turned to find the first footman standing there. "Yes, Edward, what is it?" "This came for you." The footman held out a tray on which reposed a folded slip of paper. "Telegram." Stuart took it and unfolded it as the footman stepped back, waiting to see if he might need anything in response. Good man, Edward, he thought absently, and turned his attention to the message in his hands. Eager to help. Stop. Have ideas. Stop. Letter to come with more details. Stop. We'll send any further correspondence to White's as requested. Stop. Glad you got sense and came home to my girl. Stop. Arthur Jewell. Stuart stared at the telegram, feeling slightly relieved by the fact that he had an additional ally, but not enough to take away the dread of going up to Edie. He'd come home to Arthur's daughter, true enough, but didn't seem to be doing too well at making her happy. He shoved the telegram in his pocket and turned to the footman. "Edward." The servant once again stepped forward. "Yes, Your Grace." Stuart tilted his head, looking the fellow over. Edward was a bit younger than himself, but far more tidy than he was. The footman's livery was smoothly in place, his shoes were polished to a high shine, his hair was neatly combed, and his tie was a perfect bow. "Edward Brown, is it? Brownlee, Your Grace." "Of course, Brownlee, forgive me." He paused, considered a moment longer, and made his decision. "How would you like to become a valet, Mr. Brownlee?" The footman stared at him in astonishment. "Your Grace? I presume you've been the one starching my shirts and pressing my suits since I've been home." When the footman nodded, he went on. "And I believe you've valeted before, when occasion warranted it." "Yes, Your Grace. When male guests stay at Highcliffe who've brought no valet along, I have sometimes had the honour of serving them." "Excellent. I warn you, I won't be easy to manage. I hate high collars. I'm forever undoing my ties and losing collar studs, and my leg gives me no end of trouble. Also, I've only ever had one valet. He died." "Mr. Jones." "Yes, Your Grace." "He was a good man, I hear." "Yes, he was." Stuart paused. "You'll travel in my service," he went on after a moment. "London in the season, trips to Italy or France when my wife and I can take a holiday, that sort of thing. But I won't ever cart you away from England for long. Would you like the job?" "Yes, Your Grace." "Thank you." "Well, that's settled then. You may start by determining what I need in the way of clothes, for I'm quite sure my wardrobe is hopelessly outdated. And tell Wellesley he'll have to find a new first footman. You may go." The servant bowed and departed for the servants' hall, and Stuart knew he couldn't stay down here, postponing the inevitable any longer. He turned and went up the stairs. At his wife's door he knocked. "Edie, may I come in?" There was no answer. He waited a moment, then lifted his hand to knock again, but then the door opened and he found Reeves standing there. She didn't open it wider for him to enter. Instead, with a quick glance over her shoulder, she slipped out into the corridor and closed the door behind her. "Is she—" He paused, took a deep breath. "How is she?" "Well enough." She looked up into his face, and she must have seen something of what he felt, for her usual stiff, respectful rectitude softened. "She'll be all right, Your Grace. She's a bit upset, is all." "May I see her?" The maid hesitated. "Begging your pardon, sir, but I don't think that would be wise. She's having a bath at the moment, you see." The sort of thing anyone might do after intercourse. With any other woman, it wouldn't mean a thing. But with Edie, he had the feeling she was washing away far more than the traces of lovemaking. She was washing away the memory. Of the other man, or of him? He stepped back, leaning against the wall opposite the door. "You mustn't blame yourself." The maid's voice was gentle with understanding. "It's not your fault what happened to her." He looked up, staring at the servant in astonishment. "You know?" She didn't have to ask what he meant. "Yes." Did she tell you?" Reeves gave him a pitying look. "I've been her maid since she first put up her hair. I've always known." She paused. "Did she tell you, Your Grace?" There was a hint of surprise in her voice as she asked. Stuart shook his head. "I guessed, but she confirmed it." He lifted a hand helplessly. "What can I do?" he asked, and despair hit him squarely in the chest. "Reeves, what can I do?" "Give her time, sir. She's distraught, but she'll be all right. She just needs a bit of time alone, and she'll get past it. Will she? It didn't seem likely. He shook his head, looking away. Will she? You've only been home a little over a week. She just needs a bit of breathing room, so to speak. Of course, he considered. I'll go back to London for a bit, he said after a moment. I have business to finish there, but it will take about a week to complete. Is that long enough? I think so. She smiled a little. Just don't stay away 5 years this time. He attempted a smile in return. I shall be lucky if I manage to stay away from her for 5 days. The maid nodded, seeming pleased. Good, because she needs you. Reeve paused, hesitating as if she wanted to say more, then apparently decided she did. She's always needed you. Oddly, he was not surprised to hear it. An image of the girl in the ballroom at Hanford House came into his mind. I've always sensed that, he said slowly. I suppose I just wasn't ready to be needed. Until now. He drew a deep breath and straightened away from the wall. I'll be at my club. Take care of her, Reeves, until I return. I will, Your Grace. I always do. He turned to start down the corridor to his own rooms, but he stopped again before he'd taken a step. And Reeves... The maid paused, her hand on the doorknob. Yes, Your Grace. He bent his head, staring at the floor. The 10 days would be over before he came back. She hadn't kissed him. He'd only kissed her, and as she'd rightly pointed out, that didn't count. His right hand clenched tight around his walking stick, the fist of his left hand pressed to his mouth as he worked to say one more thing. Finally, he lowered his hand, looked at the maid over his shoulder, and spoke. Don't let her leave me. No matter what you have to do, don't let her run off and leave me. That's in order. It was an impossible order to fulfill. He knew that. If Edie wanted to leave him, her maid could hardly do anything about it, but he was desperate. I'll do my best to convince her otherwise, Your Grace, if she does want to go, but... She paused a moment. But I don't think she'll run away. I hope not, Reeves. I need her too, you see. Stuart walked away, knowing he'd have to leave it at that, at least for now. It was just on 10 o'clock that evening when he and his new valet arrived in town and settled into rooms at his club. The next morning, he dispatched a new slew of letters to his friends, suggesting an evening at White's 5 days hence for a reunion, judging that Pinkerton's would have a fairly comprehensive dossier on Van Housen ready for him by then. In the meantime, Stuart knew he had to keep busy. Dragging Edward along, he visited various tailors, bootmakers, and haberdashers. Having been responsible for Stuart's laundry since his return, his new valet proved knowledgeable enough about his present wardrobe to know what he needed. He also possessed excellent taste in clothing and good judgment about fabrics. He wasn't Jones, but Stuart decided he'd do. Stuart also went to Park Lane and inspected Margrave House, but it proved a completely unnecessary task. Though closed up at the moment, with everything swathed in dust covers, he was able to determine that his London residence was ship-shape and Bristol fashion. Not for the first time, he appreciated the fact that Edie had done quite well with his estates while he'd been away. But as he walked through the rooms, he hoped and prayed that he wouldn't ever have to live in them without her. He attended a meeting of the London Geographical Society, where members in attendance promptly gave him a standing ovation for his explorations in the Congo, which he found painfully embarrassing. He visited the British Museum and saw his butterfly. While there, he introduced himself to the curator for scientific exhibits, and it rather tickled him that the fellow seemed to think he'd done something important. Somehow, compared to making things right for Edie, a new species of butterfly seemed terribly insignificant. The 10th day of their bet came and went, and he wondered what she intended to do. He wondered if perhaps he'd made a mistake by leaving without using every moment of the precious time he'd had left. He tried to tell himself 2 days didn't matter, and it was just a silly bet anyway. He tried to convince himself that even though she hadn't kissed him, even though he'd pushed her too hard too fast, she'd stay. He tried to believe that. He strove not to think about her too much, but that proved a futile effort. Having tea at the Savoy reminded him. A girl in Hyde Park with red gold hair reminded him. And anything white, anywhere, well, he was doomed there, too. Lying in bed was the worst. Enfolded in white sheets, feather pillows, and memories of the first time he kissed her, and how he'd lain awake all night reliving that kiss over and over. He wanted to write her, ask if there was anything she needed, but of course he didn't. If room to breathe was what she needed, if time and distance would help him keep her, he had to give them to her. He hoped she'd write, ask him to come home, but though he checked for his letters twice a day, none appeared with the Duchess of Margrave's coronet. The letters he did receive lifted his spirits a bit. His friends confirmed the engagement for Friday night at the club. Pinkertons informed him they had a dossier, and Arthur Jewell sent him a detailed outline of the various ways Frederick Van Housen might be vulnerable. His father-in-law suggested they decide on a suitable plan when he came to England for his usual Christmas visit. Stuart wrote back his agreement with that plan, and he could only hope Edie was still with him at Christmas. He engaged a private dining room at White's for Friday night, and when his friends began arriving, there was a fine single malt whiskey on the table, a menu ordered for dinner, and all the information he had on Van Housen in a dispatch case beside his chair. The Marquis of Troubridge was the first to appear. "How's the leg?" he asked, accepting a drink from his friend and taking the chair opposite Stuart's at the round dining table. "You were right," Stuart admitted. "Your Dr. Cahill is a marvel." Nick grinned. "Told you he was. Dennis is right behind me, by the way. We came up from Kent together. He's paying off the hansom." Dennis, Viscount Somerton, walked in at just that moment, proving the truth of Nick's words, but he had barely greeted Stuart with a handshake and a slap on the back and accepted a drink before the door opened again and the Earl of Heywood came in. "Pongo!" the other 3 men said at once, a greeting that made the Earl grimace. Lord Heywood, son of the Marquis of Weatherford, had been christened as James, but he was called Pongo by his close friends for some childhood reason none of them could actually remember, and it was a nickname he hated. "Call me by my name, you bastards, or damn this reunion and damn all of you." He glanced up and down Stuart as he accepted a drink. "How's the leg, old son?" "Oh, sure," Nick grumbled. "Ask him about his leg, but not my shoulder." James waved Nick's past shoulder injury aside as he sat down beside him. "I shot you, so what?" "While I was saving his life," Nick said, pointing at Dennis with his whiskey glass. "You were trying to shoot him, and I jumped in and took the damn bullet. Stupidest thing I ever did." "I don't know about that, Nick," Stuart objected. "You've done many stupid things." "And he deserved it," Dennis added, as he took the chair on Nick's other side next to Stuart. "Don't feel any guilt, Pongo." James grinned. "I don't. But I fully remember that I was actually taking a pot shot at you, Somerton, for making off with my girl." She flung herself at me in the most shameless way, Dennis said. I couldn't help myself. I was there, Stuart interjected, and that is not how it was. She was actually chasing after me. This claim was immediately doused by a round of hearty derision, and a debate on the subject ensued, a debate interrupted, without being resolved, by the arrival of the last member of the party, Lord Featherstone. "Sorry I'm late, gentlemen," Jack said, as he came in and closed the door behind him. "Forgive us if we're not surprised," Dennis said over his shoulder. "You're always late. Cut my line a bit of slack, would you? I had to come all the way from Paris, after all. I just got off the train from Dover 20 minutes ago." Jack circled the table as Stuart stood up to greet him. "Mauled by a lion, were you?" he asked, and stuck out his hand. "You'll do anything for a lark." "Damn straight. Want a drink?" "Of course. You don't think I came here for you, do you?" Stuart poured him a whiskey from the bottle on the table, and Jack took it. He then pulled out the empty chair to Stuart's right and sat down. "So, gentlemen," Jack said as he sat down, "now that we've all welcomed the Lion Slayer home, what shall we do tonight? Dinner first, I assume, then cards, possibly a bit of slumming in the East End pubs? Or shall we find the prettiest dancing girls of London's music halls and cart them off the stage?" "None of those for me," Nicholas said, and held up both hands, palms out. "I'm a happily married man." He lowered his hands, then reached for his glass and lifted it. "With a baby on the way." This news was greeted with hearty congratulations and a toast. "Nick may be out of it," Jack said as he refilled his glass and passed the bottle. "But what about the rest of you?" Caught by Jack's inquiring eye, Stuart shook his head. "My wife and I have reconciled." He could only hope it was true. There was a momentary silence as all his friends stared at him in uncertainty. It was Jack who asked the question in all their minds. "And are you happy about it?" "I am, actually, yes." Whether he'd be able to make Edie happy or not was a whole different question. "And I'm happy to be at home." "Well, all right then." Jack lifted his glass. "Here's to the hunter home from the hill." Glasses clinked together, were subsequently emptied, and the bottle went around again so they could be refilled. "Still," Jack went on, "what are the rest of us supposed to do? Happily married fellows are such tedious company." He glanced at James and Dennis. "Don't tell me either of you have become ensnared." "Not I." Dennis lifted his drink. "Still quite the carefree bachelor." "As am I," James added. "Well, that relieves my mind. Later we shall leave these two." He paused, gesturing to Stuart and Nicholas. "And go off for a bit of fun, shall we? You three can invade the brothels, taverns, and gaming clubs of London all you please some other time," Stuart said. "But not tonight. I didn't bring all of you here so you could carouse about town. Besides, London in August is deadly dull, so you shan't be missing much." "So why are we here?" Jack gave him an impudent grin. "Other than to see your scars, hear all about the mauling, and be suitably impressed by how bravely you fought off the lions." Stuart took a drink. "I don't want to talk about that." "Stuff!" Jack said in disbelief. "It's the perfect chance to brag. And you don't want to talk about it, why not?" He took a peek under the table. "Lions didn't eat anything important, did they?" Stuart took a swallow of whiskey and broke the news. "Jones is dead." "What?" Jack's question was a harsh whisper amid the dumbfounded silence of the others. Slowly he straightened in his chair. "Your valet is dead? What happened? Was that the lions too?" "Yes." Jack sighed, raking a hand through his black hair. "Hell, he muttered. And here I am being flippant about it. Sorry, Stuart. The others added similar sentiments, but he waved aside sympathy. He found it impossible to bear. Let's talk of something else, shall we? Before any of them could choose a topic, he veered the conversation to what he wanted to discuss. Gentlemen, as wonderful as it is to see all of you, a reunion isn't why I've asked you here. He paused to be sure he had their full attention before he went on. I have something to discuss with you, and I want to do it before the bottle goes around again, for it's quite a serious business. Glasses were set down, the bottle pushed aside at once. Stuart reached into the leather dispatch case and retrieved the dossier on Van Housen. He stood up, dropping the sheaf of papers in the center of the table. Then he glanced one by one at the faces turned toward him. I want to ruin a man, he said at last. I want to humiliate him and destroy him, thoroughly, completely, and without mercy. Again there was a moment of silence. Again it was Jack who broke it. Lord, he drawled, tilting his chair back on two legs and grinning at Stuart. This sounds just my sort of lark. Dennis cleared his throat. It goes without saying that the man in question deserves it, but can you tell us why? The gist, yes, but not the details, and I assure you it is a matter of honor and justice. James sat back, looking up at him. The courts can't touch him, I assume? No, he's American, a Knickerbocker, with a very rich, very powerful father. Pfft! Jack's sound of derision waved aside such trifles. Gentlemen, Stuart said, flattening his palms on the table, looking down at the sheaf of papers. I would do this alone, but I can't. I need your help. He looked up, his gaze moving around the table to the faces of his closest friends, friends he'd had since boyhood. We are all Eton men. The other four nodded with understanding, but this time it was Nicholas who spoke first. There's no more to be said. What do you want us to do? Chapter 20. Are you sure? Joanna turned away from the entrance to the train car and looked at Edie. Beneath her straw boater, her beautiful face showed a twinge of uncertainty. Her brown eyes darted sideways, rather as an animal might look about, seeking escape. I think I should wait until Stuart comes back. You can't, Edie told her for perhaps the 10th time. The first day of term at Willowbank is Monday. That leaves you only 2 days to settle in, and I don't know exactly when Stuart is coming home. A week, you told me, Reeves said. It's been 10 days since he left. I'm sure he'll be back soon, maybe even today. I should wait. I didn't have the chance to say goodbye to him before he left. The train whistle blew, indicating departure was imminent, and Edie caught her sister's shoulders. I'm sure Stuart will understand why you didn't say goodbye. Now you simply must board, dearest. You'll see us both in 3 weeks. How do I know that? You might leave him. You said you might when he first came home. She thought of how she'd been when she said that, and she couldn't help being a bit amazed at how a fortnight could change a person's whole perspective about life. I'm not leaving him. Do you promise? I promise. She planted a kiss on each of her sister's cheeks and started to turn the girl around. But when Joanna still resisted, she sighed and dropped her hands, planting them on her hips. Joanna Arlene Jewell, have I ever broken a promise to you before? Joanna shrugged her shoulders, looked around the train platform, and shifted her feet. No. Well, there you are, then. Your first day out is in 3 weeks, and Stuart and I will both be there to visit you. You'll bring Snuffles, too? Him too, she promised. Joanna still looked doubtful. Will you be all right? You'll have no one for company until Stuart comes back. I'll manage. Edie caught sight of the steam issuing from the engines, and thankfully, when she put her arms on Joanna's shoulders this time, the girl actually allowed herself to be turned around. But as Joanna stepped up onto the train car, she had to add over her shoulder, Are you sure? It's an awfully big house. I'm sure, darling. Now go aboard. Mrs. Simmons is waiting for you. Joanna boarded the train at last. But just like last time, she opened the first window she could and kept talking. I'm going to school if I have to, but if you leave Stuart and run away, I'm telling him where you are. I don't usually tattle, and I know I told you I'm on your side, and I am, honestly, but I promised him before he left that if you ran away, I would tell him where you went. What? When was this? At dinner, while you ate in your room. He told me he was going away for a while. Edie pounced on that. Oh, so you did have the chance to say goodbye? Never mind that now, Joanna said impatiently, waving one white-gloved hand in the air. He told me he was going back to London straight away, and when I asked him why, he said it was business, but he also said the two of you had quarreled, and that you might seem unhappy and that I shouldn't talk about it or ask you any questions, but that I should try to cheer you up and look after you. And he wanted to be back before I left for school, but he didn't know for certain if he would, and that's when he made me promise to tell him where you went if you did go running off. He said he wasn't about to let you leave him just because he did something stupid. He said that? Edie groaned, for it confirmed exactly what she'd feared ever since his departure. Yes, so— The whistle blew again. The train jerked, and Joanna reached up to curve her hand over the edge of the open window sash to stay upright. Holding on to it, she stuck her head out the window. So don't you run away, Edie, or I'll tell him where you are. Joanna started to cry. I swear I will. Edie was close to crying too, but she held it back for Joanna's sake. I'm not going anywhere, she shouted, hoping her sister could hear over the huffing steam engines. I promise! She waited until her sister's head vanished from view before she started to cry, but she didn't turn away as she had last time. Instead, she stayed on the platform until the train was completely out of sight. After all, with Joanna, one could never be too sure. No, I want Stuart's portrait to the right of mine, Henry, she said to the footman up high on the ladder in the portrait gallery. To the right. Beside her, Wellesley gave a little cough. The Dowager Duchess always had the Duke's portrait to the left of hers, Your Grace. Here we go again, Edie thought. Why did even rearranging a few pictures in the portrait gallery have to be a battle? I'm sure the 8th Duke looked splendid on the left, she said, but I want the 9th Duke's portrait to the right of mine. He sighed, the sigh of the long-suffering British butler forced to deal with an American duchess who didn't know the way things were supposed to be. Yes, Your Grace. It's just that on the right is not the way we're accustomed to having it at Highcliffe. Quite so, she said, just as she always said it, pleasantly firm. But, Your Grace! The interruption had Edie turning as Reeves came bounding through the open doors at the end of the long gallery and halted. He's back, she said, gasping for breath. The Duke has returned. He came to your room straight away, looking for you. I suggested he wait there, and I came in search. Edie started across the gallery at a walk, but by the time she reached her maid's side, she was running. My room? Reeves nodded, and Edie started to run out, but then she stopped. Wellesley? His Grace's gift? The butler looked over at her, his face impassive. I followed your instructions exactly, Your Grace. She nodded and turned toward the door. I'll believe that when I see it, she murmured, walked out of the gallery, then stopped and leaned back in the doorway. On the right, Wellesley, she reminded, and departed as his heavy sigh echoed along the gallery. She ran down the corridor to the stairs, took the steps up 2 at a time, and turned down the corridor to the family bedrooms. But before she reached her own, she knew she had to stop, take a moment, prepare. This was important, and she had to get it right, for she'd gotten it so wrong last time they were together. She felt a sudden jolt of panic, but it wasn't the sort of panic she'd always felt in the past. This wasn't fear. This was just being nervous as hell. Edie stood there in the corridor for several minutes, breathing deeply, striving to remember composure. She had to stay calm, explain fully, and most of all, she had to keep back tears, or she'd never get the words out at all. Finally, she took the last few steps and entered her room. He was standing in front of her writing desk, looking out the window. You're home. Reeves said a week, but it's been longer than that. She broke off, for he hadn't turned around as she'd spoken, and something in the rigid stillness of his body sent a shimmer of worry through her. Stuart? His fingers tapped the surface of her desk. Keating sent you the separation agreement, I see. Edie glanced at her desk, where the document lay in plain view. Heavens, she'd forgotten all about it. Yes, it came in the post while you were gone, but his head moved, bringing his face into profile, but he didn't turn around. Forgive me for invading your privacy. I came up to look for you when I arrived, and Reeves suggested I wait here while she went to find you. I didn't mean to pry. I just walked to the window, and here it was. It wasn't that I meant to read your correspondence. Of course not. I haven't even— Do you want me to sign it, Edie? He turned toward her, but with his back to the window, the bright glare behind him made it difficult for her to read his expression. Because I will, if that's what you want. It's been more than the 10 days we agreed on, he said before she could answer. You haven't kissed me, so you've won the bet. And I know that trying to hold on to you by force would only cause you more pain, and I would die before I would do that. But Stuart, I don't want— Remember when you asked me what happened to Jones, and I didn't tell you? I think perhaps I ought to tell you now. She frowned, taken aback, not only by the change of subject, but also by his reflective voice and somber mood. She shivered a little. All right. We got a spot of work moving cattle from the train yard in Nairobi to a farm south of the Ngong Hills, he said after a moment. In terms of distance, it's not that far. But it's a 3-day journey. 500 head of cattle aren't exactly easy to move, not through lion country. It was our second night out. The men had made the fires as usual, and I checked them myself, as I always do. But at least one of them must have gone out. Who knows why? That's Africa for you. 1 minute everything's right as rain, and the next— He paused and bent his head. The next, your valet is dead, and you're watching men dig your grave. What happened? Lions attacked the herd. One of them attacked Jones and killed him. He looked up, but he didn't look at her. I saw it. I saw her spring. I saw him go down, but I was out of shot, and there was no time to reload. I used my whip to force her off, but— His voice broke, and he stopped. She couldn't stand not being able to look into his eyes. She started across the room. But, she prompted as she approached. But it was too late. He was already dead. He valeted me from the time I was 16, Edie. He followed me anywhere I wanted to go. His voice broke again, and again he stopped. She halted in front of him, her heart aching for him, for she knew all about self-condemnation. It was not your fault. That is the sort of thing that might happen to anyone in the bush, surely. Charming, you once called me, he said, once again veering to a different topic. Shall I tell you why I seem that way? I figured out before I was 10 years old that I'd never be loved by my own family, so I was damned well going to be loved by everybody else. By the time I was 20, there wasn't a girl I wanted that I couldn't win, or a man I couldn't befriend, or a game I didn't know how to play. There wasn't a problem I wouldn't find a way to solve. I've always had the devil's own luck, and it made me such a cocky bastard. Hell, look at us. When I met you, my family was stone broke, creditors were about to take everything, and then you came along and tossed all your money right into my lap. Pure luck, that. He made a wry face. Is it any wonder Cecil hates my guts? Cecil is an idiot. That made him laugh a little. He is, rather. His smile faded. I talked Jones into going with me to Africa. He didn't want to go, but I talked him into it, all part of that charm of mine. And being the sort of chap who won't take no for an answer, I managed it. You must not blame yourself, Stuart. You mustn't. Jones loved Africa. He wrote to the other servants, and sometimes Reeves would tell me what he said. He may not have wanted to go at first, but he had the time of his life there in your service. I know that, but I just... His eyes glittered, and he dabbed savagely at them with his fingers and thumb. I miss him. She reached out, touched his hair, his cheek. Of course you miss him. He leaned back against the desk, hands propped on the edge. Do you know why I wanted to go to Africa in the first place? As I said, I was so damnably cocky. Even a continent wasn't big enough to conquer me, by God. He stretched his leg out sideways beside her feet, staring at it. I never got malaria, or blackwater fever, or dysentery, or even a snake bite. But in the end, Africa still managed to put me in my place. She didn't know what to say to that. I'm sorry, Stuart. So terribly sorry. About Jones. About your leg. I'm sorry about Jones, Edie. But I'm not sorry about my leg. I may limp for the rest of my life, but I'm not one bit sorry about that, and I'll tell you why. He straightened away from the desk, rising in front of her. If that hadn't happened to me, I might never have come home, except in a box, and I would never have known that the best thing I ever had in my life was right here. It's true that I never met a woman I couldn't win, but I also never met a woman who really mattered to me. Until I met you. She made a choked sound, and she was terribly afraid she was going to cry now, and any of her hard-won composure would go utterly out the window. Stuart, the night we met, when I first looked at you, I felt as if fate were forcing me to stop and pay attention. I felt as if fate were saying, look, really look at this girl because she's important. She's going to change your life. Later, when you followed me out to the maze, I thought the impression I'd gotten was because of the money, but I was wrong. You asked me once what I could possibly want from you. What I want, Edie, is to know my life hasn't been an utter waste of food, water, and air. That everything I took for granted means something, even if I almost threw it all away. that I can do good in the world rather than just have a good time. But most of all, I need to know that there is one person in the world who needs me, whose life is better because I am in it. I want that one person to be you. I love you." Joy rose up inside her. Joy, relief, and a poignant, sweet tenderness. "Stuart, I'll sign the separation agreement if that's what you want. But I'm asking you not to give up on us, Edie. And I won't care if it takes 10 more days or 10 years or the rest of my life. But I promise you that before I die, I'll make you know that you are safe always with me. Even when I want you so badly I can't sleep, I'll wait until you want me. I promise." He stopped, and she waited. But when he said nothing more, she finally spoke. "Is that all?" A gleam of defiance came into those beautiful gray eyes. "Yes." "Good." She cupped his face in her hands, rose on her toes, and kissed his mouth. "That's my answer." He frowned and shook his head, telling her she'd just confounded him again. He opened his mouth, but she forestalled him, for she simply couldn't bear letting him do all the talking. "I'm staying," she said. "I'm not leaving. Not ever. And if you'd have let me get a word in, I'd have told you that the moment I walked through the door." "But what about this?" He turned to pick up the separation agreement. She snatched it out of his hand. "Keating sent it to me because I'd asked for it when I saw him in London, but I haven't even read it, and I'm certainly not signing it." With that, she tore the blasted document in half and tossed the pieces in the air. He swallowed hard, his eyes looking steadily into hers as half-sheets of paper floated down around them. "Are you sure you want to stay? Even after what happened in the Feathers? That wasn't your fault. I had a bout of panic. It happens. It will probably happen again." She knew she had to talk about this so that he would understand and not blame himself. This moment was what she'd been preparing for ever since he left. She took a deep breath, clasped her hands together, knuckles to her lips, hoping for the words that she'd been striving to find for days, the words that would explain what had happened to her that day in the Feather House. "Remember when we played chess, and you said that if I talked of him, I should look into your eyes so that I would recognize the difference?" "I remember. In hindsight, I realize I could hardly have expected you to see me as any different from him, but at the time I was very angry with you for thinking he and I were in any way alike. I know you were angry, but it was right of you to say what you did, because after that, whenever we were together, I looked into your eyes. I would remember what you said, and it helped me to not be afraid." That afternoon, in the Feather House, everything was... Her voice broke, and she had to stop for a second before going on. "It was wonderful, Stuart. All of it. Until I couldn't look into your eyes or see your face. When you came on top of me, it reminded me of before, with him. Because I couldn't see you." Pain shimmered across Stuart's face, and it felt as if her heart were tearing in half, because she hated causing him pain, but she could not stop now, or she wouldn't have the courage to say it all, and it all had to be said so he would understand, and afterward they would never have to talk about it again. He shoved me down on a table. He pushed up my skirt. He ripped down my drawers. She spoke quickly, forcing words out. "I told him to stop. He didn't. He came on top of me and did it. It happened so fast, and I was so shocked. I kept saying stop, but..." She shook her head and lifted her hand to the side of her face. His face was buried against my neck, so I couldn't see him, and he never looked at me, not until afterward when he got up. And then, when he did look at me, he just smirked. He defiled me, rolled off me, buttoned his trousers, and smirked. He said we'd have to do that again one day. He didn't even pull my dress back down before he left. She watched Stuart press his fist to his mouth, and she knew he did that only when he was in the throes of great emotion and trying to hold it back. She knew what he felt was pain on her behalf, and she rushed on. None of that matters anymore. It's just that it matters, Edie, he said, lowering his fist. By God, it matters. He will pay. My point is that when you and I were in the Feather House, when you moved on top of me, I started to panic, but I could still look into your face, so it was all right. But then you buried your face against my neck. She paused, blinking hard, striving to hold back tears. I couldn't look at you. I couldn't look into your eyes. I couldn't remember the difference. I see. He drew a deep breath and nodded. Yes, I see. I wanted to tell you all this straight away, tell you what happened, why I was crying. I wanted to try and explain, but I couldn't, Stuart. I just couldn't tell you. A sob erupted from deep inside her, and with that sob, the composure she'd worked so hard to maintain dissolved. The hard, tight knot of fear and anger and shame inside her cracked completely open, and she started to cry. I've never told anyone. His arms wrapped around her at once, and he held her tight as her tears came out. Tears she'd tried to suppress for 6 years, tears that had come squeezing out of her that afternoon in the Feather House, tears that she knew hurt him, too, but she couldn't stop them. They poured from her, soaking into his white linen shirt and piqué waistcoat as his hand smoothed her hair, and his voice said her name over and over, and the pieces of that hard, tight knot inside her floated slowly away into space and disappeared. At last she was able to lift her head and pull back. She sniffed, and when he handed her his handkerchief, she took it. I swore I wasn't going to cry, she said, as she dabbed at her face. I know you were off in London, flaying yourself for what happened between us, but I needed time to compose myself. I knew I had to explain, but I didn't want to cry while I did it, because that would make it even harder for you, and I didn't want to make you feel even worse. He cupped her face. Don't ever worry about me, he said savagely. Ever. If you need to tell me about it, or about him, then tell me. I'll endure it. If you need to be alone, tell me so. Cry your eyes out any time you like. Pummel me with your fists and curse his name. Throw plates against the wall, or, hell, throw them at my head. But no matter what, don't ever worry about whether or not any of it will hurt me. Do you understand? And if what happened in the Feather House ever happens again, if you ever feel that panic while we are making love, grab me by the hair, yank my head back, and shout, "Look at me, Stuart, damn you!" A sound that was half laugh, half sob came from her throat. That speech was so absurd, and his ferocity so touching, she couldn't help it. I'll try. I promise. Is there anything else that makes you afraid, or reminds you of him? Whenever you think of anything, you must tell me. She thought for a moment. Don't ever wear eau de cologne. Ugh, he made a face. I shan't, so you've no need to worry. Thank heaven for that. She dabbed at her face a few more times with his handkerchief. Goodness, 10 whole days to regain my composure, and it was no help at all in the end, was it? But what do you feel, darling? His fingers reached up to glide across her cheek, brushing her freckles. What do you feel? She considered. Relief, she said at last, pressing a hand to her chest. My God, such relief! That pleased him, for the corners of his eyes creased a bit in a hint of a smile. Good. Still, I must look a fright now, and it's such a shame, because I had a surprise all planned for your return. A surprise? Yes, and I have been looking forward to it for days, so you have to go now and let me fix my face. She folded his handkerchief and set it on her writing desk. Let's both change for dinner, shall we? And then I want you to meet me at the bottom of the stairs. But what sort of surprise is it? I'm not telling. She turned to him and began pushing him toward the door. You'll have to wait. An hour later, after a few compresses of cold tea leaves prepared by Reeves, Edie's face looked almost back to normal. The puffiness was gone, her eyes were no longer red, and a dusting of powder covered any remaining hints that she'd sobbed her eyes out. Laced into a blue silk evening gown, her curly hair piled up in a pretty way, with a few tendrils around her face, Edie thought she might even look rather pretty. Reeves, you're a wonder! Edie stared into the cheval mirror, amazed. Thank you. The maid smiled, meeting her eyes in the glass. The wonder is you're finally letting me put a dab of powder on your face and a bit of rouge on your lips. No padding in my bosom, though. I don't need it. She paused, smoothing silk. So I've been told. She laughed, and her maid laughed with her, the two of them almost like girls giggling together before a ball. Reeves adjusted the fluff of lace at her shoulder. It's good to see you happy, Your Grace, she said. I am happy, Edie nodded, realizing just how true it was as she said it. Though one would hardly have guessed it an hour ago. She smiled. I confess, Reeves, I do like being the fetching thing he looks at across the table. The maid smiled, remembering their conversation about that. He's a good man, Your Grace. Yes, she agreed with all her heart. A very good man. Speaking of him, I'd best go down, or I won't have time to give him his gift before dinner. She turned away from the mirror and started out of the room, but paused by the door. And Reeves? Yes, Your Grace. Take the evening off. I shan't need you until morning, and keep Snuffles in your room with you tonight. With that, she left her bedroom and went down to meet Stuart, and when she saw him standing at the bottom of the stairs waiting for her, when he turned and saw her in a pretty blue dress, his expression made her glad that her life had turned out just this way. I bought you something while you were away, she said when she reached the bottom of the stairs. I've been dying to show it to you. She grabbed his hand. Come with me. She led him down the corridor, past the library. He didn't say anything, but when they passed the music room and the billiard room, he knew there was only one possible destination. The ballroom? Edie, why are we going in here? You'll see, she said, as she pushed back the doors. Come on. He followed her into the glittering, golden-white ducal ballroom, but he barely stepped through the doors before he stopped in astonishment, staring at her gift to him. Mrs. Mullen's music box, he said. You bought it? I did. Now, you stay right there. She walked over to the instrument, which was sitting on its matching table against the wall, and pushed the knob. A moment later, The strains of Strauss's Voices of Spring floated through the room. She turned and walked back toward him, stopping at what she judged was nearly the same distance they had been apart when they'd first seen each other at Hanford House. And when he smiled a little, tilting his head and giving her that quizzical look, her breath caught in her throat. "There are second chances, Stuart," she said, "and this is one of them." She paused, waiting. "I'm here. The orchestra is playing Strauss. Come and dance with me." "What? Here? Now?" A hint of what might have been panic crossed his face. "Edie, I told you, I can't dance any more." "You can't waltz now, I know. But since I can't waltz either, not to save my life, I don't mind. You needn't spin me all around the room. But you can sway with the music and hold me in your arms, can't you?" He opened his mouth, shut it again. His eyes glittered. He blinked once or twice, and it was a moment before he could speak. "I think I can do that," he said at last. He came to her. Not the athletic, graceful leopard of the ballroom at Hanford House, but her very own wounded animal. Her husband, her lover, her best friend. He stopped in front of her and held out his hand. "May I have this dance?" "You may," she said, equally grave. And together they walked to the center of the floor. When he took her right hand in his and put his left hand on her waist, she lifted her own free hand to his shoulder, just as she remembered from all her previous dancing experiences. But that was where the similarity ended. Her partner was taller than she was. He didn't push her or propel her or try to control her movements. It was he, not she, who moved slowly, awkwardly, trying not to step on her feet. It was hard for him, she knew, and painful, physically and probably emotionally, too, and she stopped after only a few steps, for it was enough to illustrate the point she wanted to make. "I think this is going to take a bit of practice," she said. "Yes," he muttered, still staring down at their feet, looking terribly self-conscious. "But that doesn't matter, Stuart, because we have our whole lives to get it right. Don't we?" He looked up, those beautiful gray eyes piercing her heart, looking straight to her soul. "Yes, we do." "I love you," she said, and kissed his mouth. "I think I've loved you from the very beginning, but I was too afraid to let myself feel it." "I think I felt the same." His hand came up from her waist to curve at the back of her neck, and he pulled her close. She kept her eyes open just so she could watch his close, just so she could see those thick, dark lashes come down. Then she closed her own eyes, inhaling the scents of sandalwood soap and him, and then his lips touched hers, and she savored the taste of his mouth. "Stuart," she thought. "My love." She pressed closer, and when she felt him, hard and aroused against her, she relished that, too. She loved him, the man that he was and everything that meant. At last, she pulled back. "Stuart." He lifted his hand to smooth her hair. "Yes." "About this love-making business." His hand stilled against her hair. "Yes." She bit her lip, considering how best to say what she wanted to say. "Since we've been talking of practice, I just want to warn you that as far as love-making goes, I fear it's going to be a bit like dancing for me, or skating on ice." He laughed a little, his breath soft on her face. I shall need practice, Stuart. Lots of practice. Is that what you want? He asked, and in his eyes was that tender, smoky look she loved. Yes. She paused a few seconds. Stuart. Yes, Edie. I should like to practice now. His face, handsome enough to break any girl's heart, twisted a bit, broke up, looking glad, so very glad that it made her heart sing. If you're sure. I'm sure. Their fingers still entwined, she turned toward the door. Intend to lead, do you? He asked, as she pulled him across the room. As often as possible, she said, making him laugh. They paused by the door so he could retrieve his walking stick. Then together they went upstairs and into a room. Once they were both inside, she turned the key in the lock. I've given Reeves the whole night off, she said, her voice shaking a little, but she looked at him steadily. I'm counting on the fact that you've had enough practice at this to undo me. He shook his head, laughing a little as she came toward him. And here I'm almost wishing I'd come to this moment of virgin. That surprised her. Why would you wish that? I was once so proud of myself for all the women I'd had, so vainly proud. And yet now I'm rather ashamed by the fact, because none of those women have ever been to me what you are. He looked up. I love you, Edie. I love you with every part of my soul. Joy pierced her heart, a sting of joy so sweet that it was several moments before she could reply. But if you were a virgin, she said at last, I fear we'd never have gotten this far. I need you to be just the man you are, Stuart. I need to be reminded every day that I am a pretty, passionate woman with golden freckles and lovely legs. I need you to touch me and caress me and make it like bliss. I need you to make love to me and give me that sweet, sweet pleasure. He laughed again, so merrily this time that she felt a bit nettled. What are you laughing at? Now who's being torrid? He teased. But he sobered almost at once. I can do all that, he promised, and put his hands on her shoulders. Turn around. When she did, he began undoing the buttons along the back of her gown. It was a slow process, for the buttons were cloth-covered, and it seemed to take forever before he reached her waist. But at last he was able to remove her evening gown, sliding it off her shoulders, down her waist and over her hips. It sank to the floor in a pool of blue silk, and when she stepped out of it, he used his foot to push it out of the way. He then removed her corset cover, tossed it aside, and began working to undo the laces of her corset. Not once did he hesitate over her intricate clothing, making her appreciate just how many other women he had undressed, but as she'd told him, she did not resent his past experience. Though the past few weeks had unearthed in her a jealous streak she hadn't known she possessed, now as he undressed her, she felt only desire. It deepened with every garment he so skillfully removed, and by the time she was down to her last layer of underclothes, she was so aroused she could hardly breathe. He turned her around and sank down in front of her. He removed her evening shoes, then his warm palms were gliding up her calves to her knees. As his hands slid inside her drawers to remove the garters that held up her stockings, his fingertips tickled the backs of her knees, making her wriggle in protest. He laughed under his breath, untying the ribbons of her garters and sliding her stockings down her legs. "My ticklish darling," he said, "I'm glad I have some bargaining chips with you." But she broke off, trying not to squeal as his fingertips slid beneath the hem of her drawers and began gliding upward, caressing the backs of her thighs. "But what do you intend to bargain for?" There are so many possibilities." He paused, considering, his fingers gliding back and forth against the bare skin just beneath her bottom. The sensation was so exquisite, her knees wobbled. She sucked in a sharp gasp and had to rest her hands on his shoulders to prevent herself from sinking to the floor. His fingers stilled. "Do you like that?" he asked. "Yes." It was a soft, breathless admission. He pulled his hands from beneath her drawers and lifted them to the garment's waistband. He slipped the hooks free and slid the garment off her hips. "What about this?" he asked, ducking his head beneath the hem of her chemise to press a kiss to her bare stomach. She cried out, her hands tightening on his shoulders. "Stuart!" she wailed softly, shifting against his mouth as his tongue flicked lightly over her navel. Oh, that's too much." He emerged from beneath her chemise and stood up. "Someday," he said, as he bent his head closer to hers, "I shall have to show you just how pleasurable tickling can be." He kissed her before she could inform him there was nothing pleasurable about being tickled. The kiss was one of those lush, deep kisses full of desire that she was coming to love so much. But when his hands reached for the hem of her chemise and he began pulling the garment up to remove it, she was seized by a sudden paroxysm of shyness. The notion of revealing to him one of the most disappointing features of her body caused her desire to falter, and she tore her mouth from his. "Wait!" He stilled. "What is it?" She didn't want to explain. She wanted to regain the desire of before. She reached up to slide his black dinner jacket from his wide shoulders. "I think it's my turn to undress you." That made him smile. "Taking the lead again, I see." "Yes," she said, and pulled off his jacket. "I like being in charge." "I like that too, actually." His smile widened into a grin. "As long as you don't make me go to tea with the vicar." She laughed, remembering that day. "I won't," she promised, as she pulled the ends of his white silk bow tie. "I'm far too fond of you now to subject you to that sort of torture." "Thank God for that," he muttered, as she reached for his collar stud. When she fumbled with it a bit, he showed her how to remove it, as well as his shirt studs and cufflinks. He pulled off his shoes and socks, and as she turned to drop his studs and links into a dish on her dressing table, he removed his shirt and tossed it aside. She turned to face him again as he pulled off his undershirt, and the sight of his naked torso made her breath catch. His bare skin, tanned by the African sun, gleamed like golden bronze. His chest was a wall of sculpted muscle and sinew, the sheer strength of it plainly obvious, and her heart slammed against her ribs. But the hard pounding of her heart was not from panic. Instead, she felt only desire as her gaze traveled downward, across the brown discs of his nipples, the washboard ribbing of his stomach, and the indentation of his navel. She fanned her hands across his chest, appreciating rather than fearing the strength and power of his body. As she reached for the waistband of his trousers, the feel of his hard arousal beneath her hands evoked no fear, only a deepening hunger and a need for completion. But before she could slide his trousers off his hips, he stopped her. "My turn." Again he reached for the hem of her chemise, but again she resisted. "What's wrong, Edie?" "Nothing. It's just—" She broke off and looked away, her cheeks growing hot, even though she knew it made no sense to feel embarrassed now. I'm feeling a bit shy, I suppose. Still, but why? When she didn't answer, he kissed her. Tell me. She turned her face away. My breasts are too small. What? He made a sound of disbelief. I don't believe it. Show me. Let me see them. They're too small to see, she mumbled, even as he began drawing up her chemise. Even I can't see them. He laughed, which only made her feel worse, but she stretched her arms toward the ceiling and allowed him to pull her chemise over her head. He dropped it to the floor and reached for her wrists, spreading her arms wide before she could cover herself. She squeezed her eyes shut, desire faltering in the wake of a dreadful sense of inadequacy. It seemed an eternity before he spoke. Edie, I fear there's something wrong with your eyesight, he said at last, causing her to open her eyes and look into his. I can see your breasts perfectly, darling. He let her wrists go. Shall I tell you what they look like? He smiled so tenderly that she feared she might cry all over again. Since you apparently can't see them for yourself, I think I should. His hands lifted to touch her. They are small, yes, and round and perfectly shaped. His fingertips grazed lightly over the tops of her breast, then beneath. They're very pretty, too. Creamy white, with golden freckles scattered over them, and these gorgeous rosy pink nipples. Edie watched his face as he caressed her breasts and described how they seemed to him, and she felt a sense of wonder. Never before had she ever truly felt beautiful, but she did now. Joy rose up inside, joy so powerful and so bright, bursting through her chest, as if she'd swallowed a box of fireworks. Your breasts are perfect, Edie. He rolled her nipples gently in his fingers, spreading heat through her body. Luscious and perfect, and I longed to kiss them and suckle them and play with them for hours. An unsteady note began creeping into his voice as he spoke. But I fear we're running out of time. I'm not sure how much longer I can hold out before I come utterly undone. His hand slid away from her breast. He took her by the hand and led her to the bed, where he guided her to lie down. He started to unbutton his trousers, but she stopped him. Wait, she said, and sat up. I'm supposed to do this part. Are you? He resumed undoing buttons, and her hands closed over his wrists. Yes. She felt his resistance, and it surprised her. Now I think it's my turn to ask what's wrong, she murmured. Wouldn't you like it if I undress you? I'd adore it, but... He broke off, shifting his weight. It's just that I should warn you first. Again he paused, and this time he cleared his throat before he tried again. It's just that my leg's not in the best of shape, you know. Don't be too shocked when you see it. In that moment, Edie knew that if she ever felt shy with him in future, all she had to do was remember this moment, for she had never loved him more than she did right now. I let you look, she whispered. Remember? All right, he said, allowing her to slide his trousers linen off his hips. But don't say I didn't warn you. Edie looked down. He was fully aroused, but as she stared at his shaft, she felt only a deep, passionate tenderness. Her gaze moved lower, to the scars that crisscrossed his right thigh, and as she stared at the stark white lines, as she thought of the pain he had endured, it hurt her too. She reached out to touch his leg, running her fingers lightly over the scars, and she felt a tremor run through his body at the light caress. "I love you," she said, and heard his release of breath, a sigh of relief. She pressed her lips to one of the jagged white lines. "I love you." He groaned in response. His hand tangled in her hair, and he gently pulled her head back. "God, Edie, don't. I'm not sure how long I can hold out as it is." "Why should you have to?" she asked, easing backward onto the bed, pulling him with her. He stretched out beside her, lying on his side with his weight on his elbow. "Because I have important things to do first," he said, and reached out his free hand to touch her. His fingertips grazed her breast, then slid lower, down over her ribs, then her stomach, then lower still. When his fingertip reached the curls at the apex of her thighs, he stopped and looked up, meeting her gaze as he slid his finger between her folds. Their gazes locked. He stroked her over and over, tender and relentless, until her every breath was a pant, and her body was moving frantically against him, and she was sobbing his name. And then she reached the peak. Her head fell back, and she cried out his name over and over as the pleasure flooded through her in wave after wave, and she collapsed, panting against the pillows. He leaned over her to kiss her mouth. "I want to be inside you," he said, still caressing her. "Do you want that too? God, please say yes." "Yes," she nodded, emphasizing the point. "Yes." "Then come on top of me." He showed her how, guiding her as she spread her legs apart over his hips and took his hard shaft into her body. He felt thick and full inside her, and scorching hot. The sensation of being on top of him was glorious, and she moaned, her hips flexing. He groaned, his own hips pressing up in response, urging her on. Sensing what he wanted, she began to move, rising up and coming down on top of his body, tightening her inner muscles again and again, using her body to stroke him. "Yes, Edie," he groaned, his body jerking against hers again and again. "Oh, God, yes." She moved with his rhythm, reveling in the power of pleasuring him, watching his face. When he came, she gloried in his climax, and when it was over, when he thrust up hard against her one last time, she followed him there, to the peak and over the edge of bliss, and afterward, when she settled beside him in the white sheets, his name on her lips was a soft sigh that contained everything she felt, all her love for him. "Now I've done it," he said, as they lay side by side on her bed, holding hands, staring up at the ceiling. "I will never lead again." "Yes, you will." She rolled onto her side to look at him, and she smiled. "Sometimes." Epilogue. Highcliffe, 11 months later. "Why is it that you always sponge off my plate?" Edie grumbled, as Stuart snatched another piece of bacon off her breakfast tray. "Because I'm always in your bed when Reeves brings your breakfast, that's why." He grinned, not the least bit repentant, and popped the slice of bacon into his mouth. She sniffed. "You could just have them send up a separate tray for you," she pointed out, as she picked up the copy of the Daily Sketch that had been placed, as usual, beside her plate. "I could, but it's much more fun this way." Stuart leaned over and started to kiss her, but she wasn't fooled by that, and even as she allowed him a kiss, she slapped his hand, preventing him from stealing any more of her bacon. "I suppose I shall have to have a tray sent up then," he said, as she opened her newspaper, since you're so stingy." He turned and stretched out his arm to ring for Reeves, but her voice stopped him before he could tug the bell pull. "Oh, my God!" Stuart's hand fell at the startled sharpness of her voice, and he turned to look at her. "What is it?" Edie lifted her gaze from the newspaper and turned her head to look at him, her pretty green eyes wide with shock. "Frederick Van Housen is dead." He raised an eyebrow. That was an unexpected development. "Indeed?" She nodded and returned her attention to the paper. "He shot himself 4 days ago." "Suicide?" Stuart considered. He'd known things were about to break, of course. Jack's last telegram from New York had been short but clear. "Fish caught, stop. Exposure imminent." But suicide? He hadn't anticipated that. Humiliation, yes. Ruin, yes. Prison, quite likely. But suicide? No, he hadn't anticipated that at all. "He got caught in some sort of investment swindle," Edie said after a moment. "Really?" Stuart tried to inject a convincing amount of surprise into his voice at that additional piece of news. "How shocking!" "Yes. He persuaded his friends and business associates, as well as some British investors, to put money into a company he started." She went on, her gaze still scanning the page as she spoke. "But it turned out to be a swindle on his part, and the scandal was about to come out and ruin him. He'd have gone to prison. So he shot himself rather than face it." Stuart smiled. What a nice bit of icing on the cake. "Evidently. He'd heard about some gold mines and formed an investment company to mine them, but it turned out the mines didn't have any gold. He knew that all along, supposedly, but—" She broke off and looked up, awareness dawning in her adorable, freckled face. "The gold mines were in Tanzania. Stuart, did you have something to do with this?" "Well—" He paused, considering how to answer. "Let's say that I put the appropriate people in place to take him right where he wanted to go, shall we?" She shook her head, clearly bewildered. "What do you mean? What people?" "My friends, Lord Troubridge, Lord Featherstone, Lord Somerton and Lord Hayward, were the British investors he's swindled. Your father provided us with invaluable assistance on the New York side." "My father? You pulled Daddy into this?" "Of course. He doesn't know what Van Housen did to you," Stuart added at once. "But when I asked him 11 months ago if he wanted revenge because the bastard ruined your reputation, he happily agreed." "You arranged all this 11 months ago?" "I started it then, yes. It's taken this long for the pieces to fall into place." He met her gaze steadily over the top of the paper. "I told you, Edie. He would pay for what he did to you. And now he has. More thoroughly than even I could have dreamed." She lowered the paper, staring at him as if unable to quite take the whole thing in. "I wonder if Daddy knows that Frederick is dead." "Since your father is sailing a yacht around the Greek islands right now with his mistress, I very much doubt it." "But Daddy helped you do this?" He jumped at the chance. He'd always wanted to do something of the kind. In fact, the whole investment scheme was his idea, for he knew Van Housen was a crooked sort of chap, but he couldn't implement this sort of plan himself, because despite having a daughter who's a duchess, he just couldn't muster the level of influence in Knickerbocker society required to bring it all about. Enter my titled British friends. Lady Astor and her set were practically drooling when they visited New York. Jack flattered her shamelessly, I understand. "Something Lady Astor no doubt appreciated," Edie said. That woman likes nothing better than being buttered up. She introduced my friends to Van Housen, as well as to many of his other acquaintances, and the rest is history. But Frederick would have investigated your friends. Once he discovered they were acquainted with you, why didn't he suspect something was up? I believe it was implied that we'd had a falling out. Bad enough that I married an inappropriate girl for her money, but then I came home from Africa and wanted to breed children with her. Van Housen believed all that rubbish without a qualm and didn't bother to delve any deeper. And when he heard that my supposedly former friends knew I'd discovered some gold mines in Africa and how they wanted to get the jump on me, so to speak, Van Housen practically stumbled over himself to form the company. Stuart paused, then went on. I think the idea of scoring off me added to the appeal of the whole thing for him. Why? Because it renewed his pleasure at grinding jumped-up trash like me under his boot. Something like that, he said gently. So you ruined him. We gave him the chance to evade the trap. An engineer's report showed the mines to have no gold in them, and once he discovered that, if he'd had a shred of decency, he'd have withdrawn, made good on the money to the investors, and walked away. But he didn't withdraw. He went ahead, he kept their money, he invested it elsewhere, with delicate hints conveyed through my friends to his friends, of course, and he lost that money too. He committed fraud, and that's when we knew we had him dead to rights. She paused, considering. But surely you couldn't have known he'd kill himself rather than go to prison. Stuart shook his head. No, although I suppose it's not surprising. He was a coward. He was also a greedy, selfish, insignificant man who wanted to be important. He felt he was entitled to things that didn't belong to him. Money, success. He looked into his wife's eyes. Women. She nodded in agreement, looking thoughtful. And your friends did all this for you? Yes. I didn't tell them what actually happened to you. He didn't say his friends had probably guessed that part, but went on. They didn't need to know the details in order to help. They knew your reputation had been ruined and your honor besmirched, and that was all they needed to hear. We are Eton men. Honor means a great deal. But what happened to me was a year before you married me, and yet they still helped you avenge me. He smiled. They are damned fine friends. Do you suppose Frederick ever realized you were the one who brought it all about? I doubt it, but it doesn't matter. Edie seemed surprised by that. Wouldn't you have wanted him to know it was you, at the end? He shrugged. Why? I don't need the bug to look up and see me before my boot comes down and flattens him. She made a choked sound, half laugh, half sob. And you did it for me. Oh, Stuart! Darling. He pulled away the tray on her lap, setting it aside. Then he opened his arms. She came to him at once, tossing aside the paper, and buried her face against his chest. He felt her body trembling with reaction. I can't quite believe it, she mumbled. He's dead. He's dead. Yes. He caressed her back and kissed her hair. It's all right, Edie. It's over. He can't ever hurt you, and he can't hurt any other women. Not now. She lifted her head, stricken. There were others besides me? Tell me, she demanded when he didn't answer. There were 2 that I am fairly certain he assaulted. Both were before you. Similar circumstances, but his father managed to have it hushed up, for the girls were both servants. His father paid them off and sent them away, but—" Stuart hesitated, for he didn't want to tell her the truth, but he'd always promised her the truth when she asked. "But a man like that isn't likely to stop," he said as gently as he could. "I never thought there might be others. I always thought it was me. I thought it was something I did, something about me that set him off, that I'd been a tease, or that by agreeing to meet him, I'd given him an expectation or led him on, or—" "No, my darling," he interrupted. "No. His actions had nothing to do with you. None of it was your fault." "But there are probably other women who have been hurt by him after what he did to me." "Oh, no, no," she moaned, looking stricken. "I should have known. I should have done something." "Don't, Edie, don't." He cupped her face, catching tears with his thumbs as they fell, brushing them away. "There was nothing you could have done." "I could have told the world what he'd done, so other women would know and be warned against him." "What makes you think anyone would have believed you? Given his position and yours, would anyone have listened to you? No. You had no proof to offer. Had you come forward, claiming he forced you, you'd have faced even more degradation and blame than you'd already suffered. Society always views these things as the woman's fault, especially since he got you to arrive at that summer house after him. I've no doubt he arranged it that way with you deliberately." "He did, yes," she nodded. "It was his idea. He claimed afterward that I tried to trap him." "Well, there you are. And had you told the world what really happened, society would have condemned you for your lack of discretion more than him for his action. As to a plot of revenge, such as what I did, you could not have put together a group of investors to take Van Housen down. Even your father didn't have the necessary influence to do that on his own. But," he pressed a thumb to her lips, "Edie, listen to me. You must not blame yourself. You judged, and rightly so, that there was nothing you could do other than kill him, and if you'd been caught, you'd have been hanged or sent to prison, and again, Joanna had to be considered. And even if you hadn't been caught, to suffer having murder on your soul, no." He shook his head. "Avenging you was my office. I knew that the moment I knew what he'd done to you. I only wish I could have wiped it out altogether, made it so that it never have happened at all, but I couldn't do that, so—" "But I don't wish that," she interrupted, sitting up. He frowned. "Of course you do. But I don't, Stuart." She shook her head. "I don't regret that it happened. In fact," she added slowly, as if considering it, "if I could go back and change it, I wouldn't." "What?" Shocked, he stared at her. Almost a year together, and she still said things that absolutely confounded him. "You can't mean that." "But I do mean it. As awful as it was, if it hadn't happened, I never would have come to England. I never would have met you." He shook his head. "Perhaps, but still, remember what you said that day in this very room, how you didn't care if you limped for the rest of your life, because if that lion hadn't mauled you, you might never have come home?" She smiled, caressing his face. "Well, I feel the same way. Even out of bad things, good things can happen. Even things that are sordid or painful can lead to things that are beautiful." Stuart's chest felt tight, his body pinned in place. Fate holding on to him, and making him see the beautiful thing right in front of his eyes. God, how I love you. And I love you. She kissed him then sank back amid the pillows. All that said, however, I can't pretend I'm not glad Frederick Van Housen is dead. Agreed. He settled back beside her and closed his eyes. At once, an image of Van Housen putting a gun muzzle in his mouth came into Stuart's mind, and he took a moment to savor the sweet satisfaction of such a picture. But only one moment. Then he put the whole business aside. It was done, finished, settled right at last. It was time now to let it go. Stuart? Edie touched him, her hand fanning over his bare chest, causing him to open his eyes. What are you thinking? He turned and looked at his wife, in her white nightdress, surrounded by sheets and feather pillows, with her red gold hair shining like fire in the morning light. I'm thinking of what I'm glad about, he said. I'm glad I went to the Hanford ball. I'm glad you tore out after me and proposed. I'm not so glad you shredded my pride, but, oh, you needed it, she interrupted. You were so damnably conceited. He picked up her hand. I'm glad you like it when I kiss your hand. He paused to press a kiss into her palm, feeling the way she quivered in response. And I'm glad you made that silly bet with me about 10 days and gave me the chance to win you. It's long past 10 days now, she said, and shoved back the sheets that covered the lower half of his body. Pulling at her nightdress, she eased over him, straddling his legs with hers. It's 330-some days now. Yes, and you're still trying to lead, I see. He leaned forward to kiss her, but she stopped him. Would you like to? She asked, hand on his chest. Lead, I mean. That depends. He toyed with one of the pearl buttons on her nightdress. Would you like it? Yes, Stuart, she said. I think I would. He smiled, slipping pearl buttons free as he eased her off him and onto her back. With the buttons undone, he pulled the nightdress apart and slowly moved on top of her. As long as you always remember the difference, my darling. I don't need to remember it, Stuart, because I know it. She smiled as she closed her eyes and turned her head so he could kiss her neck. I know it in my soul. This is Susan Erickson. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of How to Lose a Duke in 10 Days, An American Heiress in London by Laura Lee Gerke. This program was produced by Common Mode. Paul Fowley, Technical Director. Executive Producer, Karen Jakonski. Text copyright 2014 by Laura Lee Gerke. Production copyright 2014 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.